Chapter 1005. King of Qin, Fang Xianling, Gao Shilian, and the others were about to dissuade him, but they immediately shut their mouths again. Obviously, this title was Pai Lupi's compensation to Li Wanyu. Although it was somewhat inappropriate, Fang Xianling and the others did not want to cause more trouble and make Pai Lupi unhappy. For them, it was not unacceptable that Li Wanyu would be conferred the title of King of Qin. This was a posthumous title given by Pai Lupi to Li Wanyu. It was a sad honor, but King of Qin was not an ordinary prince. Before Pai Lupi's rebellion at the Xuanwu Gate, his title was King of Qin. King of Qin represented the state of Qin during the spring and autumn and warring states period. The titles of Qin, Jin, Qi, and Chu were the most honorable, and King of Qin represented Pai Lupi. Therefore, in the Tang dynasty, except for Pai Lupi, no one else was conferred the title of King of Qin. Now that Pai Lupi had given the title of King of Qin to Li Wanyu, it could be said to be a sad honor to the extreme. Pai Lupi chose to announce Li Wanyu's posthumous title in public because he did not intend to continue hiding Li Wanyu's death. As for Li Wanyu's posthumous children, the two newborn children were conferred the title of King of Qin. In the eyes of the public, it was not a big deal. If Li Wanyu was conferred the title of prince, it was reasonable for his son to inherit the title of King of Qin. After the old housekeeper Li Heng's surprise, he immediately realized that Pai Lupi had used the word posthumous title. Posthumous title meant posthumous title and posthumous honor. It meant to add a title to the deceased. Your Majesty, could it be that you are mistaken? Ma Lang Jun, how could he be conferred the title of King of Qin? Li Heng's face suddenly turned as white as a sheet of paper. His kneeling body began to tremble uncontrollably. Niu Yong and the others also understood Pai Lupi's words. They were all shocked, speechless. Changle's face was full of disbelief. Father, what are you talking about? What posthumous title? Li Lang, what happened to him? Empress Zhongsun sighed and reached out to hold her daughter. Changle, I'll explain it to you later. Mother, tell me clearly what's going on. What's wrong with my husband? Changle was unwilling to listen to Empress Zhongsun. She pulled her and kept asking in a panic. Empress Zhongsun had no choice but to tell her daughter in a low voice about how Li Wanyu had encountered a sandstorm in the desert a few months ago. After hearing Empress Zhongsun's narration, Changle's body shook and she almost fainted. No, this is impossible. Mother, you must be lying to me. How did Li Lang die? It can't be. Mother, you're lying to me, right? Empress Zhongsun knew that her daughter had long been deeply in love with Li Wanyu. It was hard for her to accept this cruel reality. She didn't argue with Changle and just pulled her into her arms. The next second, Changle let out a heart-wrenching cry. In the delivery room, Su Changqing, who had just given birth to the twins, had a haggard look on his face. However, there was a smile on his face as he turned to look at the twins being taken care of by Perrin and Afro. However, Pai Lupi's words about conferring the title of Li Wanyu and Changle's cries traveled unreservedly into the delivery room. Su Changqing's pretty face, which was already pale from the delivery, instantly turned as white as a sheet. Perrin and Avro froze on the spot. They couldn't understand why such bad news would come on such a joyous day. After Su Changqing gave birth, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the title of Li Wanyu in public. Perhaps in the eyes of later generations, this was very unkind, as he had no qualms about Su Changqing's feelings as Li Wanyu's wife. But in the eyes of the Tangs, this was His Majesty bestowing honor upon Li Wanyu. In particular, Pai Lupi had immediately conferred the titles of princesses and princesses to Li Wanyu's two posthumous children. This made Fang Xianling and the others feel that Pai Lupi was deeply attached to Li Wanyu. However, Su Changqing's body had yet to recover from the pain of childbirth when she heard such bad news. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't withstand the shock and directly fainted, causing Perrin and Avro to cry out in alarm. Fortunately, Sun Si Miao and the others had been in the residence all this time and were well prepared. They immediately treated Su Changqing, allowing Su Changqing to slowly wake up again. After waking up again, Su Changqing showed the strong side of a strong woman. She stretched out her hand to summon Pei Lon and ordered, "Let Li Heng go and express his gratitude to His Majesty. Then close the door and see the guests out. From today onwards, the Fufeng Commandery Duke's mansion will not accept any guests." Perrin didn't correct her mistake. Whether it was the Duke of Qin's residence or the Duke of Fufeng's residence, it was no longer important. If Li Wanyu really wasn't around, what difference would it make to them? The Duke of Qin's residence also closed its doors from this day onwards. Apart from Ma Zhou and the others, Su Changqing refused to see anyone else. Su Changqing also handed over Lai Hat's businesses in Chang and city to her female army to manage. She shut herself in and focused on raising her children. After the death of Li Wanyu, the Duke of Fufeng, who had been posthumously conferred the title of Duke of Qin, his posthumous children being conferred the titles of Duke of Fufeng and Princess of Fufeng, naturally caused a great deal of discussion and uproar in Chang and city. After confirming that Li Wanyu had died in the desert, the Wang clan of Taiyuan, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the other aristocratic families were just short of congratulating each other. These aristocratic families had suffered too many losses because of Li Wanyu. After Pai Lupi posthumously conferred the title of Duke on Li Wanyu, Zhang Sunchong also ran to Taiji Palace more frequently. Since Li Wanyu had died, the marriage between Chang'e and Li Wanyu naturally came to an end. Zhang Sun Wuji had already prepared to formally propose marriage to Pai Lupi and his sister Empress Zhang Sun, hoping that Zhang Sunchong would marry Chang'e. Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun discussed in private and also felt that this marriage was not bad. In history, Chang'e married Zhang Sunchong in the 7th year of Jingguan. However, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun did not expect that when they tactfully proposed this marriage to Chang'e, Chang'e vehemently opposed it. "Father, mother, what are you talking about? I am the princess consort of Qin. It was father who bestowed this marriage to Li Wanyu. How can you let me marry cousin? Chang'e, don't be ridiculous. Zio is no longer in this world. How can you marry him? No, I don't care. In this life, I am a member of the Duke of Qin's residence. In death, I am a ghost of the Duke of Qin's residence. Father, mother, please grant me my wish. I would rather die than marry someone else." Nonsense. How can you mess around with the important matter of marriage? Pai Lupi angrily slammed the table and reprimanded Chang'e while blowing his beard and glaring at her. Chang'e, who was always gentle and sweet, did not say a word. She directly knelt in front of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhang Sun, but her expression was resolute. "If father and mother insist on forcing me, then I would rather leave home and become a nun." Chang'e stubbornly straightened her neck. "You." Pai Lupi was so angry that he was speechless for a long time. He stood up and flung his robe. Good, good. If you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for not taking into account our father-daughter relationship. Servants, take Chang'e back to the palace and guard her strictly. Don't let her take a step out of the palace." Emperor Zhongsun saw that Pai Lupi was really angry and hurriedly mediated. "Erlang, Chang'e is still young. Don't blame her. Alas, in fact, you can't blame Chang'e. Who would have thought that Zio would have such an unlucky life?" Hearing Empress Zhongsun mention Li Wanyu, Pai Lupi could not help but feel his heart soften. He sighed deeply and sat back down. "Chang'e, don't blame me for being cruel. I'm doing this for your own good. If it were not for Zio, alas, how could I dissuade you? You also know how much effort I and your mother put in to make that boy agree to marry you." Chang'e bowed down gracefully. "Father, mother, please forgive me for being unfilial." Li Lang had also been ordered by his father to go on an expedition to the western regions. That was why he had fallen in the desert. Under such circumstances, if I marry someone else, where will Li Lang's reputation be? Where will the royal family's reputation be? Father and mother, please forgive your daughter's willfulness. I will not marry anyone except Li Lang in this life. I would rather keep chastity for Li Lang and never regret it. Father and mother, please grant my wish." Chang'e's words moved Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun a little. "Hurry up. You say it's too fast. You want me to write a few chapters after giving birth. If I write slowly, you say I am too weak. I am too difficult. Why do you all ask where Li Wangyu went? Don't worry. It's definitely not a melodramatic plot like transmigrating back to the modern world or cultivating divine skills. However, some people have already guessed most of it. In addition, it is said that twins are unlucky in ancient times. That's just a rumor. Twin births of God and bear, auspicious and radiant, is a praise for twins. Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty, Li Longji's first wife, Wang clan, is a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. His brother, Wang Shui, also married Princess Qingyang. In Dream of the Red Chamber, there's also a drinking game. Daughters are happy, and their first child is a pair of twins. This shows that twins are definitely auspicious. Old Long will not make it up. In addition, names. What are the names of the twins? Useless naming. Chapter 1006. Pai Lupi wasn't a heartless person. He also felt guilty about Li Wangyu's death. That was why he conferred Li Wangyu the title of Prince of Qin and conferred the titles of Prince and Princess of Qin as compensation. Pai Lupi's heart softened when he heard his most beloved daughter cry like this. Among his many children, he loved Chang'e the most. Even as early as the 5th year of Jingguan, after Li Wangyu agreed to marry Chang'e, he began to prepare a dowry for Chang'e. The scale was several times that of Pai Lupi's sister, Princess Xianxia. For this reason, Wei Zheng even wrote a memorial to ridicule Pai Lupi with the story of Emperor Ming of Han. However, Pai Lupi didn't care how Wei Zheng, the sheep nose, stomped his feet. He still did his own thing and prepared a large amount of dowry for Chang'e. It was also because he cared too much for Chang'e that he wanted to find another husband for Chang'e and find a new husband. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Empress Zhang's son, making such a choice was a normal decision for parents. However, Chang'e's resolute words made Pai Lupi reconsider Chang'e's opinion. As a mother, Empress Zhang's son naturally disagreed with Chang'e's words. Chang'e, do you want to be a widow for Zio for the rest of your life? Have no children and be alone for the rest of your life? No, I won't agree with you doing this. Mother, how can I have no children? Qin Wangfei just gave birth to a pair of dragon phoenix twins. Aren't they my children? Nonsense. How can that be the same? After Pai Lupi calmed down, it was Empress Zhangxuan's turn to be anxious. She glared at Chang'e. I won't agree with you doing this. Mei Guanyin, I think Chang'e's words are reasonable. Sigh, now that Zio just passed away, it's really inappropriate for us to rush Chang'e to remarry. Pai Lupi pondered and persuaded Empress Zhang's son. If Chang'e is willing to remarry, then let her. Erlang, how can this be? Empress Zhangxuan's face suddenly became quite ugly. She never would have thought that her husband would actually allow their daughter to jump into the fire pit. Mei Guanyin, don't be impatient. Let me finish. Pai Lupi indicated for Empress Zhang's son to calm down. Chang'e, if you want to marry into the Duke of Qin's mansion, that's not impossible. However, you have to wait for 3 years. 3 years later, I will let Yin Ling come forward and represent the Duke of Qin's manor in our separation. At that time, your father and mother will choose a good man for you. Are you willing? Pai Lupi's idea was also very simple. Just as Chang'e had said, Li Wangyu's body had not yet turned cold, and he had broken off the engagement. What he had done was indeed a disgrace to the royal family. In this case, it was better to let Chang'e marry into the Lai Hot. After 3 years, Chang'e would be remarried to another man. In this way, he would be able to preserve the reputation of Li Wangyu and the imperial family, and would not delay his daughter's life. In any case, the emperor's daughter did not have to worry about marriage. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, it was nothing new for a woman to remarry after a divorce. 3 years later, Chang'e would only be 15 years old. It would be a good age for marriage. In Pai Lupi's opinion, his daughter was currently grieving over Li Wangyu's sudden death. Her feelings were at their deepest. To let her marry Zhang's son, Chong, at this time, was indeed forcing her against her will. It was better to wait for 3 years. As time passed, his daughter's passionate feelings would naturally fade. At that time, he could let Chang'e remarry. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Empress Zhang's son immediately understood her husband's intentions. She couldn't help but nod to herself. She felt that this method was really good. All right, if Changle can agree to this condition, then I will agree to let you marry into the Duke of Qin's manor. Changle also understood the meaning in Pai Lupi's words. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and agreed. However, Changle had other thoughts in her mind. In her opinion, as long as she married in a lie hot, whether or not she would divorce 3 years later was uncertain. Pai Lupi, Changle, and Changle each harbored their own thoughts. Just like this, the marriage was decided. When Su Changqing learned of this matter, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her husband, Li Wangyu, had perished in the desert. While the entire family was in mourning, Pai Lupi actually wanted Changle to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor and have her take her husband's place. What was this? A ghost marriage? To Su Changqing, this matter was incomparably absurd. Naturally, he was unwilling to agree. Moreover, even if Changle were to marry into the Duke of Qin's manor, she would still have to divorce 3 years later. This was child's play. Even though Li Wangyu was no longer present, Su Changqing was unwilling to be toyed with by the imperial family. Naturally, he rejected this absurd matter. However, after Su Changqing's rejection, Princess Changle personally made a trip to Dingzhou village and complained tearfully to Su Changqing, using her true feelings to move him. As a result, Su Changqing simply clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement to this marriage. What Su Changqing did not expect was that as soon as Changle left, Perrin and Aphrodite both knelt before him, imploring Su Changqing to take them in place of Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu had been posthumously conferred the title of Empress of Qin by Pai Lupi. As an imperial prince, apart from his official wife, he could also take in 2 children and 10 concubines. Regardless of whether they were children or concubines, they would only be concubines with ranks. Children were of the 5th rank, while concubines were of the 6th rank. After news of Li Wangyu's death spread, Su Changqing had originally planned to find a good family for Perrin to marry into. Seeing her so insistent, he could only helplessly nod in agreement, agreeing to take in concubines in place of Li Wangyu, taking Perrin and Aphrodite as children of the Prince of Qin. The news that the Prince of Qin, Li Wangyu's imperial consort, Princess Yanling, was going to take Princess Changle as another Qin Wangfei in place of her husband caused everyone in Chang, and from the noble families to the common people, to be stupefied. Bystanders were fine. At most, they would comment on the lack of etiquette. None of them were blind enough to jump out and make irresponsible remarks about this matter. Only Zhang Sun Wuji and Zhang Sun Chong were so infuriated that they were about to die. Because of this, Zhang Sun Wuji fell gravely ill and took a leave of absence. After recuperating at home for several months, he finally recovered. While Zhang Sun Wuji was infuriated to the point of being bedridden, Pai Lupi had his most beloved daughter of the first wife, Princess Changle, marry into the Prince of Qin's household in a grand fashion, becoming Li Wangyu's 2nd imperial consort. After the hubbub, the Prince of Qin's household once again closed its doors to guests. A group of widows and orphans closed their doors, ignoring worldly affairs and refusing to see any guests. However, not long after, Li Wangyu's foreign disciple, the Prince of Persia, Wuxia, came to bid farewell to his master's wife, Su Changqing. He had studied abroad in the Tang dynasty for several years. Originally, he had no intention of returning to Persia. However, after Li Wangyu's death, Wuxia was deeply saddened. After taking care of Li Wangyu's funeral, he had no intention of continuing to stay in Chang'an. After bidding farewell to his master's wife and reluctantly bidding farewell to Ma Zhou and his other friends, everyone sent Wuxia off at Babridge. The capital of the Sassanid dynasty of Persia was located at Ardashir by the Red Sea, which was later known as Firuzabad in Iran. It was very far away from Chang'an. Wuxia's group traveled lightly on horseback. However, they still traveled for half a year before finally arriving at their hometown. After learning that his son had returned from studying abroad, the Persian monarch, Yazdegerd III, was overjoyed. He personally went out of the city to welcome Wuxia. "My dear child, the gods bless you. You have finally returned safely from the distant east." Yazdegard III hugged Balusi, whom he had not seen in a long time. Balusi's elder brother, Arohun, also tightly hugged his brother. After a few words of reminiscence, Yazdegard III pulled his son onto his horse, preparing to return to the castle. Balusi, come, ride my horse. Arohun asked his servant to bring his horse over. Look, this is a precious horse that I recently got. It also comes from the east. Balusi smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to reject his elder brother's kindness, his expression froze in the next second. After a long while, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Sa Luzi. God above, it is Sa Luzi. Chapter 1007. As Pai Lupi's favorite mount, Sasha Luzi's appearance was naturally quite handsome and unique. The purple swallow leaps, the bone-tongued divine steed, the spirit of the three rivers, the might of the eight formations, this was Li Air's praise for Sasha Luzi. A pure purple steed was extremely rare. On the other hand, Aloran, Belo's brother, had someone bring over a fine horse that was completely purple in color and did not have a single strand of other hair. Aluo dared to swear with his own eyes that the purple horse in front of him was definitely the mount of his master, Li Wangyu of the Tang dynasty, Sasha Luzi. There was a very conspicuous scar on Sasha Luzi's chest. It was an arrow wound that Pai Lupi had received when he rode Sasha Luzi into battle. Aluo had been learning from Li Wangyu, so naturally, he was quite familiar with Sasha Luzi. Sure enough, when he called out Sasha Luzi's name in Han Chinese, Sasha Luzi, the psychic horse, also recognized him. It snorted intimately, stretched out its big head, and rubbed against Pelos's body. Big brother, where did you get this fine horse? After that, Barrows pulled Arlaham over and asked in a hurry. Aluo's voice was trembling because he was too nervous. In Chang, in city, everyone thought that his master, Li Wangyu, had been buried in the desert. When Li Wangyu had the accident, he rode Sasha Luzi out for a walk. Unexpectedly, he encountered a sandstorm and disappeared. His whereabouts were unknown. It had been a year and a half since Li Wangyu's accident. If Sasha Luzi was safe and sound, but mysteriously appeared thousands of miles away in Persia, then did that mean that his master, Li Wangyu, was not killed? Aluo and Yazdegard III were shocked by Aluo's reaction. They did not understand what he meant. What do you mean, Aluo? Do you know my horse? Aluo asked, puzzled. Brother, yes, I know this horse. It's called Sasha Luzi. Quick, tell me, where did you get this horse from? This is very important. No, very important. Aurora scratched his head in confusion. I spent a lot of silver coins to buy this horse from a caravan a few months ago. Berlusi quickly asked, is the caravan still in the city? Of course. The owner of the caravan is a citizen of Elam. Arahan nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Elam was the name of the Persian Sassanid dynasty. Barrows pulled Arlaham over and said, Brother, take me to the owner of the caravan. Yazdegard III was bewildered by his son's reaction. What happened, Barrows? Is there something wrong with this horse? Facing his father's question, although Balusi was extremely anxious, he could only patiently explain. Father, this horse is called Saliuzi. It was originally the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty. Later, His Majesty bestowed it to my master, His Highness Duke of Qin of the Tang dynasty. What? Yazdegard III and Arlaham exclaimed at the same time and turned to look at Saliuzi in disbelief. This horse is the imperial horse of His Majesty, the Emperor of the Tang dynasty? Which prince of the Tang dynasty is the Duke of Qin? He's your master? Then why would this fine horse appear in my Elon? Yazdegard III and Arlaham were confused at this moment. Barrows's words made them even more confused. Barrows could only roughly explain the cause and effect of this matter to his father and brother. His Highness Duke of Qin led 150,000 troops into the desert and was unexpectedly attacked by a sandstorm. My master's whereabouts were unknown because of this, and everyone thought that he had fallen. But his mount appeared in Elon and was bought by brother. This means that my master may not have fallen in the desert. That's why I'm anxious to ask the owner of the caravan where he got Saliuzi. After hearing Barrows's explanation, Yazdegerd III was also anxious. He also felt respect and admiration for the great Tang, a great power in the East. Otherwise, he would not have sent envoys to the Tang dynasty several times, and even sent his son Barrows to the Tang dynasty to study. In history, when the Sassanid dynasty was invaded by the Arabs, Yazdegerd III had asked the great Tang for help 4 times in the 12th, 13th, 21st, and 22nd years. But because the Tang dynasty was too far away from Persia, Pai Lupi could only reject the request. Although it was now the 6th year of Xinguan, the 2 golden ages of the Persian Sassanid dynasty had passed. Because of the constant war with the Eastern Romans, the Persians had suffered greatly, and their economy had declined. The Arabs' hooves had already appeared at the southern border of the Sassanid dynasty. Yazdegerd III was already worried about the situation of the Sassanid dynasty. Asking for help from the Tang dynasty in the east was already in Yazdegerd III's mind. If he could use this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the Tang dynasty's Prince Qin, it would naturally be very beneficial for him to establish a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. Thinking of this, Yazdegerd III immediately ordered Arohan. This is no small matter. Arohan, immediately take Barrows to find the owner of the caravan. Make sure he tells us the origin of Saliuzi. Arohan also understood the importance of this matter and immediately nodded. He ordered Barrows to get on the horse and led dozens of soldiers to gallop into the city. The owner of the caravan who sold the horse to Arohan was also a rich man in the Sassanid dynasty. Unlike the Tang dynasty, the Persians did not focus on agriculture and ignored commerce, so his family had a lot of influence in the Sassanid dynasty. However, Arohan had received his father's order and did not care about the status of the owner. He directly led a group of Persian soldiers into the merchant's residence. That merchant had originally been hesitant to answer Arohan and Barrow's question directly. He only said that the horse was bought by the caravan from the western region and that he did not know its origin. It was not until Barrows was so angry that he pulled out a scimitar from the waist of the accompanying Persian soldiers and placed a shiny steel blade on the merchant's neck that the merchant was forced to tell the truth. After learning why Saliuzi ended up in Persia, Belus was so angry that he kicked the merchant to the ground and hurriedly returned to the palace to find his father, Yazdegerd III. Father, please immediately send a messenger to Chang and to inform the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This matter cannot be delayed. I will immediately lead people to the western region to seek help from Lu Guogong of the Tang dynasty. Barrows did not care that he had just returned to his hometown and prepared to set off again. The distance from Ardashir in Persia to Gaochang was 7,000 to 8,000 miles. Moreover, there were no well-equipped relay stations along the way like in the Tang dynasty. No matter how fast they traveled, it would still take a month or 2 to get there. Barrows was worried about Li Wangyo's safety, so he did not care about his own fatigue. Yazdegerd III hugged his son and said, "My child, go. The gods will protect you and your master." Barrows knelt down on one knee and said goodbye to his father. Then, he led the people that Yazdegerd III had prepared for him and mounted Saliuzi. They set off again toward the east. Amnesia? That's impossible. This old dragon is not writing a drama about Xianxia's bitter love. Amnesia my ass. What system, cultivation, time travel, all of that is impossible. Chapter 1008. In human history, during the Cold Weapons era, the record holder for the fastest speed was the Mongol cavalry during Genghis Khan's era. The Mongol cavalry could maintain an average speed of 90 to 95 kilometers a day. When Huo Tsubing and Wei Qing chased the Xiongnu, they could reach 80 to 100 kilometers a day. As for the record holder, it was the 8 Banners cavalry who set a record of 180 kilometers a day during the Shun rule of the Qing dynasty. As for Belusi's group, they were all like the Mongol cavalry, each of them being given 3 horses. Under Belusi's constant urging, they traveled day and night toward the east. 7,000 to 8,000 miles, it took Belusi just a month to reach Gaochang City. His speed was comparable to the Mongol cavalry. Cheng Yaojin naturally recognized Belusi. When he learned that Li Wangyo's disciple, the Persia Prince Belusi, wanted to meet him, he was a little stunned. When Cheng Yaojin ordered his men to bring in Belusi, who was so thin that he was almost out of shape after a month of hard work, he couldn't help but be shocked. Belusi, how did you end up like this? Why didn't you stay in Chang'an City? Why did you come to Gaochang City? Cheng Yaojin did not know that Belusi had returned to Persia, so he asked. Duke, half a year ago, I said goodbye to His Majesty and Master's wife and returned to Persia, Belusi explained. Then why did you come to Gaochang City instead of Persia? Cheng Yaojin did not understand. Belusi did not explain, directly ordering people to bring Sasha Luzi in. Duke, look at this horse. Due to rushing for 7,000 to 8,000 miles, even a horse like Sasha Luzi was so tired that its fur was not as bright. However, Cheng Yaojin was able to recognize it right away. The old hooligan jumped up like he had seen a ghost. Isn't this Sasha Luzi? Belusi, tell me, where did you find Sasha Luzi? Since Sasha Luzi is still alive, then is Zio okay? Where is he now? Belusi smiled bitterly. Duke, this is the reason why I rushed from Persia to Gaochang City. After I returned to my homeland, I accidentally discovered that someone had sold Saliuzi to my homeland. Moreover, it just so happened that it was sold to my elder brother. It was a long story, so Bei Lucy did not keep Cheng Yaojin in suspense. He told Cheng Yaojin everything that he knew, spilling the beans from a bamboo tube. It turned out that back in the city of Ardashir, the Persian merchant was forced to reveal the truth as he had no other choice. Shaluzi was indeed brought back from the western regions by his caravan. However, it wasn't purchased through any proper channels. It was stolen goods. Due to the enormous profits from trade between the East and the West, the Silk Road of the western regions had attracted countless caravans, transporting all sorts of precious goods and treasures back and forth. From a certain point of view, the Silk Road could be called the Golden Road, and the caravans were like flowing rivers of gold. Such a huge amount of wealth attracted not only many merchant groups, but also many bandits. Other than the challenges of nature, such as sandstorms, quicksand, and lack of water, the biggest enemies of the caravans were the various bandits and desert robbers of the western regions. These bandits and desert robbers would often choose to ambush caravans that were resting at night, killing and robbing. They were very vicious. However, no matter how vicious the bandits and desert robbers were, the gold, silver, and jewels they robbed could not be eaten or drunk. Therefore, these bandits and desert robbers of the western regions all had their own channels to dispose of their stolen goods. They would hand over the gold, silver, jewels, and precious porcelain to the caravans that colluded with them. The caravans would then sell these stolen goods and exchange them for the weapons, equipment, food, wine, and even women that the bandits and desert robbers needed. The Persian merchant who sold Sasha Luzi to Arohan and his caravan were engaged in such activities. According to him, Sasha Luzi had been acquired by his caravan from a group of desert bandits named Black Sand, who were entrenched in the desert. Because the desert robbers mostly used camels as their mounts. Even if Sasha Luzi was a rare horse, it was not very useful to the desert robbers. Therefore, it was handed over to the caravan for them to dispose of the stolen goods. The owner of the caravan would never have thought that after more than 10 years of colluding with the desert robbers to dispose of their stolen goods, he would be overthrown because of a horse. He also did not expect that Prince Belus would recognize the horse from the East 7 to 8,000 miles away from the western regions. Not to mention how regretful the owner of the caravan was and how Yazdegard III would punish him. After hearing Belus' words, Cheng Yaojin's mouth was so wide open that his fist could be stuffed in. Damn it, Sasha Luzi actually fell into the hands of the desert robbers? Is Zio also in the hands of the desert robbers? Belus shook his head. I don't know about this. That merchant also did not know the whereabouts of Master. He only received the stolen goods from the desert robbers. As for the origin of the stolen goods, they did not care at all. However, I suspect that Master lost his way because of the sandstorm and was accidentally captured by the desert robbers. Sasha Luzi was handed over to the caravan to dispose of their stolen goods, and Master might still be imprisoned in the desert robbers' lair. Duke, I rushed here from my homeland to ask you to immediately send troops to attack the desert robbers' lair and rescue master. He rushed to Gaochang in such a hurry because he was worried that something would happen if he delayed. In fact, Belis also did not know whether Li Wangyu was still alive or not. With the way the desert robbers did things, they did not have the habit of leaving people alive. Moreover, it had been 15 to 16 months since Li Wangyu went missing. Even if Li Wangyu was still alive, he must have suffered a lot. Thinking of this, Belis was secretly anxious. Sheng Yaojin's face was fierce, as if he was about to devour someone. He roared angrily. "Where is the lair of the black sand desert robbers?" "Belis, do you know where it is?" Belis nodded. "That merchant did tell me. It is said that it is in the desert, in an oasis called Swan Lake. That is the lair of the desert robbers." He reached out and took out a roll of parchment. "Duke, this is the map I asked the merchant to draw. This is Swan Lake." Sheng Yaojin snatched the parchment and looked at it carefully. He could not help but curse. Damn it, they actually hid so far away. No wonder the army of more than 100,000 couldn't find them after searching for so long. The Tang Desert was the fourth largest desert in Wuxia. It was nearly 500 miles long from north to south and 300 miles wide from east to west. The Swan Lake on the map was 200 to 300 miles away from the place where Li Wangyu was killed. It was already in the territory of the Shui Yintuo Khanate in the north of the desert. The army searched everywhere in the desert, but they only searched about 100 miles around the starting point. They did not expect Sasha Luzi to run so far away to the desert robbers' lair. Sheng Yaojin immediately ordered people to call a few guides and asked them to identify the specific location of the desert robbers' lair on the map. The guides said that they were not familiar with the location marked on the map and could only try to lead the army forward. This was actually very normal. In an era without satellite navigation, even the most experienced guides were only familiar with a few routes across the desert. In the vast desert, there were forbidden areas for life everywhere. In addition, the desert robbers were rampant. It was normal for these guides not to know the specific route. Sheng Yaojin saw that the guides were also not able to determine the specific location of the desert robbers' lair and could not help but feel a little annoyed. Damn it, I don't care so much. Send someone to deliver the news back to Chang, and at once. I will personally take a trip there. I don't believe that those damn desert robbers can rebel. Sheng Yaojin was worried about Li Wangyu's safety. After handing over the affairs of the western region to Niu Jinda and Shui Wanjun, he personally led 10,000 cavalry and returned to the desert, preparing to attack the desert robbers' lair and rescue Li Wangyu. Chapter 1009. Ever since Li Wangyu's accident, Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops that followed Li Wangyu, Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, as well as Mi Tuo and the others who came from Chang'an, led 10,000 Tang soldiers and stayed in the oasis. Everyone's mood was different. Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops did not want to return to Chang, because they felt guilty and regretful. As Li Wangyu's troops, they were unable to protect their Langjun. This made Niu Wu and the others feel ashamed to return to Chang and see Su Changqing. Therefore, even though they were sure that Li Wangyu had died in the desert, Niu Wu and the Lai Hot troops still searched the desert every day in vain. Rather than saying that Niu Wu and the others were searching for Li Wangyu, it was better to say that they were exiling themselves. Cheng Chumo and the other playboys were sad because of their brotherly love and planned to pay respects to Li Wangyu at the place where he died. When the army returned from the western region, they were ready to leave. In comparison, the most oppressed person was Mi Tuo. Pai Lupi had said that if he could not find Li Wangyu, he did not need to return to Chang'an. This meant that he wanted to see Li Wangyu if he was alive, and his corpse if he was dead. But in this vast desert, where could he find Li Wangyu's corpse? Therefore, the miserable Mi Tuo could only lead the spies of the 100 Cavalry Department and eat sand in the desert in vain. The camp where 10,000 Tang soldiers were stationed was lifeless every day. There was not a trace of cheerfulness to be seen. Even if the Western Punitive Expedition Army was unstoppable in the western region, it would not affect this place. But when Sheng Yaojin led Bei Lucy and 10,000 Tang cavalry back to the oasis, the whole camp was in an uproar. Niu Wu, the one-eyed man, hugged Xiaoluzi's neck and cried. He never thought that his Lang Jun would still have a chance to live. After Niu Wu vented his emotions with everyone, he immediately knelt down with red eyes in front of Cheng Yaojin. "Duke, please give the order immediately. I'm willing to be the vanguard of the army and flatten the lair of those damn bandits." The Lai Hot troops all gnashed their teeth and knelt down on one knee, asking Cheng Yaojin for permission to fight. "Please give the order, Duke, so that we can avenge our previous disgrace." Cheng Yaojin understood the intentions of Niu Wu and the others, and naturally nodded in agreement. The army stayed in the oasis for a day to replenish their water. Then, under the lead of dozens of guides, they headed toward the north of the desert. Actually, Cheng Yaojin's decision was very risky. After all, the guide wasn't familiar with the desert and might get lost. It was also hard to guarantee that they would find a water source along the way. If it were not for the desert, the army would have been able to cover the distance of 200 to 300 miles in 1 or 2 days. But in the desert, even though it was an unfamiliar desert, a journey of 200 to 300 miles would take more than 10 days or even longer. The safest way was to send out a large number of scouts and guides to find the exact location of the desert bandits before the army set off. But whether it was Cheng Yaojin, Bei Luci, Niu Wu, Cheng Chumo, or even Mita, they didn't want to wait any longer. Therefore, the army of 20,000 directly carried enough supplies and plunged into the vast desert. While the army of 20,000 was still searching for the lair of the desert bandits, the news of Bei Luci finding Xiaoluzi in Persia had already been sent back to Chang and presented to Pai Lupi. This incredible news instantly caused an uproar in Chang, and Pai Lupi was so shocked that he slapped the table and stood up. Li Wanyo's disciples were all crying tears of joy. In King Qin's mansion, Su Changqing hugged his son and daughter and cried again. Since Xiaoluzi is still alive, then maybe Li Wanyu is still alive. This was the unanimous thought of everyone who cared about Li Wanyu. Cheng Yaojin led the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty and suffered a lot in the desert. After getting lost several times and almost dying of thirst in the desert, the scouts in front finally came back with good news. Swan Lake had been found. Speaking of which, finding Swan Lake was also due to luck. According to Bei Luci, the reason why Swan Lake was called Swan Lake was because the lake covered a large area. Every spring and autumn, swans would fly to the lake and stay there, hence the name. And the scouts happened to find flocks of swans flying in the air. Following the tracks of those swans, they accidentally found the lake and the desert bandits' camp hidden in the sand dunes. According to the scouts' observation, this desert bandit group, called Black Sand, was indeed very large. There were no less than 2,000 desert bandits gathered in the camp. Of course, 2,000 desert bandits was a disaster for the caravan, but in front of the 20,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty, it was not worth mentioning. After Cheng Yaojin received the report from the scouts, he immediately led the army to attack. When the black mass of Tang cavalry appeared from the sand dunes in all directions, the desert bandits at Swan Lake were horrified to find that they were surrounded and could not escape even if they had wings. 20,000 fully armed and brightly armored elite cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty could deal with more than 2,000 desert bandits without any suspense. When the Tang cavalry rushed down from the sand dunes, the desert bandits even lost the will to resist and directly chose to raise their hands and surrender. The leader of the desert bandits could never imagine why the Tang cavalry would appear here, let alone why the Tang army would encircle and annihilate them. Niu Wu and the foppish lords immediately rushed into the bandits' lair and led their men to search inside and out, but they did not find any trace of Li Wanyu. This made everyone's heart turn cold. Could it be that Li Wanyu had really been murdered by these damn desert bandits? The Tang army dragged the leader of the desert bandits in front of Cheng Yaojin like a dead dog. This great bandit who had rebuked the desert for more than 10 years no longer had the prestige of the past and kept kowtowing to Cheng Yaojin to beg for mercy. "Spare my life, Lang Jun. Spare my life. F asterisk king B asterisk tch. Cut the crap. Let me ask you, do you know this horse? Where's its owner? Has he been harmed by you? If you dare to lie, I will immediately order my men to chop you into minced meat." Cheng Yaojin grabbed the leader's collar and roared with a murderous look. The leader of the desert bandits looked up with fear and trepidation. When he saw Sha Luzi's appearance, he gasped. He finally understood the reason for today's disaster. "Lang Jun, spare my life. We did not harm the owner of this horse. We did not harm him. Du Fu, he is my wife's brother-in-law. How could I harm him?" Cheng Yaojin's eyes opened like copper bells. "Nonsense, what Du Fu? Who is that?" It is the owner of this horse. Lang Jun, please understand, I dare not lie. If you do not believe me, you can summon my wife and ask her." In order to survive, the leader of the desert bandits kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. His intestines were now green with regret. He felt that Du Fu was actually a person that he could not help. Obviously, the Tang army that had surrounded his camp was here for this person. Cheng Yaojin was a little suspicious and immediately ordered the soldiers to summon the wife of the bandit leader for questioning. Not long after, a young woman was brought in front of Cheng Yaojin. The woman bowed to Cheng Yaojin. "Du Qing greets Lang Jun. Let me ask you, are you the wife of this bandit?" The woman immediately shook her head and cried. "I dare to let Lang Jun know that I am not his wife. I was originally from Liz Ho, and my name is Du Qing. I was kidnapped by this group of bandits. In order to survive, I was forced to give myself to the bandits. I have been hoping day and night to be rescued from the sea of bitterness." When Cheng Yaojin and the others heard this, they understood that this so-called wife of the leader was the wife of the bandit leader who was kidnapped. Niu Wu suddenly walked in front of the woman. "I feel that you look very familiar, as if I have seen you before." After the woman raised her eyes to look at Niu Wu, she immediately bowed again. "Lang Jun, did you forget that in Liz Ho, you and Li Gong saved me and my father?" Niu Wu suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was the father and daughter that he and Li Wanyu had saved from Wu Shiqiang's two disappointing sons at Liz Ho restaurant. "Little Miss Du, who is the Du Fu that the bandit was talking about?" "It is Li Gong. Li Gong was really not harmed by these bandits." Niu Wu asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Du Qing immediately shook her head. No, I lied and said that he was my brother. Li Gong changed his name to Du Fu, and these bandits did not know his identity." When she said this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Li Wanyu was really still alive. Niu Wu quickly asked, "My Lang Jun, where is he now?" Du Qing shook her head again. "I also do not know." Chapter 10:10. Back to a year and a half ago. On a whim, Li Wanyu rode Sasha Luzi to the sand dune to watch the sunset in the desert, but he did not expect to be attacked by a sandstorm. This sandstorm was extremely fierce. Before Li Wanyu rode back to the camp, it had already swept over with the power to destroy the world. It was difficult for people who had not been to the desert and experienced a sandstorm to understand how powerful the sandstorm in the desert was. The man and the horse were immediately shrouded in the sandstorm. As far as the eye could see, there was only yellow sand in the sky. It was almost impossible to see the 5 fingers of one's hand, and breathing became difficult. Li Wanyu was shocked, but he could only rely on his impression to urge Sasha Luzi to run in the direction of the camp. The violent wind carried a large amount of sand and stones, flying all over the sky. Li Wanyu only felt that his skin exposed outside his clothes was burned by the sand and stones. He wanted to call for help, but he could not open his mouth at all. Before Li Wanyu ran to a safe place, a fist-sized stone swept up by the wind hit his ribs hard. The severe pain made Li Wanyu's vision suddenly turn black, and he fainted, lying softly on Sasha Luzi's body. Although Sasha Luzi was a precious horse, it had never encountered such a situation. Under the shock and without Li Wanyu's control, it instinctively ran out in the direction of the sandstorm. This run took a full 2 to 4 hours. With Sasha Luzi's speed, when Li Wanyu woke up again, it was at least 70 to 80 miles away from the Tang camp. Li Wanyu naturally did not know this. After he woke up, he was about to straighten up, but he could not help but let out a muffled groan and quickly covered his ribs with his hands. The severe pain made him immediately realize that his ribs must have been broken when he was attacked by the sandstorm. But this was a small matter. As long as he returned to the camp, there would naturally be a military doctor with the army to deal with it. At this time, the sandstorm had passed, but the sky was already dark. Looking up, there was only a sky full of stars and a bright moon. What was worse was that Li Wanyu only went out to walk the horse. On Sasha Luzi's back, he didn't bring any food or water. Li Wanyu endured the intense pain in his ribs and urged the equally exhausted Sasha Luzi to climb up a nearby sand dune. With the help of the moonlight, Li Wanyu looked around, but his heart turned cold. Where was the Tang army's camp and the oasis in sight? Obviously, when he was unconscious, Sasha Luzi carried him and ran to some unknown place. He also did not know where the Tang army camp was. He couldn't help but shout, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm here." There was silence all around. Apart from a sound of Feng Luzi's breathing, there was no other sound. Now that both men and horses were tired, Li Wanyu could only reluctantly drive Sasha Luzi down the sand dune. He found a place where there was no wind, endured the pain in his ribs, and rolled down the horse's back. He planned to rest for the night and then find a way out. He was still hoping that after sunrise, Niu Wu and the other playboys would lead the army to find him. How could Li Wanyu expect that in the sandstorm, Sasha Luzi ran 70 to 80 miles in one breath? Moreover, the horse's hoof prints were completely covered by the sandstorm. Niu Wu and the others searched everywhere, but found nothing. This night, Li Wanyu was awakened by the cold several times. He curled up beside Sasha Luzi, relying on Sasha Luzi's body temperature to ensure that he would not freeze to death. As a person who had died once, Li Wanyu was more and more afraid of death. It was not that he was afraid of the consequences of death, but he was afraid that he would never see Su Changqing and his unborn child again. Relying on his strong will to live, Li Wanyu endured the pain and hunger. He survived this long night and welcomed the rising sun. Thirsty, hungry, and tired, he managed to climb on his Sasha Luzi's back and urged Sasha Luzi to quickly find the way back to the camp. In fact, Sasha Luzi's current situation was not much better than Li Wanyu's. Yesterday evening, because of fear, it ran 70 to 80 miles in the sand. Now, like Li Wanyu, it was thirsty and hungry. Therefore, even if Li Wanyu kept urging on horseback, Sasha Luzi could only slowly walk on the sand with difficulty, looking for the way back to the camp. Li Wanyu did not know that the direction he and Sasha Luzi were walking and was exactly the opposite of the Tang army camp. One man and one horse were exhausted as they trudged through the desert with great difficulty. When the sun set in the west again, Li Wanyu could no longer hold on because of his injuries and the fact that he had not eaten or drunk water for an entire day. His body was limp as he lay on Sasha Luzi's body that was also swaying. His eyes were lifeless as he looked into the distance. Just before Li Wanyu was about to lose consciousness, he seemed to see a few blurry figures on the distant horizon. Li Wanyu's dry throat barely spat out a sentence, "Save me." Then his head tilted and he completely fainted. When Li Wanyu was once again stimulated by the severe pain and woke up, he was shocked to find that his hands and feet were tied, like a commodity placed horizontally between the humps of a camel. Every time the camel bumped, it stimulated the wound on his waist. It was so painful that the beads of sweat on his forehead immediately fell down. Li Wanyu immediately realized that before he fainted, the figures he saw were not the reinforcements he expected. It seemed to be different from what he imagined. He resisted the pain and did not let himself groan. He pretended to be unconscious and secretly looked around. He saw that he was in a camel caravan. His beloved horse, Sasha Luzi, was also tied behind the camel and was moving forward with the camel caravan. The people on the camels around him were obviously not good people. Their ferocious appearance, the weapons at their waists. In addition to his current tied-up appearance, Li Wanyu immediately thought of a word: desert bandits. Li Wanyu could not help but secretly complain in his heart. He was too damn unlucky to fall into the hands of these vicious desert bandits. He was afraid that he would suffer. While he was thinking about how to get away, he heard someone talking in the camel caravan. "Big brother, this kid doesn't have a single copper coin on him, but this golden token should still be worth some money. In addition, His horse is a good horse. I estimate that it can be sold to those profiteers for a lot of money. Li Wanyo's heart skipped a beat. He knew that things were not good. The golden token that the man mentioned was most likely the goldfish talisman that represented his identity as a county duke of the Tang dynasty. His identity information was on it. If this group of desert bandits knew his true identity, he was afraid that it would be even more troublesome. Li Wanyu did not think that these lawless desert bandits would treat him with courtesy just because he was the county duke of the Tang dynasty. Before he led the army into the desert, he had heard about these desert bandits from the guides in Dunhuang County. Not only were they not afraid of the government army, but even the officials of the Tang dynasty had been attacked and kidnapped by them. Anyway, if the Tang army wanted to encircle them, they would retreat to the vast desert. As long as they could not find their nest, even the Tang army would find it difficult to exterminate them in the desert. While Li Wanyu was worried, he heard the man continue to say, "Big brother, what is written on this golden token? Damn it, you're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Do you want me to tie you up and bring back a poor man to teach you how to read?" When Li Wanyu heard this, he suddenly felt relieved. Thanks to the poor education level of the Tang dynasty, illiterates were everywhere. It seemed that it was not without benefits. A group of desert bandits actually did not have a single literate person. This saved him a lot of trouble. Chapter 10:11. Just as Li Wanyu was rejoicing that the group of desert bandits were all illiterate, the conversation between the desert bandits made his chrysanthemum tighten. "Big brother, why do you want to bring this kid back? Why don't you just kill him?" The desert bandit who spoke before spoke again. The bandit leader spat at that person. "Bah, what do you know? This kid's skin was soft and tender, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He was also a valuable commodity. After a while, when those barbarian merchants come to collect the goods, we'll sell this kid and his horse to those merchants." "This kid can also be sold for money? Why would those barbarian merchants buy him?" "Huh, you don't know. The Persians like men, even more so than the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this kid is exotic in Persia. He's even more popular." TSK, there's such a thing? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have killed those hostages. Wouldn't that be a waste? Waste my ass. Those people are either old or have thick skin and are unbearably vulgar. Why would the barbarian merchants be willing to spend money to buy them? What's the point of keeping them? Big brother is indeed wise. Haha, looks like this hunting trip wasn't in vain. Tell the brothers to be more careful these days. Don't go out hunting for the time being. Now that the Tang army has crossed the border to attack the western regions, we shouldn't ask for trouble. Don't worry, big brother, we won't touch the tigers, but... All right, big brother, this kid isn't also from the Tang army, is he? The bandit leader shook his head. That's impossible. The scouts reported that the nearest Tang army is still 100 miles away. If he's from the Tang army, he can't run that far alone. Looking at this kid's delicate appearance, he's probably a young master from some aristocratic family, thinking that the desert is a place to go for an outing, and came here to die. Who cares who he is? In short, since he's fallen into our hands, it's not up to him. Haha, that's right, that's the truth. The group of desert bandits spoke happily, but Li Wanyu's heart was cold. If what these bandits said was true, and he was sold to Persia as a prostitute, then he'd rather kill himself. For the next few days, Li Wanyu was thinking about how to escape, but those desert bandits didn't give him any chance at all, other than feeding him some food and water to ensure that he wouldn't starve to death. He didn't pay any attention to him at all. When the desert bandits were resting, they would tie him up like a dumpling with cowhide rope, making him unable to move at all. In the eyes of the desert bandits, Li Wanyu was just a commodity. This made Li Wanyu, who had prepared a bellyful of excuses to fool these desert bandits, unable to use them. He felt aggrieved and uncomfortable. The desert bandits wandered around the desert for a few days before returning to their lair. Li Wanyu was still tied up and thrown on the camel's back like a cargo. When he crossed the top of the last sand dune, the scenery in front of him made Li Wanyu feel refreshed. What a tranquil and serene desert lake. Below the sand dune, tens of thousands of malin flowers were in full bloom around the lake. The lake water was clear and bright, and wild ducks, gray cranes, and swans were flying up and down on the lake, adding a bit of vitality. There was a camp by the lake, which was obviously the lair of the desert bandits. Li Wanyu cursed in his heart. It was a pity that such a magnificent desert lake was actually occupied by these damned desert bandits. It was really a waste of God's gift. Now, that Li Wanyu couldn't even take care of himself, he could only say a few words of regret in his heart. As for what would happen next, he had no idea. But as the saying goes, there is no story without coincidences. Li Wanyu didn't expect that in the desert bandits' camp, he would actually meet the father and daughter that he and Su Changqing had saved from the hands of Wu Shiqiang's two disappointing sons when they left home to travel to Lizhou. And it was precisely this father and daughter pair that had temporarily saved Li Wanyu, preventing him from being sold to the Persian merchants like Shah Luzi. This father and daughter pair, after leaving Lizhou, took the 10 taels of gold that Wu Shiqiang had given them as compensation and prepared to seek refuge with their relatives. But their relatives died unexpectedly, and the father and daughter pair had no choice but to run to Dunhuang County, planning to make a living here. Ever since Dunhuang County was established as a trade hub, it became more and more prosperous. There was an endless stream of people from the Central Plains who came to make a living here. In the end, this father and daughter pair didn't even have time to settle down in Dunhuang County before they met with desert bandits halfway. That woman was called Du Qing, and she was harassed by Wu Shiqiang's two sons back then. Naturally, she had some beauty. Du Qing was valued by the leader of the desert bandits and was directly snatched back to be his wife. As a weak woman, Du Qing could only helplessly enter the bandits' lair to protect herself. When Li Wanyu was captured by the desert bandits and brought back to their lair, Du Qing recognized at a glance the benefactor that had saved her and her father a few years ago in Lizhou. Thus, Du Qing lied and said that Li Wanyu was her younger brother. Li Wanyu also took advantage of the situation and named himself Du Fu, acknowledging this sister. The leader of the desert bandits doted on the woman he had snatched, so he didn't continue to make things difficult for Li Wanyu and allowed him to stay in the desert bandits' camp beside Swan Lake. Of course, even if Li Wanyu escaped the fate of being sold to Persia, his life in the desert bandits' camp was also difficult. Those desert bandits completely treated him as a servant, ordering him around and ordering him to do things. They would beat and scold him at every turn. As for eating and drinking, they were leftovers, barely surviving. Fortunately, Li Wanyu's brain was considered smart. After recovering from the injury between his ribs, he immediately asked Du Qing for help to think of a way to get him some wine. There were many wild grapes beside Swan Lake. Li Wanyu picked some and tried to make wine with them. After confirming that the wine was good, Li Wanyu asked Du Qing to give the wine to the leader of the desert bandits to taste. He said that he knew how to make wine and was willing to make these good wines for the desert bandits. The desert bandits naturally loved wine. After tasting such good wine, they were naturally overjoyed. Thus, Li Wanyu's life in the desert bandits' lair finally improved after being captured for a few months. The leader of the desert bandits specially ordered people to prepare a house for him to live in and make wine. At the same time, he didn't have to eat and eat. At least he could see some meat. And those desert bandits didn't punch and kick him at every turn. Li Wanyu's personal safety was finally guaranteed. But how could Li Wanyu be willing to give up like this? He was still worried about his unborn child and his wife, Su Changqing. At every moment, his mind was not thinking about how to escape from the hands of the desert bandits. In this matter, Du Qing couldn't help at all. She didn't have any freedom to speak of. She was just a captive that was being toyed with by the leader of the desert bandits. And to escape from the hands of more than 2,000 desert bandits in the vast desert was easier said than done. This desert, to Li Wanyu, was an island prison with nowhere to escape. Even if he risked his life to escape from the desert bandits' lair, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to cross the desert and find his way home. Under such helplessness, Li Wanyu was trapped in the desert bandits' lair for more than a year. Until one day, when he went out to collect wild grapes as usual, he chanced upon something. Finally, he found a glimmer of hope to escape from the desert bandits' lair. Chapter 10:12. Li Wanyu did not expect that there would be rubber grass in the desert bandits' lair, Swan Lake. In fact, he did not know about rubbergrass. After all, not many people in later generations had seen this kind of thing. Even the name rubbergrass, Li Wanyu occasionally saw it when surfing the internet. It was not until that day when he collected wild grapes and brought them back to the Desert Bandits' camp to prepare wine that he noticed that the corner of his clothes was rubbed with some milky, white, gelatinous substance. He wanted to wipe it with his hand, but found that the gelatinous substance had solidified, and this kind of elastic solid substance made Li Wangyu's mind immediately flash a lightning. Natural rubber. In the Desert Bandits' camp, of course, natural rubber would not appear inexplicably. The only possibility was that when he went out to collect wild grapes by the lake, his clothes were rubbed with the gelatinous substance of the rubbergrass. After it solidified, this small piece of natural rubber was left. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu immediately rushed out of the Desert Bandits' camp like a whirlwind and ran to the area where he had collected wild grapes. After a careful search, Li Wanyu finally found a plant that looked like a dandelion. One of the stem veins had been broken, and there was also a milky, white, elastic, gelatinous substance on it. Li Wanyu was overjoyed. After confirming the appearance of the rubbergrass, he searched around and found a lot of rubbergrass. This unexpected surprise suddenly gave Li Wanyu hope of escape. He had been caught by the Desert Bandits for a year. His wife in Chang, and should have already given birth to his child. The idea of going home was always stimulating him, almost driving him crazy. Li Wanyu took the opportunity to make wine for the Desert Bandits and secretly collected a lot of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal to make some explosives. He even thought of using these explosives to threaten the Desert Bandit leader in exchange for a chance to escape. But when he calmed down, he had no choice but to give up this almost suicidal idea. In any case, as long as he was alive, there was hope to go home. The unexpected discovery of the rubbergrass immediately reminded Li Wanyu of the sandboat that he and Su Changqing had come up with when the army was crossing the desert. When Su Changqing was traveling in North America, he had seen people playing with this strange thing called a sandboat in the desert. Simply put, a sandboat was like a sailboat sailing in the desert. Its structure was also very simple. The lower part was a wooden board with 4 rubber wheels, and above it was a sail supported by a movable mast. Piloting a sandboat was like piloting a sailboat, using the wind to propel the sandboat to move quickly in the desert. With the help of the wind, the sandboat could even reach a speed of 80 kilometers per hour in the desert. In the end, Li Wanyu did not choose to use the sandboats as a tool for the army to cross the desert. However, because they did not have rubber tires, they could only give up. Now that he had found rubbergrass in the desert robbers' camp, it meant that he could collect natural rubber to make tires and use the sandboat as a tool to escape the desert robbers' camp. As long as he grasped the right timing, even if those desert bandits died of exhaustion, they would not be able to catch up to him. After all, when a camel ran, its fastest speed was only about 40 kilometers per hour, and it did not last long. As long as there was wind, the sand boat could travel with the wind and quickly escape. Now, there were only 2 problems that needed to be solved. The first was how to collect rubber to make tires. The second was that he did not know how to operate a sail, so he needed to slowly figure it out. However, these 2 problems were not difficult. First, he did not need the inflatable tires of the future. He only needed to make 4 elastic solid tires. Although natural rubber that had not been treated was not resistant to aging, this did not affect Li Wanyu. He made the tires only for escaping and did not need to use them for a long time. The only way he could think of was to make a few tire molds, and then collect rubbergrass glue every day and inject it into the molds to let it solidify into natural rubber. When the glue filled the molds, the result would be a round natural rubber tire. Although the tire made this way would definitely be very weak in terms of strength and durability, Li Wanyu did not care so much. As for learning how to operate a sail, he had also thought of a way. Swan Lake covered a large area, and there was a large amount of fish resources in the lake. However, these desert bandits were lazy people. Otherwise, they would not rely on robbery for a living. Therefore, they naturally would not do something like fishing. Therefore, Li Wanyu asked Du Qing to help plead with the desert bandit leader. He was willing to go into the lake to fish for the desert bandits to improve their meals. Naturally, the desert bandits would not refuse such a thing. In any case, Swan Lake was surrounded by a vast desert, so there was no need to worry about Li Wanyu escaping with the boat. The desert bandit leader happily agreed to Li Wanyu's request. He also asked the artisans they had captured in the camp to build a small boat according to Li Wanyu's request. Unlike the traditional boat of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu asked the artisans to install a sail on the boat. His goal was very simple. He wanted to use the opportunity of helping the desert bandits fish to practice how to operate sail. Li Wanyu had never touched a sail before. When he first started practicing, the sailboat was not obedient at all and kept spinning in the water. This made the desert bandits treat it as a joke. They pointed at it and made fun of it. He did not care about the desert bandits' mockery. Every day, he repeatedly went to the lake to practice steering the boat. He also collected rubber grass by the lake and injected it into the tire mold. After practicing for almost half a year, Li Wanyu's ability to operate a sail had reached the point of perfection. The 4 rubber tires had also been completed. The conditions for escaping were finally ripe. He originally wanted to take Du Qing and his daughter with him to escape. However, after Du Qing learned of his escape plan, he shook his head and refused. "Duke, if you take me and my father, you will have 2 more burdens. We may not be able to escape from the hands of the desert bandits. I am willing to stay behind and cover for Duke and wait here for Duke to lead the army to save me." Li Wanyu knew that Du Qing's words were not wrong. If the sand boat carried 3 people, its speed would inevitably be slowed down a lot. Moreover, they would have to prepare food and water for 3 people, which would be heavier. Du Qing's father was also missing a leg. If he wanted to escape with them, it would be very inconvenient. Li Wanyu was not a hypocritical person. He immediately promised Du Qing, "Qingyang, don't worry. I, Li Wanyu, swear to the heavens that after I successfully escape back to the Tang dynasty, I will immediately lead the army to eliminate the desert bandits and rescue Qingyang. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death." Du Qing quickly bowed and said, "Duke, you are too serious. I naturally believe in Duke." Therefore, Li Wanyu finally chose to escape alone. But neither he nor Du Qing could have expected that less than 10 days after Li Wanyu successfully escaped from the desert bandits' camp, Cheng Yaojin, that old scoundrel, would lead the great Tang iron cavalry, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, swiftly exterminating the desert bandits and rescuing Du Qing and his daughter. In other words, if Li Wanyu had continued to stay in the desert bandits' camp, he would have been rescued and could return to Chang and to see his wife and child. However, fate made fools of people. Li Wanyu did not expect that because he had escaped 10 days earlier, he had escaped from the wolf's mouth and entered the tiger's den. Chapter 10:13. When Li Wanyu was ready, he used the excuse of going out to fish as an excuse and drove the small sailboat, which was very unusual in the eyes of the desert bandits, down the lake as usual. However, this time, the desert robber who was in charge of keeping watch at the bandit camp was shocked to find that Li Wanyu had actually steered the sailboat straight past Swan Lake and landed on the opposite shore. This kind of thing was naturally absolutely forbidden. The desert bandits immediately blew their copper whistles and loudly warned their companions in the desert bandits' camp. Not long after, hundreds of camels rushed out of the desert bandits' camp, went around Swan Lake, and rushed straight to the opposite shore. Li Wanyu also knew that his whereabouts would be exposed immediately, but he did not panic. He had carefully calculated that from the time the desert bandits rushed out of the camp to the time they drove the camels to the other side of the lake, it would take at least half an hour. And this time was enough for him to assemble the sand boat and escape with the help of the wind. After familiarizing himself with the sail, it became easy to drive the sand boat. When Li Wanyu had asked the craftsman to build the small sailboat, he had secretly installed 2 axles at the bottom of the boat. When he dragged the small sailboat up the sand, he directly installed the rubber tires and the sand boat was assembled. With the sail raised, the sand boat began to slowly accelerate under the push of the wind, and then it went faster and faster. But the desert bandits had never expected that before they went around the lake and caught Li Wangyu, they would be shocked to find that Li Wangyu was driving the small sailboat in the desert, and it was getting faster and faster. Not long after, they saw the white sail go around a sand dune and disappear in front of everyone's eyes. They had seen a ghost. A boat could travel in the desert? Many of the desert bandits rubbed their eyes hard, wondering if they were hallucinating. The scene in front of them had completely overturned the three views of the desert bandits. Some of the superstitious desert bandits had even turned over and got off their camels and began to kowtow in the direction of Li Wangyu's sandboat. Other than the gods in heaven, they could not imagine who else could drive a boat in the desert, and at such a fast speed as if the sand had turned into flowing water. This legendary scene fell into the eyes of the desert bandits, causing them to lose the courage to continue chasing. The desert bandits looked at each other and returned to the camp with waning interest, reporting to the desert bandit leader. The desert bandit leader naturally did not believe this kind of nonsense, but all of his subordinates had answered so firmly that he could not help but believe it. The suspicious desert bandit leader could only give up when faced with the fact that Li Wangyu had already escaped. Instead, he viciously tortured the pitiful Du Qing for a few days to vent his anger. But he did not expect that just a few days later, the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty would descend from the sky. Only then did the desert bandit leader understand that he had captured someone he couldn't afford to offend back then, which led to today's disaster. It was too late for regrets. When he learned that the young man who used the pseudonym Du Fu and was almost sold to Persia as a prostitute was actually His Highness Duke of Qin of the Tang dynasty, the desert bandit leader's vision suddenly darkened, and he almost fainted from fear. When Cheng Yaojin, the foppish lords, Niu Wu, and the others learned from Du Qing that Li Wangyu had actually driven a small boat and escaped from the desert bandits' lair several days ago, all of them were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. "Little Miss Du, are you sure you're not talking nonsense? That kid Zio really took a boat and escaped in the desert?" Cheng Chumo's face was full of shock. Cheng Yaojin's face was also full of disbelief. "How is this possible? I've lived all my life, but I've never heard of a boat that can sail out of water. Could it be that Dao Zio really has immortal magic?" Du Qing nodded with certainty. "I also don't know how His Highness Duke of Qin did it, but this is the truth. I dare not lie." Cheng Yaojin and the others looked at each other. Although they didn't believe in their hearts, they could only accept this fact. "Bastard, tell me clearly, where did His Highness Duke of Qin go?" Cheng Yaojin couldn't get anything out of Du Qing, so he vented his anger on the desert bandit leader. The horsewhip in his hand struck the desert bandit leader's face with a crisp crack. Immediately after, a line of blood blossomed on the bandit leader's face. The bandit leader howled in pain, but he didn't even dare to wipe the blood off his face. He kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Spare me, Lang Jun, spare me. I really don't know where His Highness Duke of Qin went." However, when His Highness Duke of Qin sailed the boat with immortal magic, the wind blew from the south. I reckon that His Highness Duke of Qin went to the Mabe Desert. He didn't dare to lie now. In order to survive, he naturally didn't hide anything. When Li Wangyu escaped from the desert bandit camp, he probably would have returned safely to the Tang dynasty if he had headed south. Unfortunately, although in the eyes of Pai Lupi and the other disciples, Li Wangyu was nothing more than an ordinary person from the future. At the very least, Li Wangyu didn't know how to survive in the wilderness or how to use the stars in the sky to determine one's position. Therefore, even though Li Wangyu had been captured and imprisoned in the desert bandit camp for more than a year, he still didn't know where exactly the bandit camp was. Therefore, when he escaped that day, he didn't deliberately choose the direction of the wind. And when he chose to escape, the wind blew from the south. Li Wangyu's sandboat sailed with the wind, and the direction he left in was indeed the north. Cheng Yaojin raised his head and looked towards the north, his expression uncertain. North of Swan Lake was the territory of the Shui Yintua Khanate. Strictly speaking, including Swan Lake, it was under the influence of the Shui Yintua Khanate. If Li Wangyu really went to the Shui Yintua Khanate, then it would be troublesome. At the very least, Cheng Yaojin couldn't lead 20,000 troops to the Shui Yintua Khanate to find Li Wangyu. Mi Tuo also saw Cheng Yaojin's hesitation and immediately said, Lu Guogong, I'm afraid we can only quickly report this matter to His Majesty and ask His Majesty to send an envoy to ask Shui Yintuo to help find Qin Wang. Cheng Yaojin pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement with Mi Tuo's suggestion. The army rested for a day at Swan Lake. Cheng Yaojin ordered people to burn down the desert bandit camp and escorted the bandits back to the Tang dynasty. Actually, with the temperament of Niu Wu and the other playboys, they couldn't wait to chop off the heads of all the desert bandits. However, Cheng Yaojin stopped them. A year ago, if Li Wanyu wasn't accidentally captured by the desert bandits, he might have died in the desert with Sha Luzi. From this point of view, these desert bandits could be considered meritorious. It was also because of this that Cheng Yaojin spared the lives of these desert bandits. Of course, although they could avoid death, they couldn't escape punishment. These desert bandits would definitely be exiled to hard labor. To a certain extent, it could be said that they were better off dead. Not to mention how Cheng Yaojin would deal with these desert bandits. When the news was sent back to Chang and City, Pai Lupi was overjoyed again. Although they hadn't found Li Wanyu, at least they could confirm that Li Wanyu was still alive. Pai Lupi immediately ordered Tang Jian's son, Tang Songling, to set off immediately to Shui Yintuo. He ordered the Shui Yintuo Khanate to send people to search for Li Wanyu in the North Desert and safely send him back to the Tang dynasty. Currently, the relationship between Shui Yintuo and the Tang dynasty could be considered harmonious. In the third year of Jingguan, Pai Lupi conferred the title of Jinju Pika Khan to the leader of Shui Yintuo. Therefore, in the eyes of the emperor and the ministers of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yintuo would definitely not refuse the request of the Tang dynasty. However, Pai Lupi and the ministers didn't know that when Tang Songling, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites, was ordered to set off from Chang and City to the North Desert, the Shui Yintuo Khanate was also searching for Li Wanyu everywhere. My frozen shoulder caused my arm to be really sore yesterday. I didn't have the heart to write and didn't update for a day. I'm really sorry. Chapter 10:14. Li Wanyu's escape from the desert bandits' lair on the sandboat was rather smooth. In order to successfully escape and avoid the pursuit of the desert bandits, Li Wanyu specifically chose a windy day. After the sandboat's sails were filled with wind, it propelled the sandboat towards the north at an unparalleled speed. With an average speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, the sandboat ran wildly across the desert for 4 to 5 hours. When the sun was setting in the west, Li Wanyu was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually run out of the desert and entered a vast grassland. In fact, the desert bandits' lair was very close to the Xianxia Khanate in the north, and the speed of the sandboat was so fast that it only took half a day for Li Wanyu to leave the desert area. Suddenly entering the grassland where cattle and sheep could be seen in the wind from the vast desert, Li Wanyu could not help but feel refreshed. He could not help but roar a few times to vent his excitement. As long as he left the desert, he would be able to find the way home. The sandboat was powered by the sails and had solid rubber tires. Therefore, even on the grassland, it was still able to move at high speed under the power of the wind. However, the sky was getting dark. Li Wanyu did not dare to wander around in the dark in this unfamiliar grassland. He simply lowered the sails and stopped the sandboat, preparing to spend the night here. When dawn came tomorrow, he would think of a way to find a place with signs of human habitation and inquire about the way back to Chang. For this escape, Li Wanyu, with the help of Du Qing, had stored a lot of supplies on the sandboat. Food and water were enough for him to eat for many days. Even the gunpowder that he had secretly made was all brought along by Li Wanyu. He put the gunpowder into several fist-sized clay bottles and made them into homemade hand grenades for self-defense. When needed, he only needed to ignite the fuse and then throw out the clay bottles. Li Wanyu even secretly collected a lot of iron nails and crushed stones and stuffed them into the clay bottles to increase the lethality of the homemade hand grenades. This was also the only weapon he could rely on for self-defense, beside the small knife. After Li Wanyu parked the sandboat, he immediately lit a bonfire to drive away the wild beasts that might appear at night. After casually eating some dry rations and drinking a few mouthfuls of the wild grape wine that he had brewed himself, Li Wanyu felt a deep sense of fatigue. He had just escaped from the desert bandits and driven the sand boat for more than half a day. He was already exhausted and his eyelids were heavy. After adding more fuel to the bonfire, Li Wanyu climbed back into the sand boat, curled up in the small sand boat, and fell asleep. In his dream, he seemed to have returned to Dingzhou village. His beautiful boss was holding his child and welcoming his return with a smile like a flower at the entrance of the village. Li Wanyu shuddered and woke up from his dream, as if his sixth sense was warning him. Outside the sand boat, the grassland was so quiet that it made Li Wanyu's heart beat faster. The sound of insects and birds seemed to have been silenced by someone in an instant and could not be heard at all. Li Wanyu suddenly sat up and looked around. Then, his body stiffened as if he had been electrocuted. On the dark grassland outside the sand boat, there were balls of green ghost fire that appeared out of nowhere. These ghost fire that seemed to have appeared from hell made Li Wanyu's hair stand on end. Immediately, Li Wanyu's back was covered in a layer of white sweat. What surrounded the sand boat was not ghost fire, but a pair of ferocious eyes of wild wolves. Looking around, there were at least 50 wolves that formed a pack. It was unknown when they had silently surrounded the sand boat. If not for the fact that Li Wanyu's bonfire had not yet been extinguished, which made the pack of wolves slightly afraid, the pack of wolves would have already swarmed up and devoured Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu's subconscious reaction was to immediately pull up the sails of the sand boat and escape with the help of the wind. But when Li Wanyu carefully raised the sails without alerting the pack of wolves, his heart became even colder. The raised sails hung weakly on the mast, not moving in the slightest by the wind. Li Wanyu then noticed that the wind on the grassland had stopped at some point. His heart almost jumped out of his throat. After silently cursing in his heart, he grabbed a few pottery bottles and took out a match, ready to fight with his life. Li Wanyu did not have the slightest confidence that a few homemade grenades would be able to scare away the pack of wolves. Even if he was given an assault rifle from the future, he would not dare to say that he could escape from the wolves. Facing a pack of hungry wolves on the grassland, the strength of an individual was too insignificant. Not to mention him, even if that old hooligan Cheng Yaojin came, he would still have to kneel. Li Wanyu only felt desolate in his heart. It was not easy to escape from the desert bandit's lair, but he had sent himself into the wolf's mouth. The bonfire was still burning weakly. Li Wanyu shrank into the sand boat, not daring to breathe too loudly for fear of alerting the pack of wolves. And the pack of wolves seemed to be afraid of the flickering flames. They only surrounded the sand boat, but did not launch an attack. Both sides were in a stalemate. Time passed by minute. The bonfire burning beside the sand boat was clearly getting weaker due to the lack of fuel. It was about to go out. Li Wanyu secretly gritted his teeth. He silently gripped the bomb and knife in his hand, ready to fight to the death. But just as he took out a match with the determination to drag a few wolves down with him, and was about to ignite the bomb, Li Wanyu was shocked to find that the flame of the match in his hand began to flicker. He was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. The wind was blowing. Li Wanyu looked up at the mast above his head. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the originally soft and drooping sail was now slightly bulging. The sand boat below him was now making a slight creaking sound and began to sway slightly. Heaven never bars one's way. Li Wanyu was silently cursing heaven in his heart before, but now he wished he could give heaven a thumbs up. The weather on the grassland changed very quickly. The wind slowly became stronger and stronger, and the frequency of the sand boat swaying also became faster. Li Wanyu no longer hesitated. He quickly grabbed 2 clay pots, put them on a match, lit the fuse, and immediately threw them to the left and right. He now needed to buy some time for himself to escape. After all, the sand boat was not a car. Using the wind to propel, it also needed a certain amount of time to accelerate. When the 2 homemade grenades exploded in the middle of the wolf pack without warning, the sudden loud explosion, the sudden burst of fire in the dark night, and the miserable howls of the injured wolves, all of these startled the wolves that were eyeing them covetously. The wolf pack that was originally quietly surrounding the sand boat like hunters, ready to attack at any time, suddenly became chaotic because of the impact of the two bombs. Li Wanyu did not hesitate. He immediately jumped off the sandboat and pushed the sandboat with all his strength. This sandboat, used to escape because of the limited conditions, could be said to be quite rough. Under the dual effect of Li Wanyu's hard push and the sail, the sandboat swayed a few times. Finally, it slowly moved forward and gradually accelerated. Li Wanyu pushed the sandboat for 2 steps and then jumped back into the sandboat again. At this moment, the grassland was still dark. He did not care where the wind would take him. As long as he could escape from the wolf pack, he would be thankful. When the sandboat finally started to run again under the push of the wind, the wolf pack that was previously in chaos because of the bomb attack also reacted at this moment. Accompanied by several wolf howls, the wolf pack immediately followed the sandboat and chased after it. Chapter 10:15. Li Wanyu had never expected that the wolves on the grassland could run so fast. When he drove the sandboat and rushed out of the wolf encirclement while the wolves were in chaos due to the explosion, the wolves chased after him. Their speed was so fast that Li Wanyu felt his scalp tingle. How could he know that wolves could run at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour? What was even more frightening was that wolves had excellent endurance and could maintain a high-speed running state for more than 20 kilometers. Although the wind was blowing on the grassland, the wind was not strong. Under the push of the wind, the sandboat was not slow, but it could not get rid of the wolves. At this time, the sky was already turning white. With the help of the faint light, Li Wanyu looked at the wolves behind the sandboat that were getting closer and closer. He could not help but secretly complain. The only thing that could stop the wolves now was the homemade grenades in his arms. However, these grenades were only made from materials that he had secretly collected from the desert bandits' camp. The number of grenades was quite limited. In order to break out of the encirclement, he threw out 2 grenades. Now he only had 4 or 5 grenades left. Seeing the wolves getting closer and closer, he could even clearly see the saliva hanging from the sharp fangs in the wild wolves' mouths. Li Wanyu did not care so much. He lit a grenade with a match and threw it at the wolves behind him again. After a loud bang, 5 or 6 wild wolves that were closest to him were directly thrown away by the explosion. But the rest of the wolves were only in chaos for a while. Their eyes were fierce, and they chased even more closely. Li Wanyu was also excited at this moment. He fiercely lit another grenade and threw it out. He roared, "Bastards, you want to eat my meat? Come on, come on, let's see who will die first." After throwing out several grenades in succession until there was only 1 grenade left, the wolves finally stopped chasing so closely. After killing more than a dozen wild wolves in a row, even the ferocious wolves had a trace of fear. But even so, the wolves still did not intend to give up. They only slightly distanced themselves from the sandboat and stayed far behind. Li Wanyu finally heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the wolves were no longer approaching. At this moment, he felt his legs go soft. He leaned against the mast of the sandboat and sat down. As long as the wolves didn't chase too closely, Li Wanyu was confident that he could escape the wolves' pursuit. After all, the sandboat wouldn't get tired. As long as there was wind, it could keep running. No matter how ferocious the wolves were, they were still made of flesh and blood. Even if he could run for a long time, the wolves would not be able to bear it and would have to give up on chasing him. However, Li Wanyu had overlooked one point, and that was the weight of the sandboat. The sandboat under his feet was just a modified version of a small sailboat. The craftsmen in the desert bandit camp were asked to install the axle at the bottom of the ship. It was only a wooden axle made by the craftsmen themselves. It was already a miracle that such a simple sandboat could carry Li Wanyu across the vast desert. At this moment, the sandboat continued to move at high speed on the grassland under the push of the wind. The wooden axle could no longer hold on. When the sky began to brighten, Li Wanyu rejoiced that he had managed to escape. But then, the sandboat beneath him emitted a light cracking sound. The wooden axle broke. The sandboat that was moving at high speed immediately capsized. Caught off guard, Li Wanyu was directly thrown out. The violent impact almost made Li Wanyu faint. Fortunately, the grassland soil was soft. Coupled with the thick pasture as a buffer, he didn't suffer too serious injuries. Li Wanyu was dizzy from the fall. It took him a long time to react to what had happened. He turned his head to look at the broken axle and the overturned sand boat. After cursing in his heart, he grabbed the last grenade. The sand boat overturned. There was no possibility of escape. The only thing he could do was to wait for the wolves to pounce on him and ignite the grenade. It was better than being bitten to death by a group of wolves. The wolves naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. They immediately rushed toward Li Wanyu. Looking at the wolves getting closer and closer, Li Wanyu was silent. He took out a fire roll from his arms and stared at the wolves getting closer and closer. Seeing the wolves rushing toward him like lightning, Li Wanyu could even vaguely smell the stench of the wolves. "Wife, see you in the next life. Take care of our children." Li Wanyu glared at them. The veins on his neck bulged. After a roar, he was about to ignite the grenade in his hand and die together with the wolves. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the next second, the few wild wolves that were running at the front fell to the ground head first, and on their bodies, there were a few quivering arrows stuck in their bodies. Li Wanyu was pleasantly surprised. He turned his head to look and saw 7 or 8 horses galloping over. There were several riders on the horses. They were drawing their bows and shooting arrows at the wolves. "I'm saved." When this thought popped up in Li Wanyu's mind, his originally tense mind relaxed. After that, his entire body was filled with pain and extreme fatigue. Li Wanyu's vision couldn't help but turn black before he fainted. When he opened his eyes again and came to his senses, he realized that he was in a tent. The injuries he had suffered from the overturned sandboat had also been carefully bandaged with medicine. To be able to escape from the jaws of a wolf, Li Wanyu was extremely grateful to the person who had saved him. But even now, he still didn't know who had saved him. Before he fainted, he vaguely saw that the person who had saved him wasn't dressed like a Tang. He was probably a nomad from the grassland. Li Wanyu drove the sandboat out of the desert. After entering the vast grassland, he wondered if he had run to the grassland of Inner Mongolia. Now, it seemed that he was right. He recalled that in the early years of the Tang dynasty, Mabe still belonged to the Shui Yinta Khanate. So, the person who had saved him should be someone from Shui Yinta. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu couldn't help but feel happy. After all, in the early years of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yinta had a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. The leader of Shui Yinta was a barbarian. He often offered horses, cows, sheep, camels, and minks as tribute to the Tang dynasty. If he had run to the territory of Shui Yinta, it would be easy for the barbarian to ask for help from Shui Yinta and return to the Tang dynasty. While he was thinking about these things, the tent lit up. Someone opened the tent and walked in. Li Wanyu immediately struggled to get up and thank the person. "Thank you for saving me. I'm a Tang. My surname is Wanyu. How should I address you?" He didn't dare to report his identity directly, so he was still cautious. Although the other party had saved him and bandaged his wounds, Li Wanyu still had some reservations because he was in an unfamiliar environment. The person who had come was a capable middle-aged man. Just by looking at his hairstyle, Li Wanyu could confirm that his previous guess was correct. Shave hairstyle, which was characterized by shaving all or part of the hair on the top of the head, leaving only a small amount of hair on the temples or the forehead. This was the traditional hairstyle of the Tiela people, and Shui Yinta was a Khanate formed by the Tiela people. Seeing that Li Wanyu had woken up, the middle-aged Tiela man was also happy. He quickly went forward to support Li Wanyu and motioned him not to get up in case his wounds reopened. However, the first thing he said made Li Wanyu gloomy. Chapter 10:16 and yen at yen #% and. Li Wanyu couldn't understand a single word from the Tiela man, which made him depressed. There was still a long way to go to promote Mandarin. The two sides couldn't communicate with each other because of the language barrier. Li Wanyu suddenly thought of something. Why didn't Su Changqing encounter any language barrier when he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty? After all, his soul had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and inherited the memories of the original owner of the body. However, Su Changqing's physical body had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. Why could he understand the language of the Tang people? The official language of the Tang dynasty was based on the Sui dynasty's Qianyun, which was called Hanin or Qinin. The difference between the Mandarin of the Middle Ages and the Mandarin of the future was almost like a foreign language. However, Su Changqing didn't have any language barrier when he transmigrated. This was very interesting. Did transmigration come with a translation system? While Li Wanyo's imagination was running wild, the Tieleman saw that the two of them were like chickens and ducks, unable to communicate at all. He stood up, lifted the tent flap, and walked out. Not long after, the middle-aged Tieleman brought back a young Tieleman. Honorable guest, the Huertes welcome you. The young Tieleman could speak fluent Hanin, which made Li Wanyu overjoyed. You can speak Hanin? That's great. I'm a Tang person, surnamed Li, and my name is Wanyu. Thank you for saving me. Li Wanyu struggled to get up again and saluted the two Tielemen. The young Tieleman quickly helped him up, his eyes shining with admiration and respect. Honorable guest, please don't be so polite. It's our honor to be able to help you. You're a true warrior. Even the strongest warrior of the Tiela people might not be able to kill so many wolves on your own. Without waiting for Li Wanyu to speak, he continued excitedly. I brought some people to follow the direction of the wolf pack and actually found a total of 26 wild wolf corpses. I've already brought all the wolf corpses back, and I'm getting someone to help you make the wolf skins. Hearing this, Li Wanyu couldn't help but open his mouth wide, not knowing how to answer. Could it be that the Tiela people thought that he had killed those wolves with his bare hands? This was a huge misunderstanding. His guess was correct. When he was about to lose his life to the wolves, it was the Tiela tribesmen of the Huert tribe who had descended from the heavens and saved him. After the Tiela people killed a few wolves, the wolves immediately retreated. The wolves on the grassland were always cunning. They would never fight against the Tiela people in groups. They would only attack the herdsmen, cattle, and sheep that were left behind. After saving Li Wanyu, some of the Tiela tribesmen followed the direction of the wolf pack for a while. To their surprise, they found 26 dead wolves that had been killed by the explosion. When they brought the wolf corpses back to the tribe, it immediately caused an uproar. In the eyes of the Tiela people, Li Wanyu didn't have any weapons other than a small knife. However, he was actually able to kill so many wolves single-handedly under such circumstances. This naturally attracted the admiration of the Huert tribesmen. It was also because of this beautiful misunderstanding that the unconscious Li Wanyu was treated as the most honorable guest by the Huert tribe, who believed in the wolf totem. He also received the best treatment and care. The Tiela people who had never seen the power of firearms would never have thought that someone could use gunpowder to kill so many wolves. The young Tiela people's faces were full of admiration. They didn't even give Li Wanyu a chance to speak as they kept talking. 26 wolf skins are worth a lot of money. It's a pity that many of the skins were badly damaged and even burned by the fire. They'll depreciate a lot. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes in his heart. Wasn't this nonsense? How could a wolf that had been killed by a grenade still have its fur intact? While Li Wanyu was thinking about how to explain this misunderstanding, the Tieleman took out a string of items from his bosom and put them on Li Wanyu's neck without any explanation. Li Wanyu took a closer look and found that it was actually a necklace made of wolf fangs. Tisk, that's amazing. 26 wolf fangs. Even the strongest warriors in the Huert tribe don't have that many wolf fangs. If you go out, the most beautiful girls in the tribe will be willing to enter your tent. Li Wanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He vaguely remembered that the Tiela people seemed to worship the wolf totem. It was the greatest glory to hang the fangs of the wolves that they had killed with their own hands. The Tiela people in front of him all had different numbers of wolf fangs hanging around their necks. This was obviously the Tiela people's medal of honor. Including the wolf skins, they were all popular goods in the Xianxia Khanate, so it wasn't strange. Li Wanyu only felt that since the Tiela people worshipped the wolf totem, why would they take the honor of killing wolves as a form of honor? Why did this logic feel weird? As for the Tiela people's misunderstanding, Li Wanyu didn't plan to explain it clearly for the time being. After all, although these Chela people saved him and didn't seem to have any bad intentions, he was alone in this unfamiliar environment. It wasn't a bad thing for others to misunderstand his martial arts value. Through this talkative young man in front of him, Li Wanyu understood many things. This tribe called Hewart was a small Tiela tribe in the Xianxia Khanate. The middle-aged Tiela man was the leader of the Hewart tribe, Xianxia. The talkative young man was called Adai. Li Wanyu couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing his self-introduction. What kind of lousy name is this? Taking advantage of others? Adai? Father? The Tiela people didn't have surnames, only names. Using Adai's words in the Tiela language, Adai meant boss, the same meaning as the Tang people called him Dalong. Adai! Li Wanyu hesitated, but still didn't want to be taken advantage of by Adai, so he smiled and said, "Why don't I call you Dalong?" "Sure." Ague didn't have any objections as he nodded his head in agreement. "Li Wanyu, we have also towed your car back. However, we didn't find the animal that pulled the carriage. It was probably eaten by the wolves or ran away. But it's okay. Our Hewer tribe has plenty of horses. Jie will give you 2 good horses later." He and the other Chela people all thought that Li Wanyu's sandboat was a strangely shaped carriage. Li Wanyu didn't know how to explain what a sandboat was, so he could only smile and thank Adai. It was a good thing that the sandboat could be found. Presumably, the Hewer tribe also had craftsmen who could help him repair the damaged sandboat. On the grassland, as long as there was wind, the sandboat could travel faster and more easily than riding a horse. It was indeed a good means of transportation. The chief of the Hewart tribe, Xianxia, asked Adai to tell Li Wanyu that he could rest assured and recuperate in the tribe. The Hewart tribe welcomed a distinguished guest like Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu thanked Chief Xianxia again and accepted the Tiela people's hospitality. No matter how anxious he was and how much he wanted to rush back to Chang, and falling from the high-speed sandboat did indeed cause him serious injuries. He needed time to heal. While the 3 of them were chatting, the tent flap was opened again. A young lady from the Hewart tribe walked in with a ceramic bowl. After exchanging a few words with her, Ague placed the bowl in front of Li Wanyu. "This is my younger sister, Yeruo. She personally cooked the meat soup for you. Quick, try it." Li Wanyu smiled and thanked him. He didn't stand on ceremony and picked up the bowl. He was indeed starving. After smelling the aroma of the food, he drooled even more. He couldn't wait to put a spoonful of meat soup into his mouth. In the next second, Li Wanyu couldn't help but frown. Chapter 10:17. Li Wanyu did not expect that the bowl of meat soup in his hand, which smelled so tempting, did not have any taste of salt. The meat soup without salt was not only not delicious, but also had a strong smell of blood in it. Even though Li Wanyu had suffered a lot in the desert robbers camp in the past year, eating plain tea and even leftovers, he still found it hard to swallow such a bowl of meat soup. But facing Chief Shi, Ague, and Yuruo's expectant eyes, Li Wanyu could only pinch his nose, resist the feeling of nausea, and gulp down the bowl of meat soup. After Yuruo left happily with the empty bowl in her hand, Li Wanyu asked Adi weakly, "Dalong, why didn't you put any salt in the meat soup? Is it a habit of the Tiela people?" Ague nodded naturally. "Salt? Why should we put salt? When we Tiela people eat, we never put salt. Only you Tangs need to eat salt. You'll get sick if you don't eat salt, but we Tiela people are not like that." Then Ague patted his head in hindsight. I forgot that you are a Tang. You need to eat salt, but we don't have any salt in our tribe. What should we do?" Li Wanyu held his forehead and was speechless. He remembered that he seemed to have read a saying in the later generations. It was said that the grassland people did not eat salt. Of course, people could not eat salt. The grassland people were not supermen who could not absorb the substances that were indispensable to human physiology from salt. The grassland people did not eat salt because they used beef and mutton as their staple food. When they processed the food, they would cook it with blood and animal milk, which contained more salt than plants. Therefore, they could absorb the salt that the human body needed. Of course, the grassland people did not eat salt. One of the important reasons was that there was almost no salt in the grassland. Although in the later generations, including Inner Mongolia, There were all kinds of mineral salt and lake salt. At least in the Tang dynasty, there was almost no salt in the grassland. All the salt had to be transported from the Central Plains, so the price was naturally high. It was not something that ordinary herdsmen could afford. In this way, it was not strange that the grassland people developed the habit of not eating salt. However, not to mention whether this was enough to satisfy the physiological needs of the human body, just the taste of the cooked food was hard for Li Wanyu to accept. Salt was the most important of all flavors. Without salt as a seasoning, the food tasted like wax and was hard to swallow. However, since the Huru tribe didn't have any salt, Li Wanyu could only endure. After all, he was the one who needed help and was saved by the Huru tribe. How could he ask for more? If there was no salt, then there was no salt. He just had to bear with it. Li Wanyu estimated that the injuries on his body should be more or less healed after recuperating for about half a month. At that time, he would bid farewell to the Huru tribe and embark on his journey home. As for the Huru tribe, Li Wanyu planned to send someone to the Xianxia Khanate again after he returned to Chang, and send them a generous gift to express his gratitude. Seeing that Li Wanyu was silent, Adi continued, Li Wanyu, don't be anxious. In a few days, it will be the day of the big market. At that time, I will go in exchange for some salt. The talkative Adi continued to talk to himself. However, the salt in the grassland is too expensive. A sheep can only be exchanged for a small bag of salt. Bah, those damn profiteers should be eaten by wolves. When Li Wanyu heard this, he was stunned and asked, Is the salt in the grassland that expensive? Yes, it is that expensive. A sheep for a bag of salt, Adi said as he used his hand to measure the size of the bag. Li Wanyu did not expect that the salt in the grassland would be so expensive. Looking at Adi's description, a sheep could not even be exchanged for a liter of salt. This was really a sky-high price. He had read many time travel novels in his previous life. They all described that salt in the Tang dynasty was very expensive, and the pig trotters made a fortune by drying salt. However, after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu knew that the so-called lack of salt in the Tang dynasty was nonsense. Since ancient times, China did not lack salt. However, since the Han dynasty, there was a policy of salt and iron official camp. Only the government could sell salt. After that, the dynasties used this policy. Hence, selling salt became an extremely profitable industry. In some dynasties, half of the tax revenue came from salt. However, the price of salt in the Tang dynasty was not high at all. According to the New Tang book, Food Records, during the Tianbao period, salt was 10 coins per bushel. In other words, during the Tianbao period, a bushel of salt was only 10 coins. In the Tang dynasty, a bushel of salt was about 5 caddies. In other words, 5 caddies of salt was about 40 to 50 renminbi. It was really not expensive. Until the Tang dynasty, when the salt monopoly law was implemented. The imperial court monopolized salt, and the officials bought and sold it. As a result, the price of salt soared to 110 coins per bushel of salt, which was really unaffordable. It was also because of the high price of salt that a large number of illegal salt dealers appeared. Huang Chao, who hastened the demise of the Tang dynasty, was the birth of an illegal salt dealer. Therefore, to a certain extent, the price of salt also determined the fate of a country. Even in the late Tang dynasty, the price of 110 coins per bushel of salt was not as exaggerated as the price of salt in the grassland. In Chang, the price of a sheep was about 2 strings of coins. According to the prices in Chang, a sheep could be exchanged for 200 bushels of salt. However, in the grassland, it could not even be exchanged for a liter of salt. A huge profit of 2,000%. Li Wanyu cursed in his heart, as expected of a damned profiteer. Dalong, don't exchange for salt. I don't have to eat salt. Li Wanyu was embarrassed to let Adi exchange the sheep for high-priced salt. As a guest of the Huru tribe, how could he have the nerve to eat such expensive salt? Besides, after he woke up, although he did not leave the tent, just by looking at the furnishings in his tent, Li Wanyu knew that the Huru tribe was not rich either. According to Adi, this tent was the tent of the Shi Jie chief. However, Looking at the tent of the Hiru tribe chief, it was so simple and even a little shabby. How could Li Wanyu say that he wanted to eat salt? Hearing Li Wanyu say so, Adi did not insist. After all, he also felt the heartache of using the sheep to exchange for a little bit of salt. Under the warm invitation of the Jie chief and Adi, Li Wanyu peacefully stayed in the Hiru tribe to recuperate. When he fell from the sandboat, it was mainly some flesh wounds. It was fortunate that he did not hurt his bones. Therefore, after lying in the tent for a few days, he was able to get up and walk. On this day, Li Wanyu finally walked out of the tent with the help of Adi. He was ready to go out to bask in the sun and get some fresh air. After lying in the tent for a few days, he was really suffocated. Out of the tent, what appeared in front of Li Wanyu was a small tribe full of vitality. Under the blue sky, in the Hiru tribe, which was formed by dozens of tents, children were happily chasing each other. The men of the tribe were riding on horses and waving the leather whips in their hands, driving the herds of cattle and sheep. The women of the tribe were gathered in groups of 3 to 5, doing all kinds of housework and letting out bursts of bell-like laughter. Everything in front of him was so lively that Li Wanyu, who had escaped from the hands of the desert bandits and wolves with great difficulty, could not help but feel a lump in his throat and almost shed tears. When Li Wanyu was feeling emotional about life and felt that it was really good to be alive, he saw many young women of the Hiru tribe running in front of him. Without any explanation, they stuffed arrows with colorful ribbons into his arms. Even Adi's sister, Yeruo, did the same. Before Li Wanyu could react, these young women of the Hiru tribe covered their mouths and ran away, laughing secretly, leaving behind a confused Li Wanyu who did not know what was going on. Chapter 10:18. Ati laughed heartily at the side, making Li Wanyu very gloomy. He could only ask, "Dalong, what do you mean by this?" Haha, as I said before, if you appear in the tribe with these 26 wolf fangs, you will definitely attract the attention of the girls in the tribe. These feather arrows mean that they like you and are willing to spend the night in your tent. Ague's words almost caused Li Wanyu's jaw to drop. Spend the night? Wasn't the customs of the Hirut tribe a little too open? Whichever girl you like, you can hang the feather arrows she gives you at the entrance of your tent. Laughing, Adi pointed at the bundle of arrows in Li Wanyu's hand. He winked at Li Wanyu and smiled. Whoever you hang the feather arrows of, that girl will enter your tent at night. With so many feather arrows, you're the most popular man in the tribe. TSK, when I hunted 3 wild wolves, I only received 5 or 6 feather arrows. Adi threw a tacit smile at Li Wanyu and continued. This feather arrow belongs to my sister, Yeruo. She's the most beautiful flower in our Hirut tribe. Li Wanyu, hang my sister's feather arrow tonight. She will definitely satisfy you. For a moment, Li Wanyu even felt that Adi's tone and expression were very similar to those brothels in Chong and city's Ping Kong Square, the way the brothel solicited customers. Pushing his own sister into another man's tent, was this something a human would do? The corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he murmured, "Don't you Chiela people need to get married?" Adi looked at him strangely. Get married? Why do we need to get married? We Chiela people don't have this custom. The strongest man would gain the favor of more women and be able to give birth to stronger children. This way, the tribe will become stronger and stronger. A weak man doesn't deserve to be favored by women. Li Wanyu was completely speechless. The custom of the Chiela people was really hard to accept. However, this might be the survival method of the grassland people. Although Li Wanyu felt that it was inconceivable, he did not want to comment on it. The grassland was a harsh environment, so the Chiela people's way of survival and reproduction naturally had its reasons. Although Li Wanyu didn't agree, he wouldn't criticize and make irresponsible remarks. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at the pile of arrows in his hand. Li Wanyu wasn't some kind of Lu Xiaohui who could sit still in his bed. If he said that he wasn't moved by this kind of good thing, where a girl took the initiative to hook up with him, then he would be lying to himself. However, all he cared about now was his wife in Chang'an City and their newborn child. He was not in the mood to sow and fertilize on the grassland. What's more, Li Wanyu wasn't a promiscuous person. Although apart from Su Changqing, he still had Avro, the blonde girl from Europe, to accompany him. However, it didn't mean that he would only think with his lower body like a stallion. To Li Wangyu, being able to grow old with Su Changqing and Avro in this life was already the greatest satisfaction in life. Of course, Li Wangyu didn't know that during this period of time, when he was captured by the desert bandits, Su Changqing had actually taken in a wife on behalf of his husband and had married another wife for him and a new concubine. He would probably have a headache over this when he returned to Chang'an City. As for whether this fellow would be secretly delighted, that was unknown. Li Wangyu didn't hang those arrows at the entrance of his tent, which made the ladies of the Hirut tribe very disappointed. When Adi's sister Yuruo delivered food to Li Wangyu, her eyes were full of resentment, as though she felt that Li Wangyu didn't understand her feelings. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only pretend to be an ostrich and pretend that he didn't see anything. The ladies of the Hirut tribe were as passionate as fire, but Li Wangyu could only secretly apologize in his heart. He recuperated in the Hirut tribe in peace, and after a few days, his injuries were mostly healed. At least, he could move around without hindrance. One day, Adi ran over excitedly to find Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu, I found someone to fix that carriage of yours. Let's go. Quickly bring me to try it out. Don't try to trick me. Can that carriage really run without being pulled by animals? Li Wangyu's sandboat had overturned because the wooden axle of the carriage had broken. Adi and the others had dragged the damaged boat back. Although the Tiela people were nomads of the grasslands, they also had carriages. Moreover, because the wheels of their carriages were very tall, the Tiela people were also called tall carriages by the Han people. Repairing a broken axle was a piece of cake for the Tiela people. Adi knew from Li Wangyu that the sandboat could run at high speed without being pulled by animals. Naturally, he didn't believe it. Therefore, when the sandboat was repaired, he couldn't wait to find Li Wangyu. He wanted to see if Li Wangyu was bragging. Li Wangyu had long been bored to the point that his bones were itching. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, it didn't affect him from operating the sail. Therefore, when he heard Adi's words, he immediately became interested. When the sail on the sandboat was raised and filled with wind, the sandboat started to glide on the grasslands. Including Adi, all the onlookers of the Hirut tribe who came to watch the show were so shocked that their eyeballs dropped to the ground. There were even some elderly herdsmen who were trembling and kneeling on the ground, kowtowing towards the sandboat. In the eyes of the Tiela people, this sandboat was simply a divine tool. Li Wangyu must be a god in the heavens to be able to drive the sandboat like this. Even Adi and the Xianxia chief felt their knees go soft and had the urge to kowtow. Adi even immediately filled in the blanks in his mind. No wonder Li Wangyu could kill so many wild wolves with his bare hands. Moreover, the fur of the wild wolves was full of burn marks. Only a god could do such an unimaginable thing. Li Wangyu would never have thought that the crowd would be able to fill in so many absurd things just by driving the sandboat around the tribe. He skillfully operated the sandboat and drew a circle on the grassland. He stopped the sandboat in front of Adi and laughed. Dalong, do you believe my words now? Do you want to try sitting on it? Adi turned his head and looked at the Xianxia chief. He was very nervous and uneasy. He asked Li Wangyu carefully, Can I? Li Wangyu stretched out his arm and pulled Adi onto the sandboat. After Adi boarded the sandboat, he was so nervous that he didn't even know where to put his hands. His whole body was stiff and he couldn't stand still, including the Xianxia chief and Adi's sister Yeruo. All the surrounding Tiela people were looking at Adi with envy. What kind of honor was it to be able to board a god's chariot? Li Wangyu didn't know that the people of the Hirut tribe thought of him as a god. After instructing Adi to help him stand steadily, he raised the sail again and drove the sandboat to speed away. In the Hirut tribe, some young herdsmen immediately jumped on their horses and started chasing after the sandboat, as if they wanted to race with it. However, the wind on the grassland was quite strong today. The sails of the sandboat were filled with wind, pushing the sandboat faster and faster. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu to drive the sandboat out of the vision of the horsemen and out of their sight. This made the people of the Hirut tribe even more certain that Li Wangyu was a god. He didn't need animal power, but even the fastest horse couldn't catch up with him. Other than a god, who else could do it? A group of unruly Tiela people pulled on the reins of their horses and dismounted. They then kowtowed in the direction of the sandboat. You can say that I'm weak, but you can't say that I'm weak. This is a matter of principle. Chapter 1019. With a die on the sandboat, Li Wangyu didn't have to worry about losing his way. Therefore, he drove the sandboat carefreely and dashed across the grassland at lightning speed. In his later life, he had never traveled to the grassland. Now that he was about to return home, he was in a good mood and was intoxicated by the beautiful grassland in front of him. Qi lay Chuan under the Yin Mountain. The sky was like a dome covering the wilderness. The sky was vast, the wilderness was boundless. Cattle and sheep could be seen when the wind blew through the grass. A Chile song described the magnificent scenery of the grassland. Li Wangyu suddenly roared, releasing all the depression, longing, and sorrow that he had felt in the past 1.5 years. After venting for a while, Li Wangyu felt extremely happy. After the initial hesitation and fear, a die slowly got used to the unparalleled speed of the sandboat. Now that he saw Li Wangyu roaring, he couldn't help but roar as well. The two looked at each other and smiled. Adai finally recovered and didn't revere Li Wangyu as a god like before. Adai used the Tiela language to sing a song of the Tiela people. Although Li Wangyu couldn't understand the simple and resounding melody, he could feel the content of Adai's song. Grassland, fine horses, cattle, and sheep, blue sky, white clouds. Li Wangyu drove the sandboat and ran on the grassland for more than an hour. Only when the sandboat reached the vicinity of a lake did he lower the sail and stop the sandboat by the lake. When he and Adai went out, they didn't bring a water bag. Now that they felt thirsty, they prepared to go to the lake to drink. Today's rivers and lakes were all natural and pollution-free water sources. Even if it was a small stream that could be found everywhere, Li Wangyu believed that the quality of the water source would be far better than the sweet and pure water from the portals of nature in his later life. Therefore, when he saw a lake, he prepared to drink some lake water to quench his thirst. However, Li Wangyu also felt that it was strange that such a large lake didn't have any birds or animals. From what he had seen and heard along the way, whether it was the desert or the grassland, as long as there was a water source, there would always be birds and all kinds of animals. However, he couldn't be bothered to find out what was going on, so he walked towards the lake on his own. When Jie saw that Li Wangyu actually wanted to drink water by the lake, he couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. However, he didn't say anything. He only looked at Li Wangyu's figure with anticipation. Li Wangyu didn't have eyes on the back of his head, so he naturally couldn't see that mischievous smile on Gui's face. He walked to the lakeside, squatted down, and scooped up a handful of clear lake water with both hands and sent it into his mouth. The next second, Li Wangyu choked. With a pff, he spat out all the water that he had just drunk. His clothes were also drenched by the lake water, making him look very miserable. Only then did Gui burst out laughing. He held his abdomen and laughed so hard that he couldn't even straighten his back. Ha! Li Wangyu, you really aren't a god. You don't even know that the water in this bitter salty lake can't be drunk. Gui finally confirmed that Li Wangyu was a living human. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. Even the children in the tribe know that this bitter salty lake can't be drunk. Didn't you see that even birds don't come to drink this lake water? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Li Wangyu wiped his mouth angrily and glared at Gui. Dalong, you actually didn't remind me. That's too much. The lake water that he drank just now was bitter, astringent, and salty. It was just like the seawater that he accidentally choked on when he was swimming by the sea in his previous life. It was completely inedible. No wonder there weren't any birds resting in this lake. It turned out that this lake was actually a saltwater lake. It wasn't strange that there were saltwater lakes in the prairie. Li Wangyu stood up angrily and shook off the water stains on his hands. Just as he was about to complain about Gui, this rascal, his body suddenly stiffened. He then turned his head and looked at the lake in front of him again. Saltwater lake? Salt? He suddenly clapped his hands. Aha! Gui, your tribe is going to be rich. Salt, this is salt. If sea salt could be obtained by drying and boiling seawater, then the same method could also be used to obtain natural lake salt. Salt on the prairie was so expensive. If the Hurut tribe learned how to make salt, would they still be afraid of not being able to make a fortune? Although the people of the prairie originally didn't eat salt, Li Wanyu believed that it was only because salt in the prairie was too expensive. If the price of salt could be cheaper, he didn't believe that the Tiela people wouldn't like food with salt. Li Wanyu originally thought that after returning to Chang, he would order people to send some money to the Hurut tribe. However, it was better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. No matter how much money was sent, it wouldn't be as good as the wealth that the Hurut tribe could create themselves. After hearing Li Wanyu's words, Ague frowned. He didn't understand what Li Wanyu meant. Li Wanyu, what are you talking about? What's salt? How can the water of this bitter, salty lake be salt? Li Wanyu couldn't be bothered to explain to him. Instead of wasting half a day of saliva, he would rather extract salt from the lake and then tell them how to make salt. He quickly walked back to the sandboat and raised the sails. He let Ague lead the way and returned to the Hurut tribe. After returning to the tribe, he instructed Ague to bring a few tribesmen to catch a carriage and make another trip to the salty lake. He would use a large clay pot to bring back a carriage of water from the salty lake. Ague didn't know what was going on, but after hearing Li Wanyu say that he could make salt for the tribe, he didn't waste any more time and led the tribesmen to set off. After seeing the sandboat, Ague and the tribesmen of the Hurut tribe believed Li Wanyu's words without a doubt. This also saved Li Wanyu a lot of trouble. After Ague led the tribesmen to retrieve the water from the salty lake, Li Wanyu immediately began to arrange for him to boil salt. Actually, Li Wanyu didn't know how to boil salt, but he understood the general principle of boiling salt and drying salt. It was to use high temperature or sunlight to evaporate the water in the water, allowing the salt to continuously condense. After the water evaporated, what was left was solid salt. Actually, boiling salt wasn't suitable to be done on grassland. The yield was low, the cost was high, and it also required a large amount of fuel. As there were few trees on the grassland, what they lacked the most was fuel. To extract salt from the salty lake, the best way was to dry the salt. Luckily, Li Wanyu was only going to demonstrate to Chief Xianxia and Ague. He told them that salt could be collected from the salty lake, so the method of boiling salt was the fastest and most convenient method. Ague and the others didn't know what Li Wanyu was going to do, but they still followed his instructions. They set up the stove, raised the fire, placed the iron pot, poured the salty lake water into it, and started to boil it. This cooking took almost 6 hours. The tribesmen who were watching changed batch after batch. Everyone's curiosity turned into whispers. They discussed with each other softly, feeling that Li Wanyu's actions were really baffling. Can salt be produced by boiling the water? Who has heard of this before? Shoo, lower your voice. I heard that the immortals of the Central Plains can turn stone into gold. Boiling water to produce salt might also be a kind of magic. Yes, it might be so. Look at Li Wanyu's carriage. He doesn't even use cows and horses, and it runs so fast. If he isn't a god, then what is he? Then why haven't I seen the salt yet? It has been boiling for almost 6 hours. Maybe we aren't sincere enough. Don't talk anymore. Just as everyone was discussing, Ague, who had been following Li Wanyu's instructions and was standing beside the pot, stirring the salty water with a wooden stick, suddenly said, Li Wanyu, come and take a look. Why is there a white crystal in the pot? Li Wanyu quickly went forward and looked over. He couldn't help but laugh. The salty water in the pot had almost evaporated, and the salt had started to crystallize into salt particles. Those white crystals, without a doubt, were salt. Chapter 10:20. Li Wanyu couldn't care less about the heat as he dipped his finger into some white crystals and put them into his mouth. Immediately, Li Wanyu revealed a joyful expression. It was indeed salt. Chief Xianxia and Adi imitated Li Wanyu impatiently and dipped their fingers into the boiling hot salt and put them into their mouths. Ba. Adi was very greedy as he grabbed too much salt. He was so salty that he kept spitting saliva. However, his face was filled with joy. Salt! It's really salt. Li Wanyu, this is really salt. I can guarantee that this is exactly the same as the salt sold by those damn merchants in the market." Chief Xianxia was also so excited that he danced with joy as he shouted in a language that Li Wanyu couldn't understand. Following Chief Xianxia's words, the Hurut tribe was in an uproar. The crowd of onlookers all crowded towards the stove where the salt was being boiled. Li Wanyu was so scared that he quickly dodged to the side, afraid that he would be pushed into the iron pot by the crowd and be forced to perform a tragic act of stewing himself in the iron pot. Actually, the salt that was boiled from the salty lake water wasn't suitable to be eaten directly. Because the lake water contained various impurities, it still needed to be filtered and precipitated with clean water. After that, the salt would be boiled again to obtain edible table salt. However, Li Wanyu didn't intend to stop the crowd. After all, they were just excited and wanted to taste the taste of the salt. It wasn't a big deal. Although the Tiela people didn't eat salt, they knew how precious it was. If their tribe could produce salt, how much benefit would it bring? Even these simple grassland herdsmen couldn't help but widen their eyes and breathe heavily after tasting the taste of the salt. Their eyes turned red. The entire Hurut tribe was in an uproar. The Tiela people sang again in a language that Li Wanyu couldn't understand. They danced around the stove where the salt was being boiled and were extremely jubilant. Li Wanyu, who was injured, was forcefully pulled down by Yeruo to sing and dance with the crowd. Unfortunately, although Yeruo was Adi's sister, she couldn't speak Chinese. Li Wanyu couldn't communicate with her and could only respond with a silly smile. Leader Xianxia immediately ordered his men to drag a few fat sheep over and prepare to slaughter them for celebration. When Li Wanyu saw this, he hurriedly went to find Dian and asked him to tell Chief Xianxia if he could take care of the sheep today. The mutton of the grassland was indeed delicious, but Li Wanyu felt that the way the Tiela people handled the mutton was a waste of natural resources. Now that he had salt, he no longer wanted to eat those bland and tasteless foods that reeked of blood. With regards to Li Wanyu's request, Chief Xianxia naturally nodded in agreement. After the few fat lambs were killed, Li Wanyu led Ague to get busy. There were not many seasonings in the Hurut tribe, but Li Wanyu did not care so much. Under the circumstances of simplicity, he arranged a whole lamb feast. Roasted whole lamb, stewed lamb, mutton soup, stir-fried mutton offal. Li Wanyu, it was a pity that he didn't have cumin. Otherwise, everything would be perfect. But even so, the men, women, and children of the Hut tribe almost stuffed themselves to death after eating the whole lamb feast. Since ancient times in Wuxia, salt was the most important of all tastes. Without salt, any delicacy would be greatly discounted. Li Wanyu remembered that in the future, he had seen a documentary about food. It said that saltiness was a kind of spiritual experience distributed on the tip of one's tongue. Therefore, salt would bring a strong stimulation to the taste buds. Regardless of whether this saying was true or not, when salt was added to the whole lamb feast, the Hut tribe had a new understanding of the taste of mutton. Dian's mouth was full of oil, and his stomach was so bloated that he didn't want to move anymore. He slumped beside Li Wanyu and said excitedly, "Li Wanyu, I finally understand why those damn salt would be sold at such a high price." He regained his talkative nature and continued to ramble. "Li Wanyu, we can still make more salt, right? Our tribe will have an endless supply of salt to sell in the future. Haha, our Hut tribe will be the richest and strongest tribe on the grasslands in the future. Li Wanyu, I really don't know how to thank you, but I swear to the gods that you will always be the most honorable guest of the Hut tribe. No matter what you need in the future, our Hut tribe will not frown, even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire." Dian's words warmed Li Wanyu's heart. He knew that these grassland men were the same as the Guanzhong men. They would never go back on their words. During this period of time, he stayed in the Hut tribe to recuperate. Only then did he know that Dian was actually Chief Xianxia's son. It was just that the Tiela people didn't have the custom of marriage, so Dian didn't call Xianxia his father. However, Dian was the recognized next chief of the Hut tribe. Therefore, matters such as going out to purchase resources and dealing with other tribes were all handled by Dian. It was also because of this that Audien learned the Chinese language from the Tang dynasty's caravans that sold goods on the grasslands. Therefore, what Audien said just now also represented the will of Chief Xianxia and the Hut tribe to a certain extent. Li Wangyu patted Audien's shoulder gratefully, although he didn't feel that he needed the Hut tribe to repay him. The great success of cooking salt made the Hut tribe even more convinced of Li Wangyu's words. Li Wangyu also prepared to teach Audien how to dry salt before he left. Audien led the strong young men in the tribe, and all followed Li Wangyu to the side of the saltwater lake. In order to dry salt, they still had a lot of work to do. As there was no lime on the grasslands, Li Wangyu also couldn't make volcanic ash to replace cement. Therefore, in order to dry salt on the grasslands, they had to move stones and build evaporation and crystallization ponds to dry salt. This wasn't a small project. During this period of time, Li Wangyu, Audien, and the rest directly moved their tents to the side of the saltwater lake. They ate and lived here. Li Wangyu's injuries had basically healed. He was also in a hurry to go home, so he could only urge Audien and the rest to finish the project as soon as possible. After teaching Audien and the rest how to dry salt, Li Wangyu prepared to contact the officials of the Xianxia Khanate and asked them to escort him back to the Tang dynasty. When Li Wangyu led Audien and the rest to the saltwater lake, the Hut tribe also became busy. The women in the tribe were busy tying up sheepskin, cowhide, and other things and moving them onto the tribe's horse carriages. The grassland bazaar was about to start. According to the usual practice, the Hut tribe would set off to the bazaar to sell their goods and exchange them for various necessities. Originally, it was Audien who brought people to the bazaar. However, now that Audien was busy beside the saltwater lake, Chief Xianxia prepared to personally go to the bazaar to complete the transaction. The last time Li Wangyu cooked salt, he produced a total of 7 to 8 caddies of salt. Chief Xianxia also prepared to bring all of it, intending to test if the salt produced by his tribe had a market. After everything was ready, Chief Xianxia led people and drove the horse carriages to participate in the bazaar over 200 li away. But no one would have expected that his departure would bring a calamity to the Hirut tribe. Chapter 1021. Li Wangyu and 80 led the hundreds of young men of the Hirut tribe and busied themselves beside the saltwater lake for nearly a week. Beside the saltwater lake, the evaporation pond and crystallization pond, which were built by piling stones to dry the salt, had begun to take shape. It wasn't easy to build these 2 small saltwater ponds. Every day, the young men of the Hirut tribe had to ride horses to the Gobi Desert, which was dozens of miles away, to find stones of suitable size, and then use horses to transport them back. After a certain amount of polishing and cutting, they were pieced together seamlessly. The work was very hard, but none of the men of the Hirut tribe, including 80, the future leader of the tribe, complained. No matter how much they sweated, these Chela people's faces were always brimming with smiles. Every time they rested, 80, the chatterbox, would pester Li Wangyu and chatter about his beautiful vision for the future. Li Wangyu, how much do you think we should sell our salt? How about a scoop of salt for a sheep? Ha! It will definitely anger those damn profiteers to death. Dalong, from now on, your tribe will have as many sheep as the clouds in the sky, ha. Li Wangyu also hoped that the simple and honest Hirut tribe would have better days. He laughed heartily and patted 80's shoulder. 80 also laughed heartily. Just as he was about to say something, he saw a fast horse galloping towards them from the grassland. Li Wangyu found the middle-aged Tiela man on the horse's back familiar. He should be from the Hirut tribe. However, his current appearance, which was covered in blood, gave Li Wangyu a fright. Before the man, who was covered in blood, could reach 80, his body tilted and he fell from the horse's back. Li Wangyu just noticed that the man's body was covered with bloody wounds. Blood had already dyed the clothes of this middle-aged Tiela man and the horse he was sitting on. 80 and the others rushed forward and held the man, preparing to save him. However, the man only had time to say a few words to 80 and the others before he stopped breathing due to his severe injuries. Li Wangyu couldn't understand the Tai Lo language, so he didn't know what they were talking about. However, the reaction of Adai and the others gave him another shock. Including Adhii, all of the Tiela people showed grief and indignation after hearing the words of the person who came. With a furious roar, 80 pulled out the knife on his waist and roared at Tai Lo. All the Tiela people's eyes turned bloodshot. After calling for their mounts, they immediately leapt onto their horses and charged out. Li Wanyu hurriedly shouted at 80, "Dalong, what happened? Our tribe was attacked, and we suffered heavy casualties." After Adi threw down these words, he didn't have time to care about Li Wanyu anymore. Gnashing his teeth, he led the group of strong youths from the tribe and galloped towards the direction of the tribe. Hearing this, Li Wanyu's expression changed drastically. After being stunned for a few seconds, he hurriedly ran towards his sandboat, raised the sail, and chased after Dian and the others. In order to build the salt drying pond next to the saltwater lake, Adi took away almost all of the strong youths in the tribe. Now that the Hirut tribe was in the camp, almost all of them were women and children. Now that they were attacked, how could they have the ability to protect themselves? Even Li Wanyu couldn't help but tremble at the terrifying consequences. He didn't dare to imagine it. However, according to his understanding during this period of time, although the Hirut tribe was a small tribe, there weren't any threats within a radius of 200 to 300 li. Although the Xianxia Khanate was a loose grassland Khanate, ever since the Eastern Turks were defeated by the Tang dynasty, the Xianxia Khanate had prospered under the rule of their leader, the barbarian Khanate. Although the Tiela tribes weren't rich and even had to pay heavy taxes to the Khanate to let their youths join the Khanate's army, at the very least, the Tiela tribes weren't allowed to kill each other. Now that it was the 6th year of Jingguan, the Xianxia Khanate had 200,000 elite soldiers. It could be said that the Xianxia Khanate was at its peak. Under such circumstances, how could the Hirut tribe still be attacked? Who would have the guts to attack a Tiela tribe on the grassland? Weren't they afraid of the Xianxia Khanate's revenge? Could it be that the desert bandits had followed them all the way here? Li Wanyu shook his head, feeling that this was impossible. No matter how fierce the desert bandits were, they only relied on the desert environment to stir up trouble. Even if they had the guts to leave the desert and enter the grassland to attack a tribe, they wouldn't dare. Li Wanyu couldn't think of a reason, so he couldn't be bothered to think about it. He could only focus on driving the sandboat to catch up with Ague and the others. Actually, he also knew that he didn't have the strength to trust a chicken. Even if he followed Ague and the others back, he probably wouldn't be of much help. He might even be a burden. However, the Hirut tribe had saved his life. How could he turn a blind eye to such a dangerous situation? Li Wanyu touched the clay grenade in his pocket and calmed down slightly. After all, he wasn't completely helpless against the enemy. Unfortunately, this was the last one he had left when Ague and the group of Tiela tribesmen rushed back to the Hirut tribe anxiously. What appeared in front of them was a miserable scene with smoke rising everywhere and dilapidated walls. The culprits who had attacked the tribe had already disappeared, but the Hirut tribe was dead silent. The tribe that used to be lively and cheerful was now like hell on earth. Countless corpses of the tribesmen were lying everywhere, blood flowing like a river. Ague looked at the scene in front of him, his hair standing on end and his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He looked up to the sky and let out a miserable howl like a wolf. His voice was filled with anger, sorrow, pain, and regret. The group of Tiela tribesmen were also heartbroken. They roared and jumped off their horses, looking for traces of their loved ones among the dilapidated walls and dilapidated walls. Li Wanyu stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his body trembling uncontrollably. The Hirut tribe had a total of 369 people, excluding the 127 people who followed Ague to build the salt drying pond at the saltwater lake. The remaining 242 people, including the tribe leader, the children, and the women, were all killed. Li Wanyu was like a walking corpse, walking helplessly in hell on earth. He stared blankly at Ague, who was carrying his sister Yeruo's corpse and walking over. This beautiful Tiela girl's eyes were tightly shut. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and there were several bloody wounds on her body. Li Wanyu was finally like Ague and the others. He clenched his fists and let out a roar like an injured beast. His eyes were tightly shut, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. Because of the language barrier, he had never spoken to Yeruo before. However, ever since he was saved by the Tiela tribesmen, Yeruo had been taking care of him. Scenes of him interacting with Yeruo flashed in front of Li Wangyo's eyes. This beautiful Tiela girl, who served him meat soup, cleaned and bandaged his wounds, and gave him ribbons and arrows with a sweet smile, had suddenly died in her most beautiful youth. Li Wangyo's eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, he only wanted to pull out his sword and kill. However, the murderers who attacked the tribe had indeed retreated. The group of Tiela men were howling in grief, venting the pain in their hearts. The anger of revenge almost burned them to ashes. Ague's eyes were almost bleeding. He pulled out the sword from his waist and slashed around, venting the anger and sorrow in his heart. Li Wangyu suddenly stood up, looked around, and yelled at Ague, "Dalong, bring him in with you. We're going to chase after the murderers and take revenge." "Chase my ass. The murderers have been gone for at least 2 hours. How are we going to chase after them in this vast grassland?" Looking at the cold and stiff corpses of his family members in the tribe, Ague could roughly guess the time when the tribe was attacked. The tribe was 50 to 60 miles away from the saltwater lake. The tribesman who had luckily escaped and risked his life to deliver the message would need at least an hour on horseback. Added with the time they took to get back, how are they going to find the murderers? Li Wangyu silently picked up a sword from the ground and held it tightly in his hand. He slowly shook his head and stared at Ague. "No, they can't have gone far. Author's note, something happened yesterday, so I stopped updating. I'll try to make up for it in the next 2 days." Chapter 10:22. Li Wangyu's words made Adi stand up abruptly. "Why do you say so?" Many of the Tiela tribesmen who heard the Chinese voice stopped roaring and looked at Li Wangyu with red eyes, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu sneered and pointed to the surroundings of the tribe. "Dalong, how many cows and sheep are there in the tribe? Are they still there? Where do you think these cows and sheep have gone?" Adai was stunned for a moment. After looking around, he immediately understood. He immediately pulled out his knife and said with a ferocious face, "Those bastards, they even took away the cows and sheep in the tribe. They couldn't have left quickly." The Tiela tribesmen also realized that thousands of cows and sheep in the tribe had disappeared. The only possibility was that they had been taken away by the attackers. Cows and sheep were different from horses. Their speed was limited. Even if the attackers had left for more than 2 hours, they couldn't have gone too far. The flame of revenge almost made the Tiela tribesmen lose their minds. Now that Li Wangyu reminded them, they all roared and called their horses. They got on their horses and prepared to set off to chase after the killers. Originally, Adi and the others thought that it was almost impossible to track down the killers. However, since the killers were greedy and took away all the livestock in the tribe, it wasn't difficult to track them down. Not to mention the tracks left by the large group of cows and sheep. The feces that the cows and sheep excreted on the road were the best road signs. After being reminded by Li Wangyu, Dian did not say anything else and immediately led a group of clansmen to chase after them. Li Wangyu also gritted his teeth and drove the sandboat to follow them. His mind was full of Yeruo's cold and pale corpse. At this moment, he was like Adi and the others. Other than revenge, he didn't have any other thoughts. It wasn't until they were far away from the Hirut tribe that was still emitting thick smoke that Li Wangyu's mind became a little clearer. It was too strange for the Hirut tribe to encounter such a tragic case. Who was the killer? In broad daylight, they actually dared to be so heartless and ruthless as to massacre an entire tribe. What exactly was their confidence? Furthermore, all the cattle and sheep of the Hirut tribe had been driven away, which meant that the murderer was not afraid of being discovered at all. He was completely fearless and did not worry about the revenge and pursuit of the surviving members of the Hirut tribe at all. Looking at the direction in which Ajia and the others were chasing, they were also heading towards the hinterland of the Xianxia Khanate and not towards the border region. Could it be that the murderer who attacked the Hirut tribe was a noble of the Xianxia Khanate? When Li Wangyu thought of this, he hurriedly drove the sand boat to chase after Dian and told his thoughts loudly to Dian. Adai ceaselessly waved his whip, urging the horse beneath him to speed up, and his eyes were like a hawk as he stared into the distance. In response to Li Wanyo's words, he didn't even turn his head as he replied coldly, "No matter who the murderer is, the Hirut tribe will not rest until they are dead. Even if the barbarian Khan is in front of me, I will make him pay with his life. Even if all of us die in battle, we will not back down even half a step." After Dian finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment before turning his head to look at Li Wanyu. "Li Wanyu, your injuries have basically healed. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't follow me anymore. Quickly leave and return to the Tang dynasty. The Hirut tribe will never forget you as a friend." Li Wanyu glared at him. "Scram. Yeruo is your sister, and she is also my sister. I, Li Wanyu, will definitely avenge her. If you dare to make me leave again, do you believe that I will fall out with you right now?" It was not that Li Wanyu wanted to be brave. He also knew that Diane's words were out of good intentions. However, if he left just like that, he was afraid that he would never be able to forgive himself in this lifetime, let alone feel at ease. No matter how much he missed Su Changqing and his child, there were things that a man should and should not do. The Hirut tribe was almost wiped out. If he did not care and turned around to leave, even he would despise himself. Jian stared deeply at Li Wanyu, nodded heavily, and did not say anything else. He continued to urge the horse to gallop forward. After 127 horses galloped on the grassland for more than an hour, Jian finally saw a troop in front of him. A troop of 500 to 600 people, driving thousands of cows and sheep, casually galloping on the grassland. Without a doubt, these were the murderers who attacked the Hirut tribe. The eyes of the Tiela people instantly turned red as blood, and they waved their whips even more vigorously, looking like they were about to charge forward and fight their enemies to the death. However, when Li Wanyu saw the murderers who massacred the Hirut tribe, he could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Those murderers were indeed from the Xianxia Khanate. More importantly, these 500 to 600 people were all armored soldiers. Although the Xianxia Khanate was a grassland tribe, its army was like the Tang dynasty of the Central Plains. They all wore armor, but the style and quality of the armor were different. Li Wanyu secretly clenched his fist, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind to die. 127 Tiela people plus a weakling like him against 500 to 600 armored cavalrymen. It was basically a dead end. No matter how tough Dian and the other Tiela people were, at the end of the day, they were just herdsmen. No matter how valiant they were, how could they fight against 500 to 600 armored soldiers by themselves? But even so, Li Wanyu didn't have the thought of running away in his heart. He just silently touched the grenade in his arms, thinking about how many people he could drag down to die with him before his last breath. Changqing, see you in the next life. Take care of our child. Li Wanyu silently said goodbye to his wife again in his heart. He resolutely gripped the hand that was controlling the sail and followed closely beside Dian. Over 100 horses of the Hirut tribe galloped over, causing a huge commotion. When the Xianxia cavalrymen who had massacred the Hirut tribe realized that someone was chasing after them, they did not panic at all. Instead, they stopped moving forward, jumped off their horses, and formed a battle formation, waiting calmly for Dian and the others to come closer. Li Wanyu, who was on the sand boat, naturally understood this abnormal behavior, but he couldn't help but feel suspicious. The Hirut tribe came for revenge. Although these murderers had the advantage in numbers, what was the meaning of dismounting and forming a battle formation? Could it be that these Xianxia cavalrymen were so arrogant that they thought they could defeat Dian and the other herdsmen by dismounting? If that was the case, they might still have a chance to live today. However, Li Wanyu did not expect that when Dian led the cavalrymen to a distance of 1 mile from the cavalrymen, he suddenly pulled the reins and stretched out his right hand, indicating for everyone to stop. Li Wanyu was puzzled, so he asked, "Dalong, why did you stop?" Even though he had never been in a battle formation, he knew the principle of finishing in one go. Since the other party had already dismounted, how could they let go of such a good opportunity? At this moment, Shouldn't they charge forward and use the speed and charging force of the cavalrymen to defeat their opponents in one go? Jian did not reply, but jumped off his horse and pulled out his saber. Those Chela people also jumped off their horses, pulled out their weapons, and silently stood behind Jian, forming a battle formation. Li Wanyu, since you don't want to leave, then you are my brother. Haha, today, you and I are going to die together. It's a fortunate thing. Stand by my side, and we'll charge together. Li Wanyu was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Chapter 10:23. Cavalry getting off their horses and forming a battle formation. Li Wanyu was dumbfounded by the scene in front of him. His brain, which had been filled with blood due to the rush of blood, quickly calmed down. Following which, he thought back to the Battle of Shui Yintawa in history. In the 15th year of Jingguan, Pai Lupi ordered Minister of War Li Ji to lead 150,000 troops to attack Ma Bei. In order not to waste time, Li Ji led 6,000 Tang dynasty cavalry and 2 Jue cavalry to chase Shui Yintawa's army to Nuozhen Water, where the Battle of Nuozhen Water broke out. In the end, the 200,000 Shui Yintawa cavalry dismounted on the Mongol grassland like they had gotten the wrong script. They treated themselves as infantry and fought against the 6,000 Tang cavalry. The 200,000 Shui Yintawa's dismounted cavalry were brutally beaten by the 6,000 Tang cavalry and were defeated like a landslide. 3,000 of them were beheaded, 50,000 were captured, and the rest fled to Ma Bei. Along the way, there was heavy snow, and most of the Shui Yintawa people died from the cold. Of the 200,000 troops, only 20,000 managed to escape. This battle also gave rise to Li Ji's achievements. When Li Wanyu read history books, he felt that the Shui Yintawa people's brains must have been kicked by a donkey. The grassland nomadic cavalry actually dismounted during battle, turning cavalry into infantry. How stupid were they? However, Shui Yintawa's dismounted cavalry formation was the traditional battle formation of the Shui Yintawa Khanate. At that time, the Eastern Turks were really strong, and they taxed excessively, causing the Tiela people to suffer. In the 2nd year of Jingguan, the barbarian man led his troops to fight against the Turks. Sheli Khan sent troops to suppress the Tiela people, but he did not expect that the Turks would be defeated by them. It was because the barbarian man defeated the Turks that his prestige rose, and the Tiela people chose him to be the Khan, establishing the Shui Yintawa Khanate. The method that the Tiela people used to defeat the Turks was to dismount and form a cavalry formation. They all won with their men, but they did not use their mounts. 5 men in a group, one on the horse for in front. The order was, if you win, you ride and chase. If you lose, you die. Shui Yintawa's strategy was to form a group of 5. One of them would be in charge of the 5 horses, while the other 4 would fight on foot. If they won, they would pursue on horseback. If they lost, they would retreat on horseback. To Shui Yintawa's cavalry, horses were only a means of transportation and not a fighting force. To the people of the grassland, this was a wonder. However, such a dismounted cavalry formation was able to defeat the Turkic cavalry who were at the peak of their power. Whether it was the cavalry of the Eastern Turks or the Western Turks, Shui Yintawa would always use this move. Moreover, he would win every battle. This made Shui Yintawa's people even more superstitious about dismounted cavalry. It was not until the 15th year of Jingguan that Shui Yintawa's dismounted cavalry formation was taught a lesson by the iron cavalry of the Tang dynasty that this strange tactic died out. Li Wanyu recalled the history of the Tang dynasty and immediately understood why those Shui Yintawa cavalry dismounted and formed a formation, and why Jian and the other Chela people also dismounted. Was there something wrong with his head? One must know that cavalry was the most invincible army in the era of cold weapons. Giving up on being a cavalry with plus 100 combat power and jumping off the back of a horse to become a foot soldier, this was simply crazy. Immediately, he jumped down from the sandboat, grabbed Jian, and roared, "Dalong, wait. You can't fight like that. This is just courting death. Quickly get on the horse. I have a way to defeat them." Jian and the others were already prepared to charge, being burned by the flames of vengeance. How could he listen to Li Wanyu's words? Li Wangyu let go. Jian pulled Li Wangyu to the side and explained, "We Chiela people have always fought like this. Horses can't break the formation at all. Hee hee, this is how the Turks were defeated by us, Chiela people. Listen to me, Dalong. If you charge over like this, you are just courting death. Today we don't plan to go back alive. If I don't die, we will die. None of us Hirut men are afraid of death." Jian did not listen to him at all. Li Wangyu was so anxious that his face turned red. He opened his arms and stood in front of Jian. "Bullshit. They are already dead. Who will avenge Yeruo? Dalong, do you believe me? Listen to me. I guarantee that we could defeat them. If you don't listen to me, then just step over my body." Jian was startled by his roar. He looked at the group of Chiela people and did not know how to respond. The Chiela people were not afraid of death, but more than 200 people in their tribe were slaughtered. Of course, they wanted to avenge this blood debt. If they did not care about the consequences and fought with their lives, they would die. However, they were not willing to let their enemies leave so easily. Li Wangyu was a Tang man who they picked up from the grassland. Although he was thin and weak, his abilities made everyone gasp in admiration. Whether it was the sandboat that could run without animal power or boiling salt in water, Jian and the others were amazed. Many of them even treated Li Wangyu as a god. Jian hesitated for a moment. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Li Wangyu, tell me, how can we defeat those bastards?" Li Wangyu's eyes flashed as he pointed at the horses behind them and said, "Mounted archery." Mounted archery? Jian did not understand what Li Wangyu meant. "Yes, mounted archery." Li Wangyu nodded his head confidently. In his eyes, dismounting cavalry like Shui Yintuo was putting the cart before the horse. No wonder the Shui Yintuo Khanate was defeated by the Tang army not long after it existed. As for the Turks, they were even weaker. They could not even break the dismounted cavalry formation of the Chiela people, which was a joke. No wonder the Turks were chased to the west by the Tang army. Although Li Wangyu had never been in a war before, as a military fan, he knew that the strongest cavalry in history was the Mongol cavalry during the Genghis Khan era. The tactics of the Mongol cavalry were split into the Mongol light cavalry and the Mongol heavy cavalry. The Mongol light cavalry was famous for their mounted archery, and they were the nightmare of infantry. With 100 men in a group, they would walk outside the infantry formation and shoot out arrows to kill the infantry. Before the two armies clashed, the Mongol light cavalry would be able to kill large amounts of enemy troops from afar, causing them to fall into chaos. Following which, the Mongol heavy cavalry would quickly charge forward and crush the enemy, like a mountain pressing down on them. The Mongol cavalry relied on such tactics to conquer 2/3 of the Eurasian continent with a small race of less than 2 million people. In Li Wangyu's eyes, the Chiela people of the Hirut tribe were also good at mounted archery. It was just that they did not find the right tactic. While both sides were talking, the 500 to 600 Shui Yintuo soldiers seemed to be getting impatient. They started to slowly push their formation towards them. Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, the only path left for him was complete annihilation. "Dalong, don't say anymore. Tell them to listen to me. Everyone get on their horses and follow my sandboat to charge." After Li Wangyu finished, he ran back to the sandboat. Jian hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting at the Chiela people beside him. Everyone listened to Li Wangyu's orders and got on their horses again. Chapter 10:24. The Hirut tribesmen mounted their horses again, which was out of the expectations of the Shui Yintuo cavalry. However, the Shui Yintuo cavalry did not panic. Instead, they looked at them with disdain. Like a cat catching a mouse, they stopped advancing and rearranged their infantry formation, waiting for the Hirut tribesmen to come to their deaths. The distance between the two sides was only 1 mile. When Jian led all the Hirut tribesmen to mount their horses, Li Wangyu immediately drove the sandboat and charged towards the Shui Yintuo cavalry formation. Although Jian and the rest did not understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do, they could only grit their teeth and follow. Seeing that the Hirut tribesmen dared to charge at their formation, the Shui Yintuo cavalry showed a ferocious smile. They listened to the command of the centurion and drew their bows, waiting for the Hirut tribesmen to step into the land of death. The range of the longbow was 200 meters. As long as the Hirut tribesmen continued to charge at the infantry formation, they would be the first to be baptized by the rain of arrows. Then, the Shui Yintuo cavalry would advance in a square formation and use the steel blades in their hands to reap the lives of the enemies. This tactic had been proven to be very effective in the many battles the Shui Yintuo Khanate had against the Turks. They also relied on the dismounted cavalry formation to beat the Turks into a sorry state. However, the Shui Yintuo cavalry did not expect Li Wanyu to lead a group of Hirut tribesmen to charge straight at them. Just as they were about to enter the range of the arrows, he controlled the sand boat to draw an arc in front of the Shui Yintuo cavalry formation and went around them. Jian and the rest followed Li Wanyu's sand boat closely and urged their horses to gallop. The advantage of cavalry was speed. Giving up speed and dismounting to fight was simply the stupidest of the stupidest. Li Wanyu was prepared to copy Li Ji's tactic and deal with the horses of the Shui Yintuo cavalry first. Behind the Shui Yintuo cavalry formation were their war horses. 500 to 600 war horses were guarded by over 100 Shui Yintuo cavalry. Separating the horses from the cavalrymen was simply an extremely stupid idea. Since the Shui Yintuo people had given him such a big gift, how could Li Wanyu not accept it? Li Ji was able to defeat Shui Yintuo's army of 200,000 with 6,000 cavalrymen. No matter how weak he was, it wouldn't be a problem for him to defeat these 500 to 600 cavalrymen. Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen never thought that the herdsmen of the Hirut tribe would actually bypass the infantry formation. After circling around the infantry formation, they pounced towards the rear of their army. They immediately panicked. The centurions commanding the infantry formation were shocked when they saw this situation. They hurriedly ordered the infantry formation to turn around, intending to turn back and save their own troops. However, how could a two-legged infantryman outrun a four-legged cavalry? Without waiting for Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalry to return to the rear, Li Wanyu had already led Jian and the others to kill their way into Shui Yintuo's rear army. Even though the number of these unmanned war horses and the unlucky ones who were leading them was equal to Di and his men, how could they possibly stop the attack of Di and his men, who were filled with rage? Di and his men pierced through Shui Yintuo's rear army as if they were chopping melons and vegetables, directly chopping down those unlucky ones. As for the horses of the rear army, they were also driven away by the men of the Hirut tribe. In just a moment, these war horses were either dead or running away. When Shui Yintuo's dismounted cavalrymen, under the leadership of the centurions, ran back to the rear army while panting heavily, there were no traces of the war horses. After the successful attack, Li Wanyu didn't give Shui Yintuo's men a chance at all. He had already led Di and his men far away. Without the war horses of the rear army, this group of dismounted cavalrymen of Shui Yintuo was just a tortoise in Li Wanyu's eyes. They couldn't run away. They couldn't fight. Now, they only needed to use the speed of the horses to slowly exhaust them to death. Li Wanyu's face finally revealed a smile. He originally thought that they would die, but because of the stupidity of Shui Yintuo's men, he actually saw the dawn of victory. After losing their war horses, Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen finally realized that things were not going well. Just as Li Wanyu thought, these Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen suddenly realized that they were in a rather awkward situation. They wanted to escape, but they didn't have horses. They wanted to fight, but those damn herdsmen didn't give them a chance at all. The few centurions leading the troops couldn't help but look at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Di and the others also reacted. Each of them revealed a smile on their faces. They couldn't help but reveal a mocking expression when they looked at Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. In their eyes, without horses, they could exhaust these Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Without horses on the grassland, no matter how powerful the cavalrymen were, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. At this moment, Li Wanyu was also in high spirits. He pointed at the terrified Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen who were huddled together and laughed. "Dalong, how is it? Do you have the confidence to kill them now?" Adi's face revealed a cruel smile. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. They are dead meat. I definitely won't let them walk out of this grassland. Li Wanyu, leave the rest to us. Li Wanyu didn't try to show off. He nodded and prepared to watch this small-scale battle from the side. Just now, he had already explained to Adi how they should use the mounted archery tactic to exhaust these armored Shui Yintua's cavalrymen. Adi let the tribesmen rest for a moment to recover their horses. He then led the troops and charged towards Shui Yintua's cavalrymen again. The herdsmen of the Hurut tribe didn't give Shui Yintua's cavalrymen any chance to attack them. Under Adi's lead, they followed Li Wangyu's instructions and constantly urged their horses to circle around the Shui Yintua's cavalrymen, who were like tortoises. The bows in their hands constantly shot out arrows, slowly reaping the lives of the Shui Yintua's cavalrymen. The well-equipped Shui Yintua's cavalrymen were passively beaten. After Adi and the others killed close to 100 of them, they finally collapsed. The centurions and the cavalrymen couldn't restrain the troops anymore. Some of the Shui Yintua's cavalrymen, who were scared out of their wits, directly knelt down and surrendered. Some of them fled in all directions, hoping to escape with their lives. Those Shui Yintua's cavalrymen who fled in all directions became a meal for Adi and the others who were already in a killing frenzy. They urged their horses to chase after them and slash them down. No matter how fast a human could run in this vast grassland, how could they possibly outrun a horse? Without much effort, those cavalrymen who tried to escape were slashed to the ground by the Hurut herdsmen who were filled with anger. They lost all signs of life, while the other cavalrymen directly chose to surrender. A small-scale battle came to an end just like that. Out of the 500 to 600 well-equipped Shui Yintua's cavalrymen, 200 to 300 of them were killed. The rest were all taken captive. Adi led his men and gathered all the captives together, preparing to interrogate them. Adi and the others still didn't understand why the Hurut tribe was brutally slaughtered by the Shui Yintua's cavalrymen. Adi held a steel blade in his hand and jumped down from his horse. He directly dragged out a person from the captives and slashed down without saying a word. A rain of blood splattered out and sprayed all over Adi's body, making him look even more ferocious. Li Wanyu sighed silently, but he didn't stop Adi from killing the captives. All the women and children in the Hurut tribe were slaughtered. With such a blood feud, no matter what Adi and the others did, Li Wanyu could understand. After Adi chopped off the head of that Shui Yintua's cavalryman, the remaining 200 to 300 cavalrymen were scared out of their wits. They all knelt on the ground and cowed out, begging for mercy. These Shui Yintua's cavalrymen, who were originally swaggering and arrogant, were now like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, each of them trembling in fear. As if venting his anger, Adi continuously slashed several captives to death. Only then did he begin to interrogate these Shui Yintua's cavalrymen about the reason for slaughtering the Hurut tribe. The Shui Yintua's cavalrymen, who had long been scared out of their wits and were begging for mercy, including the centurions, immediately spilled the beans like a bamboo tube as they honestly revealed the truth. After hearing the results of the interrogation of the captives, Li Wanyu couldn't help but be stunned. He never would have thought that this calamity of the Hurut tribe was actually caused by him. Chapter 1025. After interrogating the captured Shui Yintua cavalry, Adi finally understood that the root cause of the Hurut tribe's disaster was actually salt. The 7 to 8 kilograms of salt that Li Wanyu and his tribesmen boiled not only didn't make the Hurut tribe rich, but also almost made the tribe extinct. He originally thought that the high price of salt on the grassland was only because of the merchants' greed. However, Li Wanyu never expected that although the Shui Yintua Khanate didn't have a salt and iron monopoly policy like the Tang dynasty, all the salt sold on the grassland was actually controlled by the nobles of the Shui Yintua Khanate. While Li Wanyu, Adi, and the others were busy building a salt-drying pond beside the saltwater lake, Chief Xianxia led his people to the largest market 300 miles away. He planned to use the 7 to 8 kilograms of salt to test the market and see how the sales would be. The salt came easily, so Chief Xianxia naturally sold it at a cheap price. The market price of sheep on the grassland was less than a liter of small bag of salt, but Chief Xianxia exchanged 1 sheep for 2 bags of salt. With the price reduced by half, it was naturally easy to sell. In less than half a day, all the salt they brought was sold. This made Chief Xianxia and his tribesmen of the Hurut tribe smile brightly. They felt that the Hurut tribe's good days were coming. However, they never thought that the Hurut tribe selling salt in the market would attract the anger of the Shui Yintua Khanate. Bajwa, the son of the Shui Yintua Khanate, was the real master behind the scenes who controlled the salt trade on the grassland. The fact that the Hurut tribe was selling salt in the market naturally couldn't be hidden from others. This matter was immediately reported to Bajwa. Bajwa naturally wouldn't allow any tribe to snatch food from his mouth. Therefore, Chief Xianxia and his tribesmen, who were full of joy with a large amount of goods, didn't even have time to enjoy the joy of success before they welcomed the group of death gods who were sent by Bajwa to chase after Xianxia. Bajwa wasn't the least bit interested in how the Hurut tribe got their salt. He only gave one order to this group of Shui Yintua cavalry, and that was to kill them all. This was Bajwa's warning to all the tribes on the grassland who dared to touch his interests. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The Hurut tribe was the chicken in Bajwa's eyes. This group of Shui Yintua cavalry followed Chief Xianxia's group in secret according to Bajwa's orders. When they found the Hurut tribe, they didn't say anything and rushed into the tribe. In the tribe, they were no match for the Shui Yintua cavalry. Other than a clansman who risked his life to run out and report the news to Dian, the entire clan was killed. Shui Yintua's cavalry did not care why there were no young men in the tribe. After killing and setting fire to the tribe, they looted everything in the Hute tribe and drove the cattle and sheep away, preparing to return to report on their mission. The Hui cavalry didn't Zhua people. Qiu cavalry was the cavalry's Zhua Qiu cavalry. His people's cavalry was cavalry. Tu's chief and Khanates, Hua, and thus is S and Khanate. The centurions of a Shui Yintua cavalry would never have thought that the well-equipped Shui Yintua cavalry, who had defeated the Turks so easily, would be defeated by a few hundred herdsmen. Even centurions like them had become captives. Are you really sent by Prince Dajwa? After listening to the confession of the centurions, Adil's face turned dark. The few centurions looked at each other and thought that Ague was frightened by Bajwa's identity. They couldn't help but raise their voices. That's right. Are you from the Hurut tribe? Since you know that we are Prince Dajwa's subordinates, why don't you let us go and tie your hands and follow us to beg for forgiveness? I will plead for you later. I think Prince Dajwa will spare your lives for the sake of your bravery. He might even entrust you with important tasks. Are you trying to rebel? We are Prince Dajwa's subordinates. Ague nodded. Good. You are all Prince Dajwa's subordinates. Before he could finish a sentence, he swung the steel saber in his hand and chopped off the head of the centurion. Then go to hell and repent to my clansmen. As Ague made his move, the hundreds of Hurut tribe members all stabbed their steel sabers into the bodies of the Shui Yintua cavalrymen with bloodshot eyes. Miserable howls resounded through the sky, and blood mist filled the grassland. Li Wanyo's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. However, he just turned his head and didn't look at Ague's actions of killing the captives. The 242 people of the Hurut tribe, including the women and children, were all slaughtered by these beasts. No matter how Ague and the others took revenge, in Li Wanyo's eyes, it was reasonable. This group of Shui Yintua cavalrymen had already been disarmed. They didn't have sabers or swords in their hands, armor to defend themselves, and horses to help them. Under such circumstances, even if they found out that the Hurut tribe was killing the captives and wanted to resist or escape, it would be of no use. After a few minutes, the grassland regained its tranquility. However, the strong smell of blood almost made Li Wanyu vomit. He resisted the urge to look at the corpses of the Shui Yintua cavalrymen and found Ague, who was covered in blood. "The Lang, what are you going to do next? Why don't you go back to the Tang dynasty with me?" "Don't worry, the Tang dynasty also belongs to the Tiela people. I will order people to allocate a grassland for you, which is enough for the Hurut tribe to thrive." In Li Wanyo's view, Ague and the others definitely couldn't stay in the Shui Yintoa Khanate after such a thing happened. In this way, it was a good choice to go back to the Tang dynasty with him. As for the murderer behind the massacre of the Hirut tribe, the legitimate son of Yishan Khan, Li Wanyu couldn't do anything to him even though he was the prefectural duke of the Tang dynasty. He couldn't ask Pai Lupi to send the cavalry to attack the Shui Yinhua cavalrymen just because the Hirut tribe was slaughtered, right? It was the 6th year of Zhenguan, and the Tang dynasty and the Shui Yinhua Khanate were still in the honeymoon period. The relationship between the two countries was harmonious, and the Tang dynasty couldn't force the Yishan Khan to hand over his legitimate son just because of a small tribe in the Shui Yinhua Khanate. Those who had this idea were crazy. However, Agui didn't accept Li Wanyu's suggestion at all. He directly shook his head and rejected Li Wanyu's kindness. No, I want to stay with my people on the grassland. I want to avenge my dead people. As long as Bajua is alive, we won't leave. You're crazy. Li Wanyu didn't expect Agui to still want to kill Bajua. He couldn't help but yell at Agui. Is the prince of the Shui Yintoa Khanate, and he has countless guard around him. How can you kill him? Do you want to kill everyone in the Hirut tribe before you stop? Dalong, stop. Yeruo's spirit in heaven doesn't want you and your people to die in vain. Agui, whose face was covered in blood, suddenly smiled and showed his white teeth to Li Wanyu. Those bastards just told me that Bajua is in the bazaar now, waiting for them to report back. I'm going to take my people to raid the bazaar and find that bastard Bajua. He has thousands of Shui Yintua cavalrymen around him. You're going to die. We, the men of the Hirut tribe, are not afraid of death. You bastard. Li Wanyu was so angry that he couldn't help swearing. Yeruo and her people's lives are important, but these people's lives are not. Dalong, listen to me. We Tangs have a saying, where there is life, there is hope. There will be a chance to avenge Yeruo in the future. I, Li Wanyu, swear to God that if I can't kill Bajua, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Agui still shook his head. No, we will avenge ourselves. Facing the stubborn Agui, Li Wanyu was so angry that he snatched the steel knife from Agui's hand and slashed at the air as if he was venting his anger. After a long while, Li Wanyu threw away the steel blade that was covered in bloodstains while panting. He turned his head and said to Agui, "All right, since that's the case, I'll accompany you. Sigh, I've been criticized by everyone every day for my lousy writing. After a day of reflection, I still don't know how to write without being lousy. Maybe my writing is not good enough." Chapter 10:26. Although the disaster that the Hirut tribe encountered was not directly related to Li Wanyu, it was still caused by the salt that he had boiled for the tribe. To Li Wanyu, doing something bad out of kindness was naturally very uncomfortable. He regretted underestimating the greed and shamelessness of those who had vested interests. Although the nobles of the Tang dynasty were equally greedy, at least they still maintained a semblance of benevolence and morality. On the other hand, the rules of the grassland were completely the survival of the fittest. As the legitimate son of the barbarian Khan, Bajwa actually sent out his subordinates without any scruples and slaughtered the Hirut tribe. This was something that Li Wanyu could not accept at all. Since Audien and the others were determined to take revenge, Li Wanyu could only risk his life to accompany them and create havoc in the grassland. Seeing that Li Wanyu was actually willing to accompany them to seek revenge on Bajwa, Audien and the others were naturally overjoyed and could not help but cheer. After today's battle, all the people of the Hirut tribe had already worshipped Li Wanyu like a god. Although Li Wanyu had already made the people of the Hirut tribe gasp in amazement by boiling salt in salt water and driving without a horse and so on. However, today was different. They were determined to die and tragically prepared to be like moths to a flame. Even if they could not shake the Shui Yintoa's cavalry, they planned to risk their lives and drag a few of them down with them to perish together. That was all. However, under such circumstances, Li Wanyu was able to lead 127 of them and miraculously annihilate 500 to 600 fully armed Shui Yinhua cavalrymen. Moreover, the casualties they suffered were minimal. Apart from a few people who suffered some minor injuries when charging at the rear of the Shui Yintao's cavalry, it could be said that they were unharmed and killed 500 to 600 cavalrymen. The feeling of escaping death and being able to kill the murderer of their loved ones with their own hands made Dian and the group of Hirut men so excited that they almost forgot themselves. However, they also understood that all of this was due to Li Wangyu's magical command. It would be best if Li Wangyu was willing to help the Hirut tribe take revenge. However, after Atai's excitement, he shook his head and said, Li Wangyu, you should return to the Tang dynasty as soon as possible. We will take revenge for the Hirut tribe ourselves. In 80's view, even though Li Wangyu, this Tang, was miraculous, it was impossible for more than 100 people to deal with thousands of Shui Yintao's cavalry. If it wasn't for the blood feud between the tribes that they couldn't let go of, Dian wouldn't have sent himself to his death. He could not retreat, nor was he willing to retreat. But Li Wangyu was different. He was a Tang, and there was no need for him to throw his life away with them. Gue treated Li Wangyu as a brother and naturally had to think for him. Bullshit. Unless you're going back to the Tang dynasty with me, you don't have to say such things. Li Wangyu glared at Abdi and scolded him with a smile. Having said that, Dian had nothing else to say. He could only nod his head gratefully. He knew very well what Li Wangyu's decision to stay behind meant. Li Wangyu, what should we do now? Tell us. We'll listen to you. The Chela people were straightforward. Since Li Wangyu insisted on staying, Dian didn't waste any more words. He directly asked Li Wangyu if there was a way for them to take revenge. As long as they could kill Bajua, Dian would have no regrets even if he had to die immediately. Li Wangyu couldn't help but lower his head and ponder. He was willing to help Dian take revenge. However, if Dian's original plan was to go to the market and fight Bajua to the death, that wasn't bravery, but recklessness. In Chang and Su Changqing and his children were waiting for him to return. Li Wangyu didn't want to die in vain. Facing thousands of Shui Yintao's cavalry, the previous move wouldn't work. Even if Shui Yintao's people were stupid and were willing to dismount and fight with them, the rear army formed by thousands of horses and hundreds of cavalry wasn't something that Dian and his people could deal with. Once Shui Yintao's cavalry reacted, they would definitely die. Since they couldn't fight head-on, they could only think of a way to kill Bajua. Li Wangyu touched the last grenade in his pocket and finally made up his mind. He reached out his hand and called Dian over. He whispered a few words in his ear. However, Dian frowned and looked puzzled. Li Wangyu, what do you mean? Why do you want our tribesmen to compete in throwing stones? Don't worry about that. Just listen to me. Dian could only nod his head helplessly. He gathered his tribesmen and asked them to find fist-sized stones. Then, they would compete to see who had the greatest strength and could throw it the furthest. The men of the Hirut tribe were also puzzled. However, out of their trust in Li Wangyu, all the men of the Hirut tribe, including Dian, dismounted from their horses and began to look for stones in the grassland. Of course, this wasn't Li Wangyu deliberately teasing Dian and the others. He planned to use the last grenade to kill that bastard Bajua. However, there would be many guard around Bajua. It wouldn't be easy to use bows and arrows or other assassination methods. However, if he used the grenade, he could throw it far away. As long as he threw it accurately, he could kill with one shot. The Tiela tribesmen had never seen a bomb before. Naturally, they wouldn't be prepared for the grenade. The probability of success was the highest when the enemy was caught off guard. However, there was only one grenade. It wasn't easy to find saltpeter and sulfur in the grassland. Even if he wanted to remake gunpowder, it wouldn't be easy. Therefore, he asked Dian to organize all the tribesmen to throw stones. He wanted to choose the person who could throw the stones the furthest and most accurately. The men of the Hirut tribe started to throw stones on the grassland like naughty children. After a round of competition, Li Wangyu didn't expect that the person who could throw stones the furthest and most accurately in the Hirut tribe would be Dian. After choosing the person to throw the grenade, Li Wangyu asked Dian to lead his tribesmen to take off the armor and clothes of the dead Shui Yinhua cavalrymen and let them change into them to disguise themselves as the Shui Yinhua cavalrymen. Fortunately, The Shui Yintua's recruitment system was similar to the Tang dynasty's military system. Every tribe needed to send their strong tribesmen to serve in the army regularly. Therefore, Jian and the others were very familiar with the military system and various rules of the Shui Yinhua cavalrymen. It wasn't a problem for them to pretend to be the Shui Yintua cavalrymen. Of course, this was to sneak into the market and find a chance to kill that bastard bourgeois. Li Wanyu also pinched his nose and changed into a set of relatively clean Shui Yintua armor. Although the bloodstains on the armor had been wiped clean, he still felt uncomfortable wearing the clothes of the dead. Li Wanyu resisted the little bit of misophobia in his heart and mounted a healthy horse. As for the sandboat, it was too eye-catching. Li Wanyu could only reluctantly give it up. After everything was ready, Li Wanyu waved his hand and led the 100 cavalrymen to set off again, galloping towards the market. Chapter 1027. Overseer Mountain, where the royal court of the Xianxia Khanate was located. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rites, Tang Songling, led his subordinates in a mad dash. In a little over a month, they had rushed from Chang into Overseer Mountain. The first thing he did was request an audience with the barbarian Khan. Tang Songling could not be blamed for being anxious. This matter was truly too important and could not be delayed. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Duke of Qin had not perished in the desert. Instead, he had escaped alone from the hands of the desert bandits. It was very likely that he had fled into the Xianxia Khanate. Duke Lu had rushed the news back to Chang, and immediately triggering a huge earthquake. There was no need to mention the turmoil in the imperial court. When Su Changqing learned of this good news, she was both surprised, happy, and worried. Despite her strong character, she could not help but hold her children in her arms and weep uncontrollably. In the past 1.5 years, Su Changqing had been missing her husband all the time. If it weren't for her children to worry about and entrust her to, perhaps Su Changqing wouldn't have been able to hold on. Needless to say, Chang'e was also in tears. When Tang Songling set out, Su Changqing led Princess Chang'e to the outskirts of Chang and to see him off. She presented an expensive itinerary and requested that Tang Songling find Li Wanyu no matter what. When the Tuqin Wang Fei gracefully bowed towards Tang Songling, he was so frightened that he hurriedly knelt and bowed in return. He repeatedly promised that he would do his utmost to bring His Highness back. In reality, Tang Songling was inwardly complaining. Li Wanyu's escape into the northern desert grasslands was actually only a guess. If he successfully found Li Wanyu from the northern desert grasslands, everyone would naturally be happy. However, if there was an accident, or if he could not find Li Wanyu at all, then he would be in a predicament. How would he return to Chang and report to Pai Lupi? How would he explain this to the Tuqin Wang Fei? Tang Songling was also under a great deal of pressure. As a result, he did not dare to stop and rest. Exhausted, he rushed to Overseer Mountain. In order to find Li Wanyu in the northern desert grasslands, Shui Yintua's assistance was essential. Shui Yintua naturally attached great importance to an envoy from the Tang dynasty. As for Tang Songling, the envoys of the Xianxia Khanate took good care of him, providing him with fine wine, fine food, and beautiful women. But Tang Songling wasn't in the mood to enjoy these things. He only wanted to see the barbarian Khan as soon as possible, but he didn't expect to be rejected. Although envoy Shui Yintua, who was in charge of receiving Tang Songling, was extremely courteous, he tried to evade Tang Songling's request to meet the barbarian Khan. However, the pretext was that the Khan's health had not been well recently, so he asked Tang Songling to stay at Overseer Mountain for a few days. When the barbarian Khan's health improved, he would pay him a visit. Tang Songling was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't just ignore everything and barge into the barbarian Khan's golden tent, could he? Tang Songling also noticed that the atmosphere on Overseer Mountain was very tense. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened in the Xianxia Khanate. Tang Songling sent out men to make inquiries and spent a large sum of gold and silver to bribe Shui Yintua's envoy. Only then did Tang Songling finally find out why the barbarian Khan wasn't in the mood to meet him and why the atmosphere on Overseer Mountain was so tense. Prince Bashuo of the Xianxia Khanate had been assassinated a few days ago, and the murderer was still being pursued. His son had been killed, so one could imagine how bad the barbarian Khan's mood was. He had even sent out tens of thousands of cavalry to chase after the murderer, but there was still no good news. After finding out the whole story, Tang Songling was also helpless. The assassination of the barbarian Khan's son was obviously the most important thing for the Xianxia Khanate. Compared to that, the Xianxia Khanate naturally didn't care as much about finding the Prince of Qin of the Tang dynasty. However, the barbarian Khan knew why Tang Songling was here. Although he didn't summon Tang Songling, he sent someone to pass on a message, assuring him that the Xianxia Khanate would do their best to find the Prince of Qin. Regarding this, Tang Songling could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and stay at Overseer Mountain for the time being. How could Tang Songling know that the murderer who had assassinated Prince Bashuo and was being chased by the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry was the person he was looking for, Li Wangyu? In a small valley 1,000 miles away from Overseer Mountain, Li Wangyu, 80, and the rest were all lying on the grass, exhausted and in a sorry state. Out of the 127 surviving tribesmen of the Hirut tribe, less than half of them were still with 80. There were only 40 to 50 of them, and almost all of them were injured. 80 took out some dry rations and ate 2 mouthfuls, then said gloomily, "Li Wangyu, it's a pity that you only have 1 heavenly thunder. Otherwise, those damned Xianxia Khanate's cavalry wouldn't dare to chase after us so recklessly." Li Wangyu weakly rolled his eyes at him and said, "You bastard, if it weren't for you, would we have been chased by the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry?" 80 laughed foolishly, then scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Well, hee, I just couldn't hold myself back for a moment." Li Wangyu couldn't be bothered to say anything more to this bastard, so he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, thinking about how to escape from the pursuit of the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry. The heavenly thunder mentioned by 80 was naturally Li Wangyu's homemade hand grenade. That day, after they had wiped out 500 to 600 cavalrymen of the Hirut tribe, they took off their clothes and disguised themselves as the Xianxia Khanate's cavalry. They went to the market and prepared to assassinate Bajwa. Originally, everything was going smoothly. Li Wangyu, 80, and the rest of the people had successfully sneaked into the market without attracting anyone's attention. As for the tent of Xianxia Khanate's prince, it took them a little effort to find it. Although the outside of Bajwa's tent was heavily guarded, and no one could get within 100 steps of it. However, Li Wangyu wasn't worried about this at all. In the future, when the troops threw hand grenades, their accuracy was around 70 to 80 meters. However, there were also soldiers with super strong arms who could throw hand grenades 100 meters away, and Ague was able to do this. Previously, when they were throwing stones on the grassland, 80 could throw them 100 steps away, and his accuracy was quite good. According to Li Wangyu's plan, he and 80 led a few people to guard outside Bajwa's tent, waiting for an opportunity. Once Bajwa appeared, 80 would immediately throw the hand grenade and kill that bastard. As for whether they could recognize Bajwa, there was no need to worry. Although the Xianxia Khanate had only been established for a few years as the Xianxia Khanate's prince, Bajwa's clothes and accessories were naturally different from the rest, so it was easy to recognize him. Li Wangyu's plan was also successful. He, 80, and the rest of the people waited in the market for 2 days before they finally found the plan. Surrounded by a group of guards, when Bajwa went out, a clay pot with green smoke fell from the sky and landed at Bajwa's feet. No one realized that death was coming. Bajwa looked at the clay pot with some confusion and reached out to pick it up to see what was inside. In the next second, with a loud bang, flames burst out and a cloud of blood rose into the sky. The grenade exploded in the crowd, and a large number of people, including the guards who were surrounding Bajwa, were blown to the ground. As for Bajwa, he was killed on the spot and died. Bajwa was the Xianxia Khanate's prince, the son of the barbarian Khan. In the original history, in the 19th year of Jingguan, after the death of the barbarian Khan, he took over the throne and established himself as Duomi Khan. Because he was the enemy of the Tang dynasty, Jingguan was killed by the Hueha people in the 20th year of Jingguan. Although his life was short, He had satisfied his craving. But now, Bajwa no longer had the chance to ascend the throne. If Bajwa knew that he died because he ordered people to destroy a small tribe, who didn't know how to open their eyes, who knew if he would regret it originally, this assassination was perfect, but after Bajwa was killed, the scene was in chaos. In addition, the Tiela people had never seen the power of firearms, so they only thought that it was the wrath of the god of thunder that struck Bajwa to death. But the bad thing was 80. This Tiela man listened to Li Wanyo's order and threw the so-called divine thunder, but he didn't expect that it would really kill Bajwa. He was so excited that he forgot everything. Chapter 10:28. According to the normal plot, Adai had killed Bajwa with the explosion. He had completely avenged his tribe, Chief Xianxia, and his sister Yeruo. As long as he took advantage of the chaos to sneak away, no one would know. No one would know how Bajwa died. However, Li Wanyu didn't expect that the silly Adai would actually shout excitedly after throwing the grenade to kill Bajwa. Wah! Bajwa is dead. Bajwa is dead. Li Wanyu, did you see that? That bastard is really dead. I kill Bajwa. God above, I kill Bajwa. Li Wanyu's face darkened. He rushed forward, covered the silly Adai's mouth, and was about to drag him away. Damn, this guy was simply a moron. If it weren't for the fact that Adai had saved him, Li Wanyu really wanted to kick him twice to vent his anger. He hadn't gotten out of danger yet, but he was shouting so loudly. Was he afraid that others couldn't hear him? Of course, Adai wasn't a fool. He was just suppressing too much grief and indignation because of the tragic death of his family and tribesmen. Now that he had suddenly gotten his revenge, he was stimulated to the point that he lost control. When he realized that he had made a mistake and was about to run away with Li Wanyu, it was already too late. Although the explosion of the grenades and Bajwa's death had thrown the bazaar into chaos, Adai's roar was still heard by some people. Thus, a 1,000-mile chase began. Thousands of Shui Yintao's cavalry began to pursue Li Wanyu and Adai's group with all their might, as if they had gone mad. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hiru tribe was also incomparably familiar with the grassland, and that Li Wanyu was able to react according to the situation and come up with a lot of camouflage, they would only be able to escape with over 100 light cavalry. But even so, the cavalry of the Shui Yintao Khanate didn't give up on chasing them. They were like gangrene attached to the bone, threatening Li Wanyu and his group all the time. After more than 10 days of escape, more than half of the remaining 100 tribesmen of the Hiru tribe had died. The remaining troops were all injured and exhausted. They were almost forced into a desperate situation. If Li Wanyu wanted to escape from the Xianxia Khanate, there were not many routes he could take. Going south was naturally the best way. As long as they could cross the Great Wall, they could return to the Tang dynasty. But for some unknown reason, they tried to escape to the south several times, but they were forced back by Shui Yintao's cavalry, who were searching for them. According to Achi and his clansmen's secret investigation, they discovered that the Xianxia Khanate had already deployed a considerable number of military forces in the south, forming a net to search for them everywhere. This feeling was quite strange, as if Shui Yintao had predicted that he would escape to the Tang dynasty. There was no need to consider going north. Li Wanyu did not want to go to Siberia. If he did, his chances of going home would be even slimmer. To the east was Goguryeo, and Li Wanyu didn't wish to flee to Goguryeo either. Although the relationship between Goguryeo and the Tang dynasty was still harmonious, he still felt uneasy after killing young Gaesaman. How could he be willing to run to Goguryeo alone? To the west was the territory of the Turks. As for the relationship between the Turks and the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu naturally couldn't choose this path. After thinking about it, Li Wanyu felt that the only way to escape from Shui Yintao was to enter the desert again. As long as they escaped into the desert, Shui Yintao's cavalry would no longer be a threat to them. Although Li Wanyu didn't want to enter the desert again, this was the only way now. Just as Li Wanyu was thinking about how to escape from the Xianxia Khanate, in the Xianxia Palace of Overseer Mountain, the barbarian Khan was staring at the several Xianxia generals kneeling below with a gloomy face. You are all trash. After so many days, you still haven't caught the murderer of Kishuo. What's the use of me keeping you? Someone come, drag these trash down and trample them to death. The generals immediately trembled and kowtowed and begged for mercy. "Great Khan, please forgive us. Please spare our lives. Please give us another chance. We will definitely capture and kill the murderer to avenge Prince Dajua. Khan, please spare us." An old man beside the barbarian Khan persuaded, "Khan, why don't you give him another chance? I'm sure they will do their best." "Humph. Since Galadogan is pleading for you, I'll give you another 15 days. If you still can't catch the murderer, you don't have to come back." The barbarian Khan said sinisterly and waved his hand, indicating for the terrified generals to leave. The Galadogan he mentioned was not a person's name, but Shui Yintua's official position. Shui Yintua inherited the Tujue and had the same official system as the Tujue. Goli meant old, while Dagon was the official name. Galadogan had a prominent position, equivalent to the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. After the generals left the tent in fear, the barbarian Khan asked coldly, "Do the Tangs know that we are chasing the king of Qin?" The old man twisted his beard and shook his head. Of course they don't know. Tang Songling only knows that Prince Kishuo was assassinated, but they don't know that it was their king of Qin who did it. That's good. Barbarian Khan stood up and paced a few steps inside the tent. "My son died a tragic death. I wish I could pull out that surnamed Li's tendons and flay his skin, grind his bones and scatter his ashes to vent the anger in my heart. However, the Tang dynasty is powerful. Although I have 200,000 armored soldiers, I can't defeat the Tang dynasty. Therefore, this matter must not be spread. After we kill the king of Qin of the Tang dynasty, let the Tangs come to see me." "Aha, don't worry, Great Khan. As long as we kill that Li Wanyu and destroy the evidence, we can slowly help the Tang search for His Highness King of Qin." The old man nodded and smiled sinisterly. If Li Wanyu heard their conversation, he would immediately understand why his route to the south was blocked. It turned out that Shui Yintua's people had already known his identity, so they deliberately set up a heavy guard on his route to the south to prevent him from escaping back to the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan didn't want to see Tang Songling for the same reason. Pai Lupi sent Tang Songling to Shui Yintua to find Li Wanyu with the help of Shui Yintua. However, who would have thought that Shui Yintua was secretly searching for Li Wanyu and trying to kill him? Speaking of which, Li Wanyu's identity was exposed because of Adai. If he hadn't shouted out Li Wanyu's name in the market that day, Shui Yintua wouldn't have known the truth. Li Wanyu was now famous in the Tang dynasty. Even Shui Yintua, who was far away in Mo Bay, had heard of his name. Tang Songling went to Shui Yintua to ask for Shui Yintua's help to find Li Wanyu. One of the Tangs who assassinated Prince Bashuo was also named Li Wanyu. With the combination of the two, how could the barbarian Khan and the others not know Li Wanyu's true identity? That was why the barbarian Khan refused to see Tang Songling. He didn't want Tang Songling to know about this. Shui Yintua couldn't afford to offend the Tang dynasty. However, the barbarian Khan was even more unwilling to let go of his son's murderer. Therefore, killing Li Wanyu secretly as soon as possible could hide it from the Tang dynasty. No one would know that the Tang dynasty's king of Qin had died in Mo Bay. However, no matter how much Yinan Khan and his trusted subordinates calculated, they never expected that Li Wanyu would escape to the desert. This gave Li Wanyu, Dian, and the others a chance to escape. "I have to drive to another place to do something tomorrow. I may not be able to come back on the same day. Therefore, I have to take a day off." Chapter 1029. In the barbarian king's tent on Overseer Mountain, the barbarian Khan was still discussing the matter of capturing Li Wanyu with a few of his trusted officials when the tent's door was suddenly opened by someone. A young man ignored the guard's obstruction and directly barged in. "Father, please allow me to personally capture the murderer who killed my brother. I want to personally take revenge for my brother." The one who barged into the tent was the other son of the barbarian king, Xieli. The barbarian king only had these two sons. How could he bear to let him go capture Li Wanyu? "Xieli, don't mess around. I have my own plans for this matter." "No, father. I want to personally take revenge for my brother. I already know that the one who killed my brother is the Qin king of the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu." "Father, please allow me to lead the troops to take revenge for my brother." The barbarian king was about to shake his head and refuse when the old man beside him persuaded. "Great Khan, Prince Shili has already grown up. An eagle needs to spread its wings and fly to hunt. Why don't you let Prince Shili go? That Qin Wang is now a stray dog. Could it be that Great Khan is still worried that he'll bite back?" Hearing the old man say this, the barbarian king hesitated for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. "Good. Since that's the case, then go. Bring 5,000 wolf cavalry and go capture your prey. I will be at Overseer Mountain waiting for news of your triumphant return." Shelley was overjoyed and immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed to his father. "Father, don't worry. I will definitely bring Li Wangyo's head back to see you." He did not expect that his father would actually give him 5,000 wolf cavalry. This made Shili very excited. In the legends of the Tiela people, their ancestors were the descendants of the Xiongnu, Chanyu's daughter, and a god. Therefore, many of the customs of the Tiela people were passed down from the same line as the Xiongnu people. The strongest thing about the Xiongnu people, the most terrifying thing, was the cavalry that held the wolf totem flag. They were as efficient and mobile as a pack of wolves, fearless of death, fierce and cruel. Therefore, those who could be called wolf cavalry were the most terrifying and feared cavalry on the grassland. Be it the Xiongnu, the Turks, or the Tiela people, they were all like this. Shui Yinta, who had 200,000 troops, only had 10,000 of them who could be called wolf cavalry. In order to capture Li Wangyu, the barbarian male Khan allocated 5,000 wolf riders to Shiliemo in one go. It can be seen that he was determined to kill Li Wangyu. He was determined to succeed. Shilifeng did not delay for even a moment. After receiving the golden arrow for transferring troops from the hands of the barbarian male Khan, he prepared to set out immediately to pursue Li Wangyu and the others. The old man chased him out of the main tent and whispered a few words into his ear. Shelley's eyes lit up as he listened, nodding repeatedly. After thanking the elder, Shelley led the 5,000 wolf cavalry and set out on the same day. With regards to this, Li Wangyu, Ague, and the others were naturally unaware. After Li Wangyu confirmed that the desert would be their escape route, Jian immediately led the group to turn around and head towards the direction of their tribe. Not long after Li Wangyu left the desert, he met a wolf pack. Then, he met Jian and the others who went out to hunt. Hence, the Hiru tribe was not far from the desert. They carefully avoided the Shui Yintawa cavalry that was searching for them, hiding in the day and going out at night. After 10 days on the grasslands, they finally returned to the Hiru tribe that was in ruins. Jian and the others were naturally really familiar with the surroundings of the Hiru tribe. This place was like their safety zone. To be able to return to their familiar hometown, it made the tense nerves of the surviving tribesmen relax by a lot. When the Hiru tribe was attacked, the women and children were all killed by the Shui Yintawa cavalry. To take revenge, Jian and the others could only collect the corpses of their loved ones and hurriedly set out to chase those cavalry. Now that they returned to their tribe, Jian and the others naturally had to pay their respects to their loved ones. Based on the Tiela people's funeral customs, after one's loved ones died, their corpses would be placed in tents for 7 days before being burned and buried. The loved ones would also cut their faces with knives to show their condolences. Cutting one's face was using a small knife to cut one's face. Cutting one's face, cutting one's ears, cutting one's hair, and tearing one's clothes. This was the funeral customs of the Turks and Tiela people. Due to time constraints, Jian and the others did not pay their respects to their loved ones and tribesmen. Now that they had returned to their tribe, Jian discussed with Li Wangyu that they wanted to stay for a few more days to pay their respects to their tribesmen. Jian, let's quickly leave this place and enter the desert. Staying here makes me feel uneasy. Recently, Li Wangyu's left eyelid had been twitching. His heart was on tenterhooks, and he couldn't help but advise. From a Hiru tribe to the desert, it would take half a day on a fast horse. Li Wangyu would rather run into the desert and eat sand than face the pursuit of the Shui Yintawa cavalry. As long as they could enter the desert, they would be temporarily safe. Jian grinned. Li Wangyu, you Tang people have a saying, it's dark under the light. Those Shui Yintuo cavalry would definitely not expect us to return to the tribe. Furthermore, we are tired and need to rest for a few days before entering the desert. The most dangerous place was the safest. This saying was not without reason. Although Li Wangyu was still uneasy, out of respect for Yin and the others, he nodded in agreement. Yin was right. In the past month, they had been chased by the Shui Yintuo cavalry on the grassland. Almost everyone was injured, and they needed a rest. Now that they had finally gotten out of danger and had shaken off their pursuers, they naturally needed time to recuperate. Even if the people could persevere, the horses under them had already lost a layer of fat and needed time to recuperate and recover their energy. After discussing with Yin, they decided to stay in the ruins of the Hirut tribe. They prepared to pay their respects to their tribesmen before leaving the desert and following Li Wangyu to the Tang dynasty, leaving this grassland. After staying in the Hirut tribe for a few days, they did not see any Shui Yintuo cavalry on the grassland. Li Wangyu slowly relaxed and felt that he was too worried. After all, the grassland was vast and sparsely populated. It was normal to not see a single person after riding for a day or two on the grassland. Even if the Shui Yintuo Khanate sent out tens of thousands of cavalry to chase them, it was not easy to find them in the vast grassland. After all, the Jingguan of the Tang dynasty was not the modern era. They did not have advanced technology like reconnaissance planes and reconnaissance satellites. Just relying on manpower to find dozens of people on the grassland was like looking for a needle in a haystack. After staying in the ruins of the Hirut tribe for a few days, Li Wangyu, Yin, and the others finally recovered enough energy. They mounted their horses and prepared to leave the desert. Yin was the last to leave the ruins of the Hirut tribe. He turned his head and looked at the tribe again. Just as he was about to mount his horse, his body suddenly froze. Li Wangyu did not know what was going on. Just as he was about to ask, Yin gestured for him to keep quiet. Then, Yin crouched on the ground and listened to something. Immediately, Dian's expression changed drastically. He jumped up on the horse and shouted to everyone, "Let's go quickly. A large group of cavalry is coming. There are no less than 1,000 of them." His words caused Li Wangyu to be greatly alarmed. They were discovered so quickly. Without much time to think, Li Wangyu and the others immediately urged their horses and rushed out of the ruins of the Hirut tribe. They galloped toward the desert. Chapter 10:30. Li Wangyu and the rest fled quickly, but the pursuers came even faster. They did not run for more than an hour before a black cavalry line appeared on the horizon of the grassland behind them. With the momentum of Mount Tai, they chased after them rapidly. Adai's horsemanship was exceptional. He did not care about the galloping horse under him and stood on the horse's back, shading his eyes with his hand as he looked back. Previously, when they were fleeing on the grassland, they relied on Adai's superb horsemanship to predict the position of the pursuers in advance and lead everyone to escape from the encirclement. When Adai saw the pursuers behind them clearly, his expression changed drastically. "Not good. It's the wolf cavalry. Quick, increase the speed." After Adai finished speaking, he did not care about the horse anymore and raised the horsewhip in his hand and lashed down fiercely. Under the pain, the horse under him suddenly exerted its strength and its speed increased by a few notches. When the men of the Hirut tribe heard Adai's words, they also showed a frightened expression and silently raised their whips to urge their horses. Although Li Wangyu did not know what the wolf cavalry meant, but seeing Adai and the rest so nervous, he knew that the pursuers this time must be very powerful to make Adai and the rest so fearful. He could only wave his horsewhip and increase the speed. Fortunately, they did not lack horses. Li Wangyu and the rest all rode 3 horses each, so they did not have to worry about running for too long and the horses being tired out. However, although they fled quickly, the pursuers behind them were even faster. Adai did not see wrongly. The pursuers that suddenly appeared and chased after them were Shui Yintuo's elite cavalry, the 5,000 wolf cavalry led by Shili Ming. As the most elite cavalry under the barbarian Khan, The horses they rode were 1 in 100, so they were naturally much stronger than the horses of Adai and the rest. Therefore, even though Adai and the rest were running very fast, the wolf cavalry behind them was getting closer and closer. Xie Ming was surrounded by a group of guards and similarly urged his horse to gallop wildly in the midst of the wolf cavalry. Looking at Li Wanyu and the rest who were running for their lives a few miles ahead, the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a smile. Galadakin was right. These lowly herdsmen have really returned to their tribe. That day, when Shili Rual was about to lead his troops and set out, he was stopped by that old man, who told him to pay attention to Wuxia and the others, and to escape back to his own tribe. Shili Xiu led the 5,000 wolf cavalry to search the grasslands for a few days, but did not find any traces of Wuxia and the others, so he simply followed the old man's words and went to the Hirut tribe to try his luck. He did not expect that Galadagan had guessed correctly. As for capturing Li Wanyu and the others, Shili was not worried in the slightest. The speed of the wolf cavalry's horse was obviously much faster than the opponent's. At this rate, they would be able to capture him in 2 to 4 hours at most. Elder brother, I will definitely personally deliver that dog Farchin Wang to you for forgiveness. Shili secretly made up his mind. Holding the mentality of a cat catching a mouse, Shili Rual did not urge the wolf cavalry to increase their speed. Just like this, he followed behind Li Wanyu and the others, purposely toying with Li Wanyu, Wuxia, and the others. Just like this, one chasing and one fleeing, the two sides ran for close to 100 miles. Midway, both sides had already changed horses several times, and the distance between the wolf cavalry and Li Wanyu and the others was getting closer and closer. Apart from the horse, Li Wanyu's horsemanship was also Wuxia and the others' greatest weakness. When the Chela people and the wolf cavalry changed horses, they did not need to slow down at all, and could directly jump onto the back of the horse beside them. But how could Li Wanyu do that? Even if his horsemanship was already not bad, but compared to these grassland people who grew up on horseback since young, he was just like a child who had just learned how to walk. Changing horses twice, Li Wanyu had dragged down Wuxia and the others for quite a bit of time. Towards this, Li Wanyu also felt very guilty. There were several times when he wanted to open his mouth and tell Wuxia and the others to not worry about him, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not say it at all. It was not that Li Wanyu was afraid of death, but that he knew that no matter how he tried to persuade them, Wuxia and the others, these Tiela men, would not abandon him and run for their lives alone. Li Wanyu could only secretly clench his teeth, lowering his head and silently brandishing his horsewhip, doing his best to make the horse he was sitting on run a bit faster, a bit faster. But no matter how desperately Li Wanyu fought, many things could not be changed by human will. When the grassland under the horse's hooves gradually turned into a desert, when a line of yellow sand already appeared in front of Li Wanyu's eyes, the pursuers behind him were already very close. Li Wanyu did not even need to turn his head. His ears could already clearly hear the rumbling sounds of horse hooves behind him. Every sound was like a war drum pounding on his chest, silently letting out a long sigh in his heart. Li Wanyu could not help but turn his head and look at the wolf cavalry behind him. In the center of the wolf cavalry, an iron red wolf totem war flag was fluttering in the wind, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws to announce to the world the terror and brutality of the wolf cavalry. Li Wanyu knew clearly that this time, it was truly difficult to escape from this calamity. Just when Li Wanyu was already dejected and was about to give up and accept his fate, the horse under him suddenly let out a neigh, and then suddenly sped up a bit, charging forward abruptly. Li Wanyu turned his head in shock, only to discover that the Hirut man who had been guarding him had pulled out the steel knife at his waist and chopped down on the horse's buttocks. The horse was injured and in pain. Only then did it erupt again. Li Wanyu did not understand what this Hirut man meant, but he saw the man grin at Li Wanyu, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Then, he suddenly pulled on the reins in his hand, turned the horse around, waved the steel knife in his hand, and charged towards the wolf cavalry without any hesitation. "No! Come back! You come back!" Li Wanyu roared in horror, even subconsciously wanting to pull on the reins. He did not even know the name of that Hirut man, but he knew what he wanted to do. He was planning to sacrifice himself to buy that insignificant bit of time for everyone to escape. Before Li Wanyu could pull on the reins in his hand were snatched away by someone. Gui's face was bleak as he said coldly, "His name is Bursting. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain." After he finished speaking, he pulled on the reins of Li Wanyu's horse and charged forward with his head down. Li Wanyu sat on the saddle in a daze. Looking back, he saw Bursting charging towards the wolf cavalry was like a stone thrown into a pond. Other than causing a slight ripple in the wolf cavalry army, he was instantly drowned out by the army. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down from Li Wanyu's eyes. He could not help but let out a roar like an injured beast. Before Li Wanyu could vent the anger and sorrow in his heart, he saw another Hirut man roar and pull on the reins, turning the horse around and charging towards the wolf cavalry at the back. Beside Gui, there were a total of 40 to 50 Hirut men following him. They looked at each other and resolutely turned their horses around. One after another, like moths to a flame, they charged towards the wolf cavalry army at the back. Li Wanyu's eyes were about to bleed. His teeth bit through his lips and blood oozed out. Chapter 1031. Even if the men of the Hirut tribe were willing to sacrifice themselves, they would still cover Adi and Li Wanyu's escape. However, in front of absolute strength, the sacrifice of 40 to 50 Tiela riders was practically worthless. Apart from creating a trace of chaos in the wolf riders and slowing them down for a while, it was completely useless. Even if Adi and Li Wanyu had already urged their horses to run into the desert, the 5,000 wolf riders still had no intention of letting them go and followed them into the desert. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Adi and Li Wanyu's mounts both let out a miserable neigh before falling down in front of a sand dune. Li Wanyu and Adi both rolled down from the back of their horses. If not for the fine and soft sand, perhaps the two of them would have already been badly battered. Looking up, their mounts had been hit by many arrows and were killed by the wolf riders. This was because Xianxia wanted to torture Li Wanyu and Adi and did not order his subordinates to shoot arrows at the two. Otherwise, the ones that were hit by the arrows would not be the horses. Without waiting for Li Wanyu and Adi to help each other up, the 5,000 wolf riders had already surrounded the two of them. Under such circumstances, unless Li Wanyu could fly, there was already no chance of escaping. Li Wanyu already had a clear understanding of this outcome. Smiling bitterly, he only regretted that he did not have a grenade in his hand. Otherwise, he could have dragged a few Shui Yintua cavalry down with him. Adi spat out the sand in his mouth with a pei sound. His eyes were like that of an injured wild wolf as he stared fiercely at the wolf riders around him. The steel blade in his hand was tightly clenched, and the veins on the back of his hand were bulging. He was ready to fight to the death. The 5,000 wolf riders surrounded the two of them, but did not make a move. This made Li Wanyu somewhat surprised. Not long after, the wolf riders opened up a path. Xianxia rode on a fine horse with a complacent smile on his face and appeared in front of Li Wanyu. "Ha! Your Highness Prince of Qin of the Tang dynasty, Poetry Immortal Lizio. It's an honor to meet you at last. To be able to see your Highness Prince of Qin like a stray dog in the desert. It's really delightful." Xianxia raised his head and laughed, looking down at Li Wanyu with eyes full of mockery. "Prince of Qin?" Li Wanyu was slightly stunned, not understanding what this Shui Yintua man in front of him meant. Xianxia. Shelly, since you know this one's identity, you still dare to pursue this one in such an unbridled manner. Could it be that my great Tang cavalry cannot flatten the Mabe? Li Wanyu held his hands behind his back, his body ramrod straight as he raised his eyes to look at Shelly. Since the other party had seen through his identity, Li Wanyu could not bring shame to the Tang dynasty. Atai gripped the steel blade in his hand even tighter. His face was filled with arrogance, as if he had the intention of pouncing forward and killing Shelly. His actions instead made the guards at Shelly's side a bit uneasy. They all raised the bows in their hands, aiming at Ague. As long as he dared to move, he would definitely be pierced by thousands of arrows. Shili Feng did not pay any attention to Ague at all. He only stared at Li Wanyu with a mocking tone and said, "Shili Feng, Prince Bajua is my brother. Your Highness Duke of Qin, remember me well. When you go to hell and ask about me, don't forget to mention my name. As for the Tang dynasty, His Highness Duke of Qin must be joking. It's true that I, Shui Yin Tao, am not a match for the Tang dynasty for the time being, but who knows that His Highness Duke of Qin died in this desert? Could it be that Emperor Tang can predict the future?" Xylixer? Li Wanyu understood a little. He was the other son of the barbarian Khan. Shili Feng waved the horsewhip in his hand ferociously and said, "Your Highness Duke of Qin dared to kill my brother. Even if I chase you to the ends of the earth, I, Shui Yin Tao, will not let you go. But no matter what, your Highness Duke of Qin is still a prince of the Tang dynasty. Your status is honorable. So, how do you want to die, your Highness Duke of Qin? I can still satisfy you." Li Wanyu treated his words as farts. He patted the sand off his body calmly and said with a smile, "Oh, you want me to choose how to die? All right, I choose to die of old age in bed 100 years later." Shili Feng was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that he had been played by Li Wanyu. He could not help but fly into a rage. On the other hand, Atai laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He patted Li Wanyu with his hand and said with a smile, "Li Wanyu, this is a good way to die. Ha ha. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, let your Highness Duke of Qin have a taste of the punishment of being trampled by horses on the grassland. Men, capture these two, dig a hole, and bury them." Hearing this, Atai's expression changed. He roared and raised his saber, wanting to fight with his life. But immediately, an arrow pierced through the air, bringing with it a rain of blood. It pierced through Atai's saber-wielding shoulder. Atai screamed miserably. The steel saber in his hand fell to the ground. Then, several wolf riders rushed forward and grabbed his hands, making him unable to move. As for Li Wanyu, he did not even bother to resist. He did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. Facing 5,000 wolf riders, there was no need for him to struggle. As a man who had died once, Li Wanyu was not that afraid of death. He only regretted that he could not see his child one last time. He did not have time to say goodbye to Su Changqing before he was about to leave this world. The so-called punishment of being trampled by horses was to dig a hole and bury the person, leaving only the head above the ground. Then, the horse would trample on the person, stomping the person into the ground. At this moment, they had already escaped into the desert. There was sand all around them. Shili Xiu did not mind and ordered people to start digging holes in the sand. In his opinion, it would be better to kill Li Wanyu in the desert. In this desert where even birds and beasts could not be seen, no one would find Li Wanyu's body. Shui Yintao's pursuit of Li Wanyu could not be exposed. Otherwise, the anger of the Tang dynasty was not something that Shui Yintao, a country that had only been established for a few years, could bear. Whether it was the barbarian Khan or Shili Xiu, although they were ambitious, they knew what was important. Even the Turks were defeated by the Tang dynasty. Although Shui Yintao had 200,000 elite soldiers, they were not a match for the Tang dynasty. Moreover, Shui Yintao was not a monolithic bloc. Although Hueha, Baegu, Tongluo, Pugu, Jia, and other ethnic groups had submitted, there was still friction. If the Tang dynasty attacked Shui Yintao, Shili Xiu was sure that Hueha, Baegu, and other tribes would immediately turn their weapons against the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Shili Xiu only planned to secretly take revenge and kill Li Wanyu as a sacrifice to his elder brother. Not long after, a huge sandhole was dug. Li Wanyu and 80 were directly pushed into the sandhole and then buried in the sand. Soon, the sandhole disappeared, leaving only Li Wanyu and 80's two heads on the sand. The 5,000 wolf cavalry slowly retreated and formed a square formation, preparing to charge over and trample the two to death. Li Wanyu raised his eyes and looked at the slightly dazzling sun, murmuring, "Damn it, this time we will die more miserably than last time." 80 next to him did not understand his words. He grinned and was about to say something, but his expression froze, and he closed his mouth to listen. Li Wanyu, there seems to be a large group of cavalry approaching. I'm afraid the number is no less than 10,000. Li Wanyu smiled and said, "What's the difference between being trampled to death by thousands of horses and being trampled to death by tens of thousands of horses? Dalong, let me tell you a secret, actually." Before he finished speaking, he also paused. There seemed to be a faint sound of a bugle horn in his ears, but this bugle horn sound was exceptionally familiar. Chapter 1032. Bugle horns were made from beast horns and were introduced into the Central Plains by the ethnic minorities during the Eastern Han Dynasty. Because the sound was loud and sharp, it was usually used to give orders or boost morale on the battlefield, and also used as a ceremonial guard when the emperor went out. The bugle horns of the Tang Dynasty were mostly made from rhinoceros horns, and the sound was loud and deep. Because the Tang army was invincible, the sound of the bugle horn of the Tang army also became the nightmare sound of their enemies, causing people's complexion to change. When the sound of the bugle horn came from the desert, not only did Li Wanyu hear it, the 5,000 wolf cavalry and Xie Ming also heard it. Xie Ming's complexion immediately changed dramatically, revealing a frightened expression. Even the 5,000 wolf riders couldn't help but become restless. "Quick, trample them to death." Xie Ming did not have time to investigate why they would encounter the Tang army in the northern desert. At this moment, he only wanted to immediately kill Li Wanyu and then turn around and run away. But previously, in order to play and torture Li Wanyu, wanting him to experience the helplessness and despair before death, Xie Ming led the 5,000 wolf cavalry and retreated far away after burying Li Wanyu and Tai in the sandpit. Originally, Xie Ming planned to let the wolf cavalry retreat and regroup, then speed up and then crush Li Wanyu and Tai in a thunderous manner to vent the anger in his heart. In the end, when the sound of the bugle horn of the Tang army sounded, the wolf cavalry was already 100 steps away from Li Wanyu and Tai. When the wolf cavalry heard Xie Ming's order, they immediately began to urge their horses to gallop toward Li Wanyu, preparing to trample him to death. But a group of wolf cavalry had only galloped 40 or 50 steps when they heard the sound of breaking through the air. Countless feathered arrows pierced through the air and pounced straight toward them. Miserable howls immediately sounded as dozens of Shui Yintao's most elite wolf cavalry were directly nailed to death on the backs of their horses by the feathered arrows. Even though this group of several hundred wolf cavalry charged toward Li Wanyu and Tai with all their might, they were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground one after another. The closest wolf cavalry fell in front of Li Wanyu. The bloody mist that burst out from his body even drenched his face. But Li Wanyu did not have the slightest fear in his heart. Instead, he shouted excitedly, "Come, come, come and kill me." With the arrival of the iron cavalry of the Tang Dynasty, who in the world could contend against them? So what if they were the wolf cavalry? Shelley's face was completely blank. Only when he raised his eyes to look over did he notice that unknowingly, on the sand dune behind Li Wanyu and Adui, silhouettes after silhouettes had silently appeared one after another. They were currently looking down at them from a high vantage point. At the same time, the arrows in their hands were continuously shooting out, taking away the lives of Shui Yintao's wolf cavalry one after another. From Shelley Shou's point of view, the army on the sand dune was currently standing against the light, facing the dazzling sunlight, making it impossible for him to clearly see the appearance of the people on the sand dune. Only a flag fluttering in the wind allowed him to see it clearly. It was a huge Tang character, the cavalry of the Tang Dynasty. Xianxia's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. He raised his eyes to look at the wolf riders that had been shot to death by arrows. He really wanted to disregard everything and directly order the wolf cavalry to charge and fight to the death with these Tang soldiers who had suddenly appeared. But in the end, Shili Xianxia still didn't dare to give this order. His fear of the Tang dynasty made, even if he was unwilling in his heart, he could only squeeze out a word from between his teeth: retreat. The several thousand wolf riders were indeed Shui Yintua's elites. With one order, they immediately turned around on the spot to protect Shili's elixir and then turned around to retreat towards the grassland. The Tang soldiers who had suddenly appeared on the sand dune did not pursue and attack. Instead, they quickly urged their horses to charge down the sand dune and surrounded Li Wangyu and Adui in the middle to protect them. Then several silhouettes rolled down from the horseback and threw themselves at Li Wangyu's side. With tears in their eyes, they began to desperately dig at the sand with their hands. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was amused. He didn't care how embarrassed he was right now. Grinning, he said, "Niu Wu, why are you crying? I'm still alive and well. Why are you crying? Haha, Brother Chumo, Brother Ui, you guys still haven't returned to Chang'an? Mita, why are you also in this desert?" The ones who threw themselves at him and kneeled on the ground to dig at the sand were Niu Wu and a group of foppish sons, as well as Mi Tuo and the others. After running around for more than a year and a half and being forced into desperate situations several times, Li Wangyu was also very excited when he saw these people at this moment. Even though he was laughing and scolding them, his voice was choked with sobs. Niu Wu, a 30-something Guangzhou man, was even more sobbing. "Lang Jun, I finally found you. I thought I would never see you again. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. That day, I should have followed you to walk Sasha Luzi." While digging at the sand, Cheng Chumo's eyes were also red. He glared at Li Wangyu fiercely. "Zio, you bastard. You made me wait for so long to find you. That's right. Quickly dig this bastard out. I'll teach him a lesson today. In order to find this bastard, I've been eating sand in this desert for almost a year." Fang Yai also laughed and scolded. At this moment, Mi Tuo was also crying. He was not like Niu Wu and the foppish sons who had deep feelings for Li Wangyu. Instead, he was so excited that he cried when he thought that he could finally return to Chang and report to Pai Lupi. This provincial supervisor of the Ministry of Internal Affairs had suffered enough in the desert of the western regions this year. Now that the clouds had parted and the moon had seen the moon, he was naturally so excited that he could not control himself. "Your Highness Duke of Qin, old slave has finally found you." Li Wangyu was dug out of the sand pit by the crowd. He reached out and hugged Niu Wu, who was kneeling and crying. "Niu Wu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't blame yourself. It's been hard on you, Sai." In just a year, Niu Wu's skin had become dark and rough, as if he had aged more than 10 years. Even his bun had strands of white hair. Li Wangyu knew that because of his disappearance, this loyal and devoted member of the Li family had suffered a lot. After comforting Niu Wu with great difficulty, Li Wangyu stood up again and hugged Cheng Chumo and the other foppish sons. The crowd laughed and scolded at the same time. It was very lively. At the side, Jian was also rescued by the Tang soldiers. Li Wangyu introduced Jian to the crowd. When the foppish sons found out that Jian had saved Li Wangyu in the grassland, they all praised him greatly. Seeing that Dian's shoulder was injured by an arrow, they quickly called for the paramedics and medical officers to bandage his wound. After a while of hustle and bustle, the foppish sons ordered people to bring wine and food. They sat on the ground in the desert and talked with each other about what had happened in the past year. With regards to Li Wangyu's encounter, the crowd was also very curious. Li Wangyu also did not expect that after more than a year, the foppish sons were still in the desert and had not returned to Chang'an City. "Brother Chumo, Brother Yai, why are you guys here?" After the crowd calmed down a little, Li Wangyu thought of this and quickly asked. The foppish sons were like divine soldiers descending from the sky to save him. But this made Li Wangyu very surprised. This place was not far from the grassland. Why would the foppish sons lead an army here? Cheng Chumo waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this first. Ziyu, tell us, what happened after you encountered the sandstorm that day? After you escaped from the desert bandits, where did you go?" Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this and said, "Brother Chumo, how did you know that I fell into the hands of the desert bandits? And how did you know that I escaped from the desert bandits?" Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the rest looked at each other and laughed loudly. Chapter 1033. When Li Wangyu learned from Cheng Chumo and the others that if he had not escaped from the desert bandit camp, He would have only needed to wait a few more days to be rescued safely. His mouth could not help but open wide, speechless. Did this count as thinking that he was smart? He had spent so much effort to make the sand boat, but the result was simply a waste of effort. Li Wanyu even thought that if he had not escaped to the grasslands and had not met Adi and the Hirut tribe, then would the tragedy that happened to the Hirut tribe not have happened? Thinking of this, he could not help but raise his hand and slap himself. Li Wanyu's action startled everyone, not understanding what was wrong with him. On the other hand, Ague immediately understood and shook his head at Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu, wolves eat sheep. Is it because of the sheep's fault? Those nobles of Shui Yinda are hungry wolves that eat meat without spitting out the bones. It has nothing to do with you. Cheng Chumo and the others did not understand and quickly asked Li Wanyu what happened after he escaped from the desert bandit camp. When they heard that it was the Hirut tribe who saved Li Wanyu, but because Li Wanyu helped them to make salt, they were all angry and cursed. That bullshit Prince Dajua. He really deserves to die. Ziyu, you did a good job. You should have killed that bastard. Yes. Not only that Dajua deserves to die, Xianxia and Enin who chased you before also deserve to die. If I knew they were such bastards, I would not have let those Shui Yintoa people go. Li Wanyu suddenly stood up and stared in the direction of the grasslands. Let them go? It's not that easy. Brother Chumo, how many men do you have now? Cheng Chumo did not understand Li Wanyu's meaning. There are 10,000 cavalry. After Cheng Yaojin led the troops to destroy the desert bandit camp next to Swan Lake, he led the troops back to the western region. As the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, he was busy cleaning up Li Wanyu's mess. Naturally, he could not stay in the desert and wait for news. But those playboys were not willing to give up. Besides, Mituwa did not find Li Wanyu and did not dare to return to Chang'an. So, he simply asked Cheng Yaojin for permission and led 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry to stay at Swan Lake for the time being. Over the past few days, they had been sending out military scouts to search the desert. Of course, the result was nothing. Therefore, after Cheng Chumo and the other debauches had a discussion, they decided to lead their troops to the grasslands to see if they could find any trace of Li Wanyu. After all, according to the explanation of the desert robbers, when Li Wanyu escaped, he went in the direction of Shui Yinta. Mituwa had a headache over this. He wanted to stop this group of silk pants from messing around. No matter what, the Shui Yinta Khanate was a grassland country. Cheng Chumo and the others did not say anything and led 10,000 Tang cavalry to the grasslands. No matter how one looked at it, it was a diplomatic matter. If the barbarian Khan complained to Pai Lupi because of this, he, as the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, would be punished. But how could Cheng Chumo and his group of silk pants listen to Mituo's advice? Without saying anything, they led 10,000 troops and horses and headed towards the grasslands. By a freak combination of factors, he happened to save Li Wanyu. When Li Wanyu heard that Cheng Chumo led 10,000 Tang cavalry, he punched his own palm and said, "That's good. Brothers, there is no time to lose. While Shelly has not escaped far away, let's chase after him together. Damn it, this time I almost suffered a big loss. I must make that son of a bitch pay the price." Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others were not people who minded big things. When they heard that Li Wanyu wanted to lead troops to chase after Shelly, they naturally rubbed their fists and were very excited. Only Mituo's head hurt more. "Your Highness, you have just escaped danger. Why don't you return to Chang'an first? His Majesty is still waiting for your news in Chang'an. What's more, our Tang dynasty and Shui Yinta have always been harmonious. Without His Majesty's edict, I'm afraid it's inappropriate for your Highness to lead troops privately." Before Mituo could finish, Li Wanyu glared at him and said, "Nonsense. Shui Yinta knew my identity and still dared to send troops to chase after me. Where's the harmony to speak of? If we let go like this, where's the face of our Tang dynasty? Mituo, I am still the general manager of the Western Expedition Army, right? As the saying goes, when a general is outside, he will not obey the orders of His Majesty. After I get my revenge, I will explain to His Majesty." Mituo really could not refute Li Wanyu's words. Although the general manager of the Western Expedition Army was now Chang Yaojin, Pai Lupi did not remove Li Wanyu from his position. After all, at that time in the imperial court, everyone thought that Li Wanyu had died and even conferred him the title of Prince of Qin. Now Li Wanyu had returned safely. He and Cheng Yaojin had become the general managers of the Western Expedition Army. Of course, Li Wanyu would not compete with Cheng Yaojin for the position of general manager. He just wanted to use this title to lead the troops. Mituo was choked by Li Wanyu's words and could not speak for a long time. However, this guy was also a shrewd person. He rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Your Highness, Shui Yintuo dared to chase after you. His Majesty naturally will not forgive them. It's natural for your Highness to vent your anger. The old slave naturally does not dare to stop you. But the Wangfei is still waiting for your Highness in Chang'an. Also, your Highness may not know yet, right? The Wangfei gave birth to a boy and a girl for your Highness. Shouldn't your Highness go back to visit them first? Mituo's words made Li Wangyu's eyes almost pop out. He grabbed Mituo and said, Mituo, what did you say? Changqing gave birth to a boy and a girl? I have a son and a daughter. How could the old slave dare to deceive your Highness? Everyone knows this. His Majesty even conferred them the titles of Prince and Princess of Fufeng. TSK. The noble families of Chang, and are in awe of them. Mituo hurriedly replied with a smile. I have a son and a daughter. Li Wanyu still could not believe it. He turned to look at Niu Wu and the other rich playboys. Niu Wu nodded and laughed. That's right. Congratulations, Lang Jun. Your wife really gave birth to a boy and a girl. Ching Chumo and the others also laughed. Zio is so lucky to have a boy and a girl. This is indeed a joyous occasion. This news made Li Wanyu so excited that he almost wanted to leave and rush back to Chang and to see his son and daughter. However, when his gaze landed on Dian, his expression of excitement instead slowly faded. Then he slowly shook his head. When this matter is over, I will naturally hurry back to Chang'an. However, right now, I want that Shili Shui to pay with his blood. Thinking of the women and children who died tragically in the Hirut tribe, thinking of Yeruo's pale body, thinking of the men of the Hirut tribe who sacrificed themselves along the way, thinking of those men who rushed to the fire like moths. Li Wanyu temporarily put away the thought of rushing back to Chang and to reunite with Su Changqing and his children. If he did not take revenge, he would not be a gentleman. He would be ashamed to return to Chang'an. Mituo could not help but be dumbfounded. He did not know how to persuade him anymore. Only now did Dian know Li Wangyu's true identity. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. How could he have known that the person he picked up from the grassland was actually a prince of the Tang dynasty? Seeing that Li Wanyu was going to lead 10,000 cavalrymen of the Tang dynasty back to the grassland to avenge him and the Hirut tribe, Dian was a little scared. Chapter 1034. Qin, your Highness, Eddie didn't know what to say and stuttered for a while. After all, he was just an ordinary herdsman on the grassland. He had never seen such a big shot as Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu saw Eddie's uneasiness. He pulled him to his side and put his arm around Eddie's shoulder intimately. He laughed and scolded. Your Highness, my ass. Dalong, don't you recognize me? Don't talk so much nonsense. Get on the horse. Let's go and find that bastard Shieli to settle accounts. We must avenge the Hirut tribe. Eddie couldn't say anything other than nodding his head desperately. His head was still buzzing. He felt that everything was too unimaginable. Under Li Wangyu's insistence, 10,000 Tang cavalrymen set off immediately and followed the wolf riders to the grassland. Mituo had no choice but to order his subordinates, the cavalry department, to send people back to Chang and immediately to report this to Pai Lupi. He gritted his teeth and followed the army. In fact, Mituo was very happy. No matter what, he had found Li Wanyu. He had worked hard. At least Pai Lupi wouldn't punish him for this. As for what trouble Li Wanyu would cause by leading 10,000 Tang cavalrymen into the grassland, it had nothing to do with him. As far as Mituo was concerned, he supported Li Wanyu in his heart. Shui Yintoa dared to chase and kill the prince of the Tang dynasty. If he didn't take revenge for this, where would the face of the Tang dynasty go? No matter what, he should teach Shui Yintoa a lesson. But whether it was Mi Tuo or Cheng Chumo, Li Wanyu just wanted to vent his anger. Whether or not they could catch up to the 5,000 wolf cavalry was another matter for the time being. In any case, if they chased for a few days, Li Wanyu would be able to vent the anger in his heart and forget about it. As for how Pai Lupi wanted to vent Li Wanyu's anger, that was the business of the officials in the court. Li Wanyu led the 10,000 cavalry across the desert, following the direction of the wolf cavalry's escape and giving chase. How could Xianxia have guessed that Li Wanyu's vengeful heart would be so strong? He failed to kill Li Wanyu and could only lead the wolf riders to retreat. After the 5,000 wolf riders entered the grassland, they slowed down and walked into the depths of the grassland in frustration. Along the way, Shili. Now that the matter of Shui Yintoa chasing after Li was exposed, he didn't know how his father would explain it to Emperor Tang. Shili was upset. Just as he was vexed, he heard a scout report that the 10,000 Tang cavalry had actually charged out of the desert and were chasing after them. Shili to Shili. This is the territory of our Xianxia Khanate. How dare they chase us into the prairie? However, he didn't think that since Shui Yinta dared to chase Li Wanyu for thousands of miles, even though he knew Li Wanyu's identity, what was so strange about Li Wanyu's counterattack? Although Xieli Ku was leading Shui Yintoa's most elite wolf cavalry, they did not have the courage to fight against the Tang cavalry. This was not surprising. Having defeated the Eastern Turks, the overlord of the grassland, the Tang dynasty's cavalry was in high spirits. Not to mention Shui Yintoa, who had only been established a few years ago. Even the Western Turks and Goguryeo were not taken seriously by the Tang dynasty's cavalry. With such a great reputation, how could Shili Shui dare to use only 5,000 wolf cavalry to fight against many with few? Therefore, after learning that Li Wanyu was leading 10,000 Tang cavalry to chase after him, Shili Ku did not even dare to resist and directly ordered a retreat. In Shili's view, the Tang cavalry should not dare to enter the grassland, so why should he take the risk to fight the Tang army? As long as he retreated a few hundred li, Shili Ku could meet up with the tens of thousands of Shui Yintoa cavalry. At that time, if the Tang army still chased after him, he did not mind defeating the Tang army in one fell swoop and teach Li Wanyu a deep lesson. The 5,000 wolf cavalry followed Shili Ku in a very sorry state as they ran toward the direction of military Governor Mountain. Behind them, the 10,000 Tang dynasty cavalry under the leadership of Li Wanyu were in hot pursuit. One chased while the other fled. In a few days, a few hundred li passed in the blink of an eye. Under the leadership of Li Wanyu, the Tang army had already entered deep into the heart of the Xianxia Khanate. Mitoa could not take it anymore. One day after the army set up camp, he went to find Li Wanyu and said, "Your Highness, we have already chased for 5 or 6 days. Now that the army is alone deep in the grassland, we have no reinforcements and no supplies. We cannot continue to chase like this." At this moment, Cheng Chumo and the other playboys also felt nervous. Originally, they thought that Li Wanyu just wanted to vent his anger. However, the current situation was just as Mi Tuo had said. The 10,000 cavalry were alone deep in the grassland. If they were not careful, they might really be surrounded by the Xianxia people. If they were to fall to such a state, they would really have nowhere to cry. Fang Yai hesitated for a moment and also said, "Zio, why not let that Shilika go for now? We will return to Chang'an first and settle the score with them in the future." "That's right, Zio. The army has no reinforcements and no supplies. It is too risky." Yesterday, the scouts reported that there are already tens of thousands of troops gathered around Shili Ku. If we continue to chase like this, things will not be good. "Zio, let's retreat." The other playboys all advised. Currently, there were not only 5,000 wolf cavalry beside Shili Ku. He ran all the way north. At the same time, He did not forget to gather up the Xianxia cavalry that were scattered on the grassland to search for Li Wanyu and Adi. In a few days, Xieliku had gathered 50,000 cavalry around him. 10,000 Tang cavalry needed to deal with 50,000 or even more Xianxia cavalry. No wonder Qingchumo and the others did not have confidence. Li Wanyu was not nervous. He also knew that Mi Tuo and the others were right. However, in his eyes, this was not a problem. There were many herding tribes on the grassland. Even if the Tang army did not rob them, they would be able to buy enough food with money. Thinking about it, those tribes would not dare to not sell their livestock to the Tang army. Hence, food was not a problem. As for going deep alone, in Li Wanyu's eyes, Shui Yintua's army was stronger than theirs. Mi Tuo and the other playboys naturally did not know that 10 years later, in the 20th year of Jingguan, Li Ji used just 6,000 cavalry to force Xianxuo's 200,000 army to flee. If Li Ji could do it with 6,000 cavalry, why couldn't he, Li Wanyu, with his 10,000 elite cavalry? The Xianxuo cavalry's stupid, dismounted cavalry formation, in his eyes, could not withstand a single blow. Back then, 100 herdsmen had been able to defeat 500 to 600 Shuiyinhua cavalrymen under his command, not to mention that Li Wanyu now had the Tang Empire's cavalry, which had been invincible on the grassland. Even Li Wanyu was pondering in his heart. If he defeated Xieli, should he go all the way to the Overseer Mountain, to the place where Shui Yintua's palace was, and capture the barbarian Khan alive, and bring him back to Chang, and to accompany Xieli Khan of the Eastern Tujue? If Mi Tuo or Chang Chimo knew about his thoughts, they would be so scared that they would fall off their horses. 10,000 elite cavalry to fight against Xianxuo, who had 200,000 soldiers. If this was not crazy, what was? Li Wanyu, facing the persuasion of the others, laughed. Hee, brothers, we have been chasing for so many days. I think that Xieliku can't hold it in anymore. Even if we want to retreat, we have to fight with Xieliku first. If we retreat from the grassland like this, where will the face of the Tang dynasty be? Hearing him say this, Chung Chumo and the others looked at each other and could only nod helplessly. At this moment, Xieliku, who had troops in his hands and was running away, finally had enough courage. He had enough of being chased by Li Wanyu and finally ordered the whole army to stop and prepare to meet the Tang army. A great battle that would shock the grassland was about to begin. Chapter 1035. In Shui Yinta's Overseer Mountain Royal Court, Tang Songling waited bitterly for more than 10 days before he finally received a notice that the barbarian Khan wanted to see him. Tang Songling did not dare to delay and quickly went to the king's tent to meet the barbarian Khan. He had received an order to go to the Mabe dynasty to find the Qin Wang, Li Wanyu. Tang Songling could not help but feel anxious about this matter. But he did not expect that as soon as he entered the king's tent, before he could greet the barbarian Khan, the barbarian Khan shouted angrily at him. Assistant Minister Tang, although Shui Yinta is a small country, it will not be humiliated by the Tang dynasty. Tell me, why did the Qin Wang lead 10,000 troops to attack Shui Yinta? Is the Tang dynasty ready to start a war with Shui Yinta? Tang Songling was stunned, not understanding what the barbarian Khan was talking about. Immediately, his face was full of shock. Barbarian Khan, may I ask what you mean by that? Is the Qin Wang referring to His Highness Qin Wang of the Tang dynasty? That's right. Your Tang dynasty asked this Khan to help find the whereabouts of the Qin Wang in the grasslands. This Khan kindly helped and sent a large number of soldiers to search for the whereabouts of the Qin Wang. But this Khan did not expect that my kindness would be treated as ill intent. A few days ago, your Qin Wang led 10,000 cavalry to invade Shui Yinta. Assistant Minister Tang, if you don't give this Khan an explanation, don't blame this Khan for turning hostile. The barbarian Khan was actually cursing in his heart. He did not expect that his son Xieli led 5,000 wolf cavalry to chase Li Wanyu. Not only did they not succeed, but they also allowed Li Wanyu to gather 10,000 Tang cavalry and kill their way into the grasslands. When Xieli Luo fled, naturally he sent someone to deliver a message to Overseer Mountain at top speed. When the barbarian Khan heard about this, he was also shocked. Chasing Li Wanyu was not only failed but also exposed. This was no small matter. The barbarian Khan did not care about the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wanyu. What he was afraid of was that after Pai Lupi found out about this, he would use this as an excuse to raise his troops to attack Shui Yintaoa. Therefore, in order to stabilize the Tang dynasty, he immediately summoned Tang Songling and directly put all the blame on Li Wanyu. Tang Songling was overjoyed. He did not care whether Li Wanyu crossed the line or whether he had a conflict with Shui Yintaoa. As long as he could find the whereabouts of Li Wanyu, his trip to Ma Bei would not be in vain. Tang Songling straightened his back even more in the face of the foreign Khan's interrogation. Originally, he was asking for a favor, so he lowered his attitude. Otherwise, how could he, a fourth-rank imperial court official and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, be afraid of the Khan of the Steppe Khanate? Bah! Not to mention that Shui Yintaoa had only been established for a few years. The Tang dynasty did not even take it seriously. So what if it was the Eastern Turks? When Sheli Khan was offered as a captive in the imperial ancestral temple, countless people came to watch. Although Pai Lupi appointed him as the right general and gave him good land and beautiful houses in Chang, and including the people who would take him as a proper right general. Although the barbarian Khan was given the title of real Zurija Khan by Pai Lupi, in the eyes of the Tang dynasty, he was just a barbarian. Tang Songling chuckled and replied with an indifferent tone, "Khan of the barbarian tribe, you can't say that. Who in the world doesn't know that His Highness King of Qin is the personal disciple of Daozu in the mortal world? He has his reasons for doing things. As for His Highness King of Qin leading the troops into Shui Yintaoa, I think he has his reasons." "You? What do you mean?" "Assistant Minister Tang, does the Tang dynasty really want to be enemies with Shui Yintaoa?" Hearing this, the barbarian Khan was furious, and the golden cup in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. In the tent, a few of Shui Yintaoa's guards pulled out their steel sabers and glared at Tang Songling fiercely. Tang Songling did not even bat an eyelid, ignoring Shui Yintaoa's threat. Ever since they defeated the Eastern Turks, the Tang people were the proudest people in the world. Tang Songling treated a mere Shui Yintaoa as nothing. As long as this barbarian Khan was not crazy, Tang Songling did not believe that he would dare to touch him. As an envoy of the Tang dynasty, he still had this bit of pride and confidence. "Barbarian Khan, don't forget that you are the real Zurija Khan appointed by His Majesty. Could it be that you've forgotten your identity? As an official of His Majesty, how dare you say such disgraceful words?" Tang Songling's words were not wrong. Although the barbarian Khan established the Shui Yintaoa Khanate, he was appointed by Pai Lupi. Thus, Shui Yintaoa was a vassal state of the Tang dynasty, and the barbarian Khan was an official of Pai Lupi. In a sense, Li Wanyu's status as a prince was on par with the barbarian Khan, or even higher. If Li Wanyu led his troops to attack Shui Yintaoa, it would at most be an internal conflict between two nobles. It was far from a war between two countries, and the barbarian Khan did not have the right to threaten the Tang dynasty. The barbarian Khan naturally understood Tang Songling's words, and so did the guards in the tent. Many of the Shui Yintaoa guards gritted their teeth in anger. If looks could kill, Tang Songling would have been riddled with holes. How could the barbarian Khan not hate him? Although he was an official of the Tang dynasty, he was an ambitious person. After the Eastern Turks fell, he saw himself as the king of the grassland. At this moment, Tang Songling's words were like knives, stripping away the barbarian Khan's pride layer by layer. How could he not be angry? He really wanted to immediately order his men to hack Tang Songling to death and chop him into minced meat to vent his anger. However, in the end, the barbarian Khan did not dare to do so. Killing Tang Songling was easy, but Shui Yintaoa would have to be buried with him. Facing the giant of the Tang dynasty, Shui Yintaoa could not afford to offend them. This was different from killing Li Wanyu in the dark. Even if Pai Lupi questioned him afterwards, he could push the blame to Li Wanyu for assassinating his son. However, killing an official of the Tang dynasty meant that he would not rest until one of them was dead. The barbarian Khan's eyes were bloodshot. Breathing heavily, he stared at Tang Songling for a long time before finally sitting back down on his seat. Good. Since the Qin king has led his troops to attack me, and the Tang dynasty did not care about this, then don't blame me for being impolite. This Khan wants to see if Qin Wang really has the ability to reach the heavens, to be able to resist my Shui Yintao's army of 50,000 with just 10,000 troops. Swords and sabers on the battlefield do not have eyes. If anything happens to the Qin king, don't blame me. The barbarian Khan was also counting on his son, Xieli, to lead the 50,000-strong army to defeat the Tang army in one fell swoop. Tang Songling sighed in his heart. He did not know why Li Wangyu would charge into the grassland after meeting up with the Tang army. Moreover, as the barbarian Khan said, the odds of winning against 50,000-strong army were not high. However, Tang Songling had confidence in the steel cavalry of the Tang dynasty. In his opinion, even if Li Wangyu could not defeat Shui Yintao's 50,000-strong army, it should not be a problem for him to retreat safely. Therefore, he was not worried about Li Wangyu's safety. As for how to solve these problems, he would let the big shots in the imperial court have a headache. Therefore, Tang Songling did not take the barbarian Khan's threat to heart. The two of them did not see eye to eye. Tang Songling casually greeted the barbarian Khan and left the tent. However, he was not in a hurry to return to Chang'an. Instead, he stayed at Overseer Mountain, planning to see the result of the battle between the Tang army and Shui Yintao before making any plans. While the barbarian Khan and Tang Songling were confronting each other, on the grassland hundreds of miles away from Overseer Mountain, the Tang army and Shui Yintao's army were also several miles apart. They had set up camp and were confronting each other. In the Tang army's tent, Li Wangyu was very excited and was fiddling with a steel crossbow in his hand. Chapter 1036. The steel crossbow in Li Wangyu's hands was not unfamiliar to him at all. Other than the lack of a scope, it was basically a replica of the composite steel crossbow that he had Yin Libin make for him when he made a bet with those rich kids. Li Wangyu did not expect that in the past year, Pai Lupi would actually order the construction supervisor to make this composite steel crossbow and personally name it the Sky Raising Crossbow. It was also thanks to Li Wangyu's hydraulic press. Otherwise, the Tang dynasty would not have been able to make so much steel to make this composite steel crossbow. In history, the Tang dynasty did not pay much attention to crossbows. In the art of war of the Tang dynasty's Duke Wei, the ratio of crossbowmen was the lowest, only about 14%. In each army, the ratio of crossbowmen was even lower, usually only 10%. Other than Jianghuai crossbowmen, the status of crossbowmen in the Tang dynasty was far lower than archers. The reason was naturally because crossbows had a short shooting range, slow reloading speed, and were good at defense and not good at offense. The generals of the Great Tang didn't have much hope in using a weapon like the crossbow to restrain the charging cavalry from afar. In the Tang army, the Mo sword and cavalry were the most important soldiers. However, Li Wangyu's composite steel crossbow not only had a long shooting range, but it also had a booster, which was not only fast but also labor-saving. Pai Lupi, as the emperor of the horse and the big shot who took down half of the Tang dynasty, how could he not see the use of this steel crossbow? Therefore, even though it was very expensive to make a composite steel crossbow, he gritted his teeth and ordered the construction supervisor to make it in large quantities and start to equip it to the army. Today, of the 10,000 Tang cavalry led by Li Wangyu, 2,000 crossbowmen were equipped with the Sky Raising Crossbow. In fact, it was not correct to call these 10,000 Tang cavalry. Although they were all marching on horseback, only 2,000 of them were true cavalry. The remaining 8,000 should be called mounted infantry. Different from Shui Yintao's dismounted infantry formation, the mounted infantry of the Tang army were all professional infantry. Horses were just a means of transportation for them. When they fought, they would dismount from their horses and fight on foot. According to Li Weigong's Art of War, 70% of the Tang army's field forces were soldiers, while the rest were medical, logistical, and auxiliary personnel. In other words, Li Wangyu's army of 10,000 had 7,000 combat soldiers. Among them, There were 2,000 cavalrymen, 2,000 archers, and 2,000 jumpers, who were also sword and shield wielders, as well as the Tang army's most elite sharp blade soldiers, 1,000 Mo blade soldiers. Originally, according to Li Wangyo's previous thoughts, the battle with Xie Fu was very simple. He only needed to copy Li Ji's tactics, using 5,000 infantrymen to deal with Shui Yintao's dismounted cavalry formation. Then 2,000 cavalrymen would circle around the rear and launch a surprise attack on Shui Yintao's cavalry. As long as Shui Yintao's horse was killed, it was equivalent to cutting off the foot of 50,000 soldiers. By then, Shui Yintao's dismounted cavalry would become meat on the chopping board, and the Tang army could do whatever they wanted with them. But Li Wangyu pondered for a while, and then shook his head and rejected this tactic. It was not that it was not suitable, but he did not plan to expose this tactic so early. Shui Yintao's dismounted cavalry formation, to put it bluntly, was not worth mentioning and was rather idiotic. But Li Wangyo's ambition was very big. He really had the idea of fighting all the way to Overseer Mountain and capturing the barbarian Khan alive. In this way, if he used this tactic to defeat Xie Fu, it would not be too appropriate. After all, Shui Yintao's people were not idiots. After he used this method to defeat Xie Fu, it would not be so easy to deal with Shui Yintao's remaining 150,000 soldiers. As long as Shui Yintao left behind enough cavalry to protect the horses of the rear army, then it would be impossible for him to rely on his 10,000 men to defeat Shui Yintao's 100,000 soldiers. Therefore, Li Wangyu needed to think of another method. He had to defeat Xie Fu's 50,000 soldiers, but he also could not expose the weakness of Shui Yintao's dismounted cavalry formation. To use 10,000 men to face Xie Fu's 50,000 soldiers head-on was indeed not easy. If it was not handled well, it would be self-defeating. But ever since Li Wangyu discovered that Pai Lupi had actually given the army a large number of composite steel crossbows, he had enough confidence. Just these 2,000 composite steel crossbows could shoot the enemy to the point that they could not fight back. Adding on the Mo saber wielders of the Tang dynasty, who were invincible in every battle. Even if Xie Fu's forces were 5 times his, there was nothing to worry about. A normal crossbow's projectile range was no more than 200 steps, and its direct range was 70 to 80 steps. And the Tang army's current heaven-raising crossbow was equivalent to a 4-stone crossbow. Its projectile range was about 400 steps, and its direct range was also more than 200 steps. Li Wangyu was able to use this crossbow to kill a wild boar 300 meters away. Then, when dealing with Shui Yintao's soldiers, the effect would be the same. In other words, just relying on the super long range of the composite steel crossbow to Shui Yintao's people was no less than a dimensional reduction attack. Although Li Wangyu was not a soldier, as a military fan, he knew what it meant to have the advantage of a long range and to be able to continuously attack and kill the enemy outside the enemy's attack range. The replacement of the bow by the gun was the best example. In this era, the power of the composite steel crossbow was almost no different from the gun. It could even be said that it was stronger than the guns of the early era. At the very least, the guns of the Manchurian Qing were unable to accurately kill the enemy at a distance of 300 meters. And presumably, because of Li Wangyu's design of the winding device for the composite steel crossbow, not only was the winding speed faster, but it was also able to fire faster. And because steel cables were used as the bowstring, it was not even affected by the weather. Compared to the guns of the early era, the composite steel crossbow only had one flaw, and that was that it was expensive. Whether it was the cost of making the steel crossbow or the consumption of the crossbow bolts, compared to gunpowder and lead balls, it was too expensive. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty was flourishing, or else Pai Lupi might not be able to afford so many Atlas crossbows. However, the Tang dynasty had a misconception about the use of the composite steel crossbow. For example, when the tanks were first invented, the Western countries used them by distributing them to various divisions to coordinate with the infantry. It was not until the Second World War that the tanks began to be used together and became the king of land battles. The Tang army used the composite steel crossbow but they were no different from ordinary crossbowmen. But in Li Wangyou's opinion, the best tactic to use the composite steel crossbow was the matchlock gun tactic of the 16th century, the three-stage shooting. Although the composite steel crossbow was equipped with a winding device, its firing speed was still not very fast. In this way, in order to maximize the power of the steel crossbow and avoid the shortcoming of not being able to fire continuously, the three-stage shooting was necessary. By dividing the crossbowmen into 3 teams and taking turns to wind and fire, the efficiency of the composite steel crossbow could be increased by 3 times. In this regard, Li Wangyou was very confident. However, Li Wangyou's confidence did not mean that Mi Tuo and Xianxia were also confident. Even if they were very confident in the combat power of the Tang army, but facing an enemy 5 times their own, whether it was the playboys, Mi Tuo, or the captains and generals in the army, their hearts were beating like drums. Even Mi Tuo and many others tried to persuade Li Wangyou to retreat, but they were all rejected by Li Wangyou. In this regard, Mi Tuo was also very helpless. He could only secretly order his subordinates of the 100 Cavalry Department to prepare. If the Tang army was defeated, then even if he had to be tied up, he would still rescue Li Wangyou, the Qin king. After Xieli Luo finally decided to fight to the death with Li Wangyou, both sides set up camp on the grassland and faced each other with a distance of 10 li. On this day, the wind was light and the clouds were light. It was a good day to kill and set fire. Both sides chose to start the war today. The Tang army blew the first bugle, and the Tang army gathered their men and cavalry into teams. The second bugle sounded, and the army's flags and spears were raised like a forest. The third bugle sounded, and the Tang army lined up to meet the enemy. The wind blew the flags. The war drums sounded, and the Tang army and Xianxia stepped out to attack at the same time. Chapter 10:37. With the beating of the war drums, Li Wangyou's heart began to beat violently, and his palms were full of sweat. In fact, it was nonsense to say that he had absolute confidence in defeating Xianxia. Not to mention other things, just the dense phalanx of Xianxia's army on the opposite side made Li Wangyou's scalp tingle. As the saying went, 1,000 men could connect the earth to the sky. 10,000 men could be boundless. At this moment, the battlefield in front of Li Wangyou was such a boundless scene, and he could not help but feel nervous. After all, it was his first time facing such a big battle. Last time in Julong County of Shu Commandery, there were only a few thousand people causing trouble. Compared with the tens of thousands of people now, it was simply child's play and was not worth mentioning. Standing on the observation tower carriage, Li Wangyou was nervous and excited, plus a little bit of expectation and uneasiness, which was contradictory to the extreme. It was understandable that he was nervous and excited, but he was uneasy because he was worried that the Tang army would suffer heavy casualties. After all, this war was purely initiated by him. If it were not for his insistence, according to Mi Tuo's persuasion, the 10,000 Tang soldiers under his command would not appear on the battlefield at this moment. In other words, because of his own selfish interests, these Tang soldiers were facing death, which made Li Wangyou somewhat unable to bear and blame them. After all, Li Wangyou was not a person of this era. Even though he had been in a high position in recent years, he could not treat human lives as nothing. Whether this war was won or lost, the casualties of the Tang dynasty's soldiers were all due to his obsession. Because of Jun Mo's conferment of Marquis, a general became famous and tens of thousands of bones withered. Sighing silently in his heart, Li Wangyou put away the messy thoughts in his mind and raised his eyes to continue to look at the battlefield. The most important thing now was to win this war. As for other things, they could be dealt with later. If there were casualties in the Tang army, Li Wangyou planned to take out copper coins from his residents to compensate their families, which could be regarded as his goodwill to buy peace of mind. After collecting his thoughts, Li Wangyou raised the binoculars in his hand and carefully observed the disposition of Xianxia's army on the opposite side, with Xianxia and the others. Currently, there were still several miles between the two sides. Both sides were slowly advancing amidst the sound of their war drums and horns. Fighting a war was naturally not like the TV dramas of later generations, where people would shout and charge forward with their heads lowered. Otherwise, if the soldiers were fully equipped with armor and sabers, by the time they had charged a few miles, they would have already collapsed from exhaustion. At that time, how could they fight a battle? Normally speaking, the two armies would advance until they were about 1 li apart, which was about 500 meters away from each other. They would enter the range of the other party's long-range weapons and stop in their tracks. After resting and reorganizing, the battle would officially begin. The 10,000 Tang army was split into the middle in two wings. In the middle of the army, there were 2,000 archers, 1,000 Mo swordsmen, and 2,000 jumping soldiers. On the two wings, there were 1,000 cavalry. Of course, the 5,000 soldiers in the middle of the army were not squeezed together. Instead, they were arranged into multiple square formations. Actually, there was no need for Li Wanyu and the debauches to worry about these matters. Only the military officers in the army could handle these matters. The only arrangement that Li Wanyu made was that 2 days ago, he summoned the officer in charge of the 2,000 archers. He ordered him to follow his instructions and train those archers to practice the 3-section shooting method. As for Li Wanyu's orders, that Tang army officer did not understand. He even secretly felt that Li Wanyu was messing around. That officer was also an old soldier, so when had he ever seen someone use archers in such a manner? In the past, archers would gather their forces and shoot in a large area to injure the enemy. Archers would rarely shoot directly at the enemy. The main reason was because of the range. They could shoot up to 200 steps and shoot straight up to 100 steps. On the other hand, Li Wanyu's instruction for the archers to practice was to divide all the archers into 3 teams. They had to load their crossbows and fire according to the order, and they had to shoot straight. This went against common sense. As for Li Wanyu's messing around, the officer cursed in his heart. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only follow Li Wanyu's orders and arrange for his soldiers to practice. However, just a day later, that officer was convinced. How could an old soldier like him not see the benefits of a 3-section shooting method? Facing the 50,000 Shui Yintua cavalry today, everyone was nervous. Only this officer in charge of the archers was filled with confidence. He rubbed his palms and was ready to start a massacre. The war drums continued to beat. The carriage that Li Wanyu and the other rich kids were in was pulled by horses and oxen. They followed the footsteps of the soldiers and slowly moved forward in the middle of the army. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Only when they were 500 steps away from Shui Yintua's army did Li Wanyu order the army to stop. Immediately, the various officers, captains, and colonels started to order the soldiers under them to get into formation. This caused the formation that was a little messy due to the march to be in order once again. At the front of the Tang army formation were the jumping soldiers who held swords and shields. The jumping soldiers were equipped with round shields and short swords. They wore light armor and were in charge of close combat to make up for the lack of agility of their comrades who used long weapons. The round shields in their hands were mainly used to defend against the arrow rain. Behind the jumping soldiers were the Mo swordsmen. The Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty could be said to be the strongest infantry in the cold weapon era. In history, during the Tianbao era, the Tang army used 20,000 men to fight against the 200,000 Arab army. Even when they were attacked by the rebel army, the Tang army still managed to wipe out 70,000 Arab army and had 10,000 people successfully retreat. Although the Tang army lost the battle in the end, it made the Arab army feel the terror of the Tang dynasty's Mo swordsmen. Like a wall, men and horses were crushed. This was how the Arabs were shocked by the Mo swordsmen. Behind the 1,000 Mo swordsmen were the 2,000 archers. They were the key to Li Wanyu winning this battle. As for the cavalry on the two wings, Li Wanyu did not give them any important tasks this time. They just needed to hold the line. When Shui Yintua's army collapsed, they would chase and clean up the mess. After all, with Shui Yintua's brainless tactics, Li Wanyu was not worried that his two wings would be attacked by cavalry. Just as he had expected, Shui Yintua's 50,000 cavalry did not ride horses. Like the Tang army, they lined up in a grandiose formation and pressed down like a dark cloud. The Tang army did not have many soldiers, so they naturally would not take the initiative to attack. Shili was also clear on this point. He did not expect the Tang army to be so brainless as to take the initiative to attack. After stabilizing their footing, Shui Yintua's army made some adjustments. Shili waved his hand, and the bugle horn sounded. The 20,000 troops at the front began to march in an orderly manner, pressing down on the Tang army. The 20,000 soldiers moved in unison and gave off a shocking aura. Even from the watchtower at the back, Li Wanyu could feel the ground trembling. At this moment, 80 was following behind Li Wanyu. He was just a herdsman of a small tribe and had never seen such a scene. He could not help but clench his fists nervously as he stared at Shui Yintua's army. With the battle about to break out, Li Wanyu was not nervous. He turned his head and smiled at 80. "Dalong, let's see how I take revenge for the Hirut tribe. Believe me, the blood of the Hirut tribe will not be shed in vain." 80 nodded his head and squinted his eyes as he looked at the rear of Shui Yintua's army. That was where Xieli was. The 20,000 Shui Yintua's vanguard continued to move forward. The distance between the two sides shortened bit by bit. 500 steps, 400 steps. Chapter 1038. At this moment, they had already entered the shooting range of the Tang archers. After changing to the mighty sky crossbow, the shooting range was 400 steps away. The lieutenant commanding the archers could not help but turn to look at the observation tower, but he saw that Li Wanyu did not say anything at all. He just looked at the approaching Shui Yintua's army expressionlessly. 300 steps, 200 steps. The archers of Shui Yintua's vanguard were the first to attack. They raised the bows in their hands and began to shoot arrows at the Tang army. The Tang army's jumping soldiers immediately raised the round shields in their hands to block the arrow rain. Shui Yintua's vanguard had a total of 20,000 people. Among them, there were more than 5,000 archers. For a moment, the black mass of arrows poured down like raindrops. It was a terrifying sight. 200 steps, or 300 meters, was actually the maximum shooting distance of a bow and arrow. Although the arrow rain of Shui Yintua's vanguard was very dense, the damage to the Tang army was pitifully small. Not to mention that the round shields in the hands of the jumping soldiers could block the arrows. Even if the Mo swordsmen did not have shields, the Mo swordsmen of the Tang dynasty were all wearing thick and heavy Mingguang armor with amazing defensive power. These arrows that were shot from the maximum shooting range did not have much kinetic energy. How could they penetrate their armor? However, when the arrows fell from the sky and hit the armor, the tinkling sounds were terrifying. But the Tang army could be said to be experienced in battle. Even in such a passive situation, the army did not have the slightest commotion. Except for the occasional unlucky person who was hit by the falling arrows and whose body was not protected by the shield and armor. The Tang army was like a reef in a torrent, motionless. Cheng Chumo and the others were anxious. "Zio, why don't you fight back?" The shooting range of the mighty sky crossbow is much higher than the arrows of Shui Yintua's men. Why are you taking the hits so passively? Li Wanyu laughed. "Brother Chumo, don't worry. Let them come closer so that it will not be too tiring to chase them later." Chasing is too tiring. Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others looked at each other and did not know what to say. Everyone was worried. Even Mi Tuo had secretly gestured to his subordinates to protect Li Wanyu. If something went wrong, they should pull him away immediately. In the end, he was thinking about how to chase after the enemy. Wasn't he looking down on his opponent too much? They were facing 50,000 Shui Yintua's army, not 50,000 pigs. Although Cheng Chumo and the other debauches had never been on the battlefield before, they were still considered to be the sons of a military family. They were very clear about the battlefield. Just as they were about to speak again, they saw Li Wanyu suddenly wave his hand, and the messenger beside him immediately blew the bugle horn in his hand. With the sound of the bugle horn, the leapers and Mo swordsmen, who were originally at the vanguard of the Tang army, suddenly moved. They all squatted down at the sound of the bugle horn, revealing the 2,000 archers behind them. The lieutenant commanding the archers shouted, "Fire!" A buzzing sound that made one's scalp go numb resounded through the sky. It was the sound of the composite steel crossbows bowstring piercing through the air. 500 to 600 armor-piercing arrows, gleaming with cold light, broke through the air from the Tang army formation and shot toward Shui Yintao's vanguard, who was 200 paces away. The reason why Li Wanyu dared to place Shui Yintao's vanguard at such a close distance was because the composite crossbow had a big enough advantage compared to Shui Yintao's bow and arrow. A distance of 200 paces, 300 meters, Shui Yintao's bow and arrow could barely shoot to its maximum range. At this distance, it was not so easy to pierce through the armor. But at the same distance, the composite steel crossbow in the hands of the Tang army could shoot straight and had enough power to pierce through the armor on Shui Yintao's men. The bowstring rang. The arrow was released. In the next second, the armor-piercing arrows flew across the distance of 300 meters, ignoring the obstruction of the armor and directly piercing into the bodies of the men, bringing out a cloud of blood. The 2,000 archers of the Tang army, according to Li Wanyu's order, were divided into 3 rows, with 500 to 600 men in each row. After a round of shooting, the archers in the first row immediately turned around and began to load the crossbow and arrow. The second row of archers stepped forward, raised their crossbows, and aimed. Following the lieutenant's command, they pulled the trigger and shot out another arrow. Then, without hesitation, they turned around and retreated. In the blink of an eye, the 2,000 archers of the Tang army had completed a 3-stage shooting. 2,000 armor-piercing arrows were shot out, and Shui Yintao's vanguard army was instantly stunned by this wave of arrows. 2,000 armor-piercing arrows directly shot down 700 to 800 of Shui Yintao's soldiers. Even if they were wearing armor and holding round shields, they still could not block the arrows that were like meteors and lightning. The army that was originally marching in unison and following the sound of the war, drums instantly melted. Countless miserable cries resounded throughout the grassland. The captain who was in charge of commanding Shui Yintao's vanguard army could not help but feel his heart beating wildly. How could he have imagined that the Tang army's crossbows would have such great power? Before Shui Yintao's men could react, the next wave of arrows from the Tang army had already taken away another 200 to 300 lives. The 2,000 archers of the Tang army, under the command of the lieutenant, were like a precise machine, continuously shooting out the fatal arrows in their hands. In just 2 rounds of shooting, Shui Yintao's vanguard army had already lost close to 2,000 bodies, and the number of injured was uncountable. In just a moment, Shui Yintao's 20,000 vanguard army was on the verge of collapsing. Many people in the future thought that wars in the era of cold weapons had heavy casualties, but in reality, this was not the case. In the era of cold weapons, an army that could withstand 30% of the casualties was already considered an iron army that could shake the world. Normally speaking, 5% of the casualties was enough to cause an army to collapse. After all, in the era of cold weapons, it was not an easy thing to use a knife to kill people. The best way to show the advancement of human technology was to increase the efficiency of killing people with weapons. It was also because of this that the 2 world wars brought about tens of millions of casualties, causing the world to tremble. The composite crossbow that Li Wanyu made, compared to the other crossbows of this era, was an out-and-out killing weapon. A crossbow that was equivalent to 4 stones was originally a large ballista that was difficult to move and use to defend cities. How could Shui Yintao's men know that 2,000 archers were equivalent to 2,000 large ballistas? Compared to the slow speed of the ballista, the firing speed of 2,000 archers could not be compared. In this way, it was not surprising that Shui Yintao's vanguard army was stunned. Looking at the wailing and screaming soldiers of Shui Yintao's army being shot to death, Cheng Chumo, Mi Tuo, and the others in the watchtower carriage were so shocked that their jaws were about to dislocate. Everyone's mouth was wide open as they looked at this cruel and bloody but extremely efficient killing. Damn it, even killing pigs would not be so fast, right? This was the only thought in Cheng Chumo's mind at this moment. Shui Yintua's vanguard army did not even have time to charge and break through the enemy lines before they were defeated. When the Tang army's three-stage shooting method began for the third round, some of Shui Yintua's vanguard army began to turn around and run uncontrollably. These fleeing soldiers were like an avalanche, causing the originally orderly army formation to collapse in an instant. All of Shui Yintua's men turned around and ran in terror. Squeezing, trampling, fleeing for their lives, the 20,000 vanguard army was defeated in one blow. These 2 days, my waist has been acting up, and I can't sit still. It's really uncomfortable, and I don't want to write, so I stopped updating yesterday. Today, Shuchi popped up to recommend a small outburst. There should be another update later tonight. Chapter 1039. From the moment both sides entered the battlefield to the moment Shui Yintua's men launched their attack to the moment they collapsed, it was only the time for an incense stick to burn. Such a fast battle process. Not to mention me Tuo and the group of debauches, even Xianxia's jaw was about to be dislocated. He never thought that his 20,000 vanguard troops would be shot into hedgehogs by the Tang army in just one exchange. He also never thought that the 20,000 troops would collapse so quickly. What was worse was that when the 20,000 soldiers who were scared out of their wits threw away their armor and ran for their lives, Xianxia's 30,000 troops were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Even though Xianxia shouted himself hoarse and ordered his subordinates to stop the defeated vanguard troops, how could these soldiers who were scared out of their wits care about orders or not? All of them ran for their lives without thinking. The so-called defeat of an army, like a landslide, was the scene in front of Xianxia's eyes. In fact, even Li Wanyu himself did not think that victory would come so quickly. Even if he was sure that the three-stage shooting method of the composite steel crossbow could defeat the enemy, he did not expect that with just 3 rounds of shooting, it would defeat the 20,000 vanguard troops and cause the enemy to collapse. Li Wanyu, Cheng Chumo, and the others looked at each other. Their eyes could not hide the excitement. Without any hesitation, he immediately ordered the whole army to attack. The cavalry on the 2 wings drove away the defeated troops. The 7,000 infantrymen pressed on and continued to expand the battle results. The Tang army's jumping soldiers and Modeo soldiers also did not think that before they even had the chance to attack, the enemy would be defeated. After hearing the battle drums, how could these jumping soldiers and Modeo soldiers let the archers have the advantage? All of them roared and rushed out, starting to chase the crazily fleeing enemies. And the arrows in the hands of the 2,000 archers did not stop for even a moment. They just changed from straight shooting to projectile shooting. The range of 400 steps, the distance of 600 meters, completely became the path of death for Shui Yintua's army. No matter how fast Shui Yintua's men ran, they could not outrun the speed of the crossbows. The world record of the future Olympic Games was 9:58 seconds for the 100 meters race. Even Usain Bolt, the Jamaican sprinter, would need more than 30 seconds to run 300 meters. However, these tens of thousands of people turned around and fled. They were wearing heavy armor. No matter how fast they ran, how fast could they be? By the time Shui Yintua and his men ran out of the shooting range of the Tang dynasty's crossbows, the archers of the Tang army had already fired at least 5 or 6 times, throwing out nearly 10,000 arrows. Even if the projectile shots didn't have any accuracy to speak of, such a concentrated barrage of shots still caused Shui Yintua's vanguard to leave behind close to 1,000 corpses. People kept falling to the ground after being hit by arrows, wailing in pain. As for those who were trampled and crushed to death by their companions, there were countless of them. Therefore, Shui Yintua's vanguard army fled even faster. It wasn't until the swing soldiers and MO swordsmen rushed into the crossbowmen's range that the lieutenant commanding the crossbowmen cursed and ordered his subordinates to cease fire. He put down the crossbows in his hands and quickly ran forward, preparing to support the swing soldiers and MO swordsmen. However, it was clear that the current situation on the battlefield did not allow the crossbowmen to show their power again. Even the leapers and MO sabers of the Tang army could not get any results. Shui Yintuo's 50,000 troops were defeated. Shui Yintuo's men hated the fact that they were born with 2 more legs when the 2,000 cavalrymen from the 2 flanks pressed forward. Although the 30,000 middle army, led by Xianxia, was not attacked by the Tang army at all, under the influence of the defeated vanguard, he did not even have a chance to reorganize the attack before he was defeated. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield was worsening, Xieliku's guards did not dare to be negligent. They hurriedly carried Xieliku and began to retreat. With this push, the morale of Shui Yintuo's army became even more dispirited. They didn't even have the thought of resisting. More than 40,000 soldiers spread their legs and ran madly towards the rear camp. No matter what, their war horses were in the camp. As long as they could snatch the horses, they would be able to escape. Tens of thousands of soldiers rushed back to the campsite, crying and yelling, and began to fight for the horses. Many of Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen even pulled out their sabers and slashed at their comrades in order to snatch a horse, just to be one step ahead of the Tang army's pursuit. Shui Yintuo's army was in complete chaos. A quarter of an hour ago, Xieliku, who was still complacent and felt that he could annihilate the Tang army with 50,000 soldiers, could not even cry at this moment. He rode on the back of the horse in a daze. He turned his head to look at the smoke rising from Shui Yintuo's camp. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Other than the 5,000 wolf cavalrymen who had been guarding beside Xieliku, he had lost 1/4 of Shui Yintuo's forces in this battle. The more Xieliku thought about it, the more sullen he felt. Under the stimulation of his blood, his vision turned black and he fainted. If not for the quick reaction of the guards beside him, Xieliku would have fallen off the horse. The 5,000 wolf cavalrymen did not dare to delay. They surrounded Xieliku and began to run madly in the direction of Overseer Mountain. When the Tang army flattened Shui Yintuo's camp, other than the 2,000 cavalrymen who chased for 20 li, the rest of the Tang army did not bother to chase after the fleeing Shui Yintuo's men. Although the battle ended quickly, Li Wanyu still ordered people to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. When the sun had set, the military clerk had already sent him the statistics. In today's battle, the Tang army killed more than 3,000 of Shui Yintuo's cavalrymen. Most of them died under the heaven-raising crossbows. They captured more than 6,000 people, seized close to 10,000 horses, and more than 10,000 cows and sheep. The Tang army only had a few dozen injured and a few dead. When Mi Tuo, Chung Chumo, and the others saw the battle report, their eyes lit up. This battle could be said to be a great victory. Haha! Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, Your Highness. The old slave has never seen such a smooth victory. After today's battle, Your Highness's name will definitely resound throughout the grassland. Mi Tuo did not hesitate and immediately gave a series of flattery. Chung Chumo and the others were also very excited. They came to the western region to gild themselves. Before, because of their brotherhood, they all stayed in the desert and ate sand for more than a year. They did not contribute anything and suffered. But they did not expect that after finding Li Wanyu, in just a dozen days, they would get such a great achievement. Although the battle was led by Li Wanyu, the credit naturally went to these debauches. There was no need to doubt this. The Tang dynasty valued military achievements the most. Killing 3,000 and capturing 6,000 was a great victory. Although it was not appropriate to rashly start a war with Shui Yintuo, it was a matter between Li Wanyu and the imperial court. It had nothing to do with whether they got military achievements or not. In short, they won the battle, so of course, everyone would get benefits. Even Yo Wu and Lai Hat's troops would also get military achievements. After this battle, if they were willing and Li Wanyu was willing to let them go with their military achievements, there would be no problem at all to be a captain in the army. As for the Tang soldiers, of course, they would also be rewarded. Whether Li Wanyu was good at starting the battle or not, in short, they won the battle. With so many prisoners and capture horses, it was a great achievement. As for how Shui Yintuo would argue with the imperial court of the Tang dynasty, the foppish lords did not care so much. Therefore, the whole camp of the Tang army was full of a happy atmosphere. Chung Chumo could not help but raise his head and laugh. Ha ha! I didn't expect that I could get such a military achievement. Zio, it's all thanks to you. When we return to Chang, and whether it's P Square or a Hu wine shop, I'll treat you to a drink. Fang Yai also laughed. Yes, when we return to the Tang dynasty, I'm afraid those people's eyes will pop out. Zio, when do we set off to return to Chang'an? For the foppish lords, today's battle was the best thing to show off and talk about when they returned to Chang'an. They could not wait to return to Chang and then show off today's battle to their friends and relatives. As the saying goes, not returning to one's hometown after riches and honor is like traveling at night in brocade clothes. The foppish lords were eager to return home. Li Wanyu glanced at them and shook his head in confusion. Return to Chang'an? Why do we have to return to Chang'an? Order the army to rest for a day and set off tomorrow to continue chasing that bastard Xieli. If he runs back to Overseer Mountain, I'll kill my way to Overseer Mountain. If I don't catch that bastard, how can I relieve the anger in my heart? Li Wanyu's words immediately made the foppish lords and Mi Tua dumbfounded. Chapter 1040. Originally, Mi Tua and the other playboys thought that Li Wanyu was very persistent in leading the troops to chase after Xieli Ruo because he wanted to vent his anger and take revenge for Xieli Ruo's previous pursuit. However, in today's battle, the Tang army easily defeated Shui Yintua's army of 50,000. It could be said that it was a complete victory and there were many spoils. Why was Li Wanyu still not satisfied? If he continued to chase, wouldn't he chase all the way to the military governor mountain? Could it be that Li Wanyu really wanted to use these 10,000 men to fight against Shui Yintua's army of 200,000? Mi Tua felt a headache coming on. Your Highness, why don't we retreat and rest for a while before making any plans? Moreover, there's so many spoils that need to be dealt with. We can't possibly bring these spoils to chase after Shui Yintua's men, right? Mi Tua hesitated, but could only continue to persuade Li Wanyu to retreat. The playboys quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, Zio. There are thousands of prisoners and so many horses, cows, and sheep. We cannot deal with them properly. Whether it was the 6,000 prisoners of war or the captured cows, sheep, and horses, they were all money. According to the tradition of the Tang dynasty, whether it was prisoners of war or spoils of war, they were all displayed outside the south gate of the imperial ancestral temple. After the emperor worshipped the ancestors, these spoils of war would be distributed by the imperial court. There was a record in this ceremony of the Tang dynasty. On the day of the triumphant return, the prisoners of war were outside the south gate, north to the west. However, this was the way to deal with the situation when the army was leading the troops in a battle. Li Wanyu attacked Shui Yintua without the consent of Pai Lupi and the imperial court. He was completely acting on his own. Therefore, the spoils of war could not be sent to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors. Li Wanyu, as the commander, could be said to be good at starting a war or provoking for no reason. However, how to deal with him was a matter for Pai Lupi and the imperial court officials. It had nothing to do with the playboys. It wasn't that they were heartless, but they knew that Pai Lupi wouldn't blame Li Wanyu. Just by looking at how sad Pai Lupi had been during Li Wanyu's disappearance for more than a year, one could tell how important Li Wanyu was to him. Even Mido, the head steward of the imperial palace and the commander of the 100 Cavalry Department, was driven to the desert by Pai Lupi because of Li Wanyu's disappearance. Before finding out the exact whereabouts of Li Wanyu, Mi Tua could not return to Chang'an. From this, it could be seen how much Pai Lupi cared about his nephew. As long as Li Wanyu was safe and sound, he could beat Shui Yintua. Could it be that Pai Lupi would pay attention to the weeping complaints of the barbarian Khan? Moreover, it was Shui Yintua's men who chased after Li Wanyu first. Therefore, no matter how Li Wanyu retaliated, in the eyes of the playboys, it was reasonable. Shui Yintua's men were beaten in vain. As for the prisoners and spoils of war, the Tang dynasty would never return them. Since the spoils of war couldn't be returned to Shui Yintua and couldn't be sent to the imperial ancestral temple to worship the ancestors, the right to dispose of them was naturally up to the Western Punitive Expedition Army. These prisoners of war and the spoils of war were all extremely valuable. Needless to say, the spoils of war could be sold directly, whether it was war horses or cattle. As for the prisoners of war, they would be listed as slaves and sold. These prisoners of Xianxia were all strong young men who could be sold at a high price. As for the spoils of war, everyone in the Western Punitive Expedition Army would get a share of it. It was just that the amount was different. This was one of the reasons why the camp was full of singing and laughter. Li Wanyu laughed at the persuasion of me, Tuo, and the playboys. Brothers, is your appetite so small? It wasn't easy for us to come to the grasslands, so how can we just let it go like that? Furthermore, I haven't taken revenge for Audiobook's tribe, so how can I let them off so easily? His words made it hard for the playboys to reply. They exchanged glances and kept silent. Li Wanyu continued, "As for the prisoners and cattle, I'll arrange 1,000 sword-shield soldiers to escort them back. We'll rest for a day and continue tomorrow to chase Xianxia. Brothers, don't worry. Isn't the strength of the heaven-raising crossbows enough to prove it? So what if Xianxia has 200,000 troops? They're just chickens and dogs, unable to take a single hit. Hee, brothers, think about it. If we can fight our way up to Military Governor Yu Mountain, how many prisoners can we get? If we can capture that bullshit barbarian Khan back to Chang'an and let him accompany Xieli Khan, wouldn't that be even better? That is something that can leave one's name in history, no less than General Fei and Marquis Champion. Brothers, don't you want to try?" The General Fei and Marquis Champion that Li Wanyu was referring to were naturally Li Guang and Hua Tsubing. When Cheng Chumo and the others heard those words, their eyes turned red from the stimulation. If they could stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Guang and Hua Tsubing, how glorious would that be? Fang Yai directly punched his own palm. "Bastard, let's do it." Ziyu is right. So what if Xianxia has 200,000 troops? They're just chickens and dogs. Today, Xianxia's 50,000 troops were shot down by the crossbows in an incense stick's time. I think that even if they had a few times more men, it wouldn't be a big deal. Haha, that's right, that's the theory. Ziyu's 3-part shooting technique is simply too exquisite. I don't believe that those Xianxia people can block such a dense barrage. Chai Lingwu also laughed out loud. The future that Li Wanyu described to the playboys was simply too tempting. If they could really conquer Mo Bay with just 10,000 Tang cavalry, then when they returned to Chang'an, wouldn't they be too arrogant? Not mentioning Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and the other country lords, be it the aristocratic families or the second or third generation, who could compete with them? Furthermore, these bunch of playboys have been eyeing the title of nobility for a long time. If they could make such a huge contribution, would they still need to be afraid of not being given a title? In the worst-case scenario, Pai Lupi might even give them the title of Count Marquis. Taking a step back, even if they could not defeat the 200,000 Xianxia army, as long as they had the heaven-raising crossbows, retreating safely would not be a problem. With that, the risk of continuing to conquer Mo Bay would not be too high. If one was not willing to do such a profitable business, then one would be a fool. Even the group of playboys were hoodwinked by Li Wanyu. Mituan naturally had nothing to say and could only agree with Li Wanyu's decision. After the discussion, they arranged for the lieutenant to lead 1,000 men to escort the war prisoners, cattle, sheep, and other spoils of war to retreat to the south and return to the Tang dynasty. Mituan also sent out a few men from the 100 Cavalry Department to quickly return to Chang and to inform Pai Lupi of the news of Mo Bay. After resting for a day on the grassland, the army set off for the second time, using the momentum of their victory to chase after Xieli's remaining troops. After Xylixer's defeat, he ran north for nearly 100 li in one breath, and only then did he stop and begin to gather the defeated army. After the battle, only 30 to 40,000 of the 50,000 Xianxia cavalry were left, and many of their horses were lost. The army on the grassland, whether it was Tudue or Xianxia, had always had 1 man and 3 horses. But Xieli was defeated too quickly this time. Tens of thousands of people were running all over the place. How could they care about those horses? The 30 to 40,000 troops were now short of men and horses, and they were in an even more difficult situation. Xieli originally wanted to rest and reorganize his troops, but before he could gather all the defeated troops, The scouts came to report that the Tang army had caught up again. Xieli had now lost all his confidence after being killed by the Tang army. How could he dare to stop and fight with the Tang army again? Without hesitation, he immediately led Shui Yintoa's remaining troops to run north, and at the same time sent out fast horses to ask for help from his father. Putting aside how Li Wangyu was chasing after Xieli, at this time, outside Chang and city, several exhausted horses, covered in dust, were currently galloping over from the northwest. Chapter 1041. Dingzhou Village, Hu County, the Prince of Qin's residence. Qin Wangfei Su Changqing sat behind a wide desk, made of Phoebe Jinan wood, listening to the reports of a group of female soldiers across from her. The quill in her hand was incessantly scribbling on paper, simultaneously issuing all sorts of instructions. In the eastern and western markets, as well as in the various workshops, we must demand a uniform price for those who sell our wine. If anyone refuses to comply, we will immediately stop selling. The quality of the glassware produced in the workshops is still too low. Pass down the order that any craftsman who can resolve this problem will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. I have already discussed the fluctuations in Chang'an's grain prices with Her Imperial Highness the Empress. The enemy will transport grain from Shu County as soon as possible. No matter what, Chang'an's grain prices must be stabilized. The lingerie workshop also needs to recruit another batch of seamstresses. Were it not for the Confucian robes Su Changqing was currently wearing, coupled with her towering hairstyle, she would have looked remarkably like a domineering female CEO in the modern world. After taking care of all matters, Su Changqing dismissed the female soldiers. Only then did she slightly knit her brows, reaching out to rub her temples. The door to the room was once again pushed open. Princess Changle, Aphrodite, and Perrin walked in, carrying Su Changqing's 2 children. Upon seeing her children, Su Changqing immediately revealed a smile. Reaching out to receive the 2 little fellows, she began to play with them. Perrin and Aphrodite obediently walked behind Su Changqing, massaging her shoulders. Elder sister, don't overwork yourself. If Lang Jun returns safely and sees elder sister like this, his heart will definitely ache. Perrin said with heartache as she massaged Su Changqing. Compared to when Li Wangyu had left, Su Changqing was much more haggard, her body much thinner. Changle, who was currently playing with the 2 children, nodded her head in response. Elder sister, Perrin is right. You must take good care of your body. Don't overwork yourself. The estate is not lacking in copper coins. Why must elder sister work so hard? Su Changqing smiled and shook her head. Lowering her head to look at the 2 children in her arms, her face filled with a motherly smile. Yes, the Prince of Qin's estate was not lacking in money. However, how could she work so hard for money? Changle, Perrin, and Aphrodite naturally did not understand Su Changqing's thoughts. In Su Changqing's heart, she had always felt that she was no more than a passerby of the Tang dynasty. Ever since that incident, she had, and of course of course Su. If not for the fact that she had just become a mother and was worried about her children, she probably would have run off to the desert to look for Li Wangyu. It would be best if she could find it, but if she couldn't, she didn't mind sleeping in the desert with Li Wangyu. Of Qin's, of no matter what, she had to build a future for her children that was enough to provide them with food and clothing. In Su Changqing's opinion, although her 2 children had just been born and already had titles of nobility, and the estate was not lacking in copper coins, these were not enough for her children to live a carefree life in this world. Although she did not know much about history, she knew that the Tang dynasty was different from the later generations. In an era where imperial power reigned supreme, even the officials and nobles might not be able to guarantee that they would live a carefree life. Even someone as powerful as Zhangsun Wuji was forced to hang himself after Pai Lupi's death and Li Ji's ascension to the throne. His relatives were all exiled to Lingnan as servants. Su Changqing was absolutely unwilling to see such a scene happen to her children. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Wangyu had risen too quickly and swept across the Tang dynasty like a shooting star. Now, The mansion of Qin was heavily favored by the emperor, but Su Changqing did not dare to entrust her children's future to Pai Lupi. As the saying went, being in the emperor's company was like being in the tiger's company. Who could be sure that after Li Wanyu was gone, how long would the imperial family's imperial favor last? Therefore, for the sake of her children, Su Changqing began to think of every possible way to increase the influence of the mansion of Qin. She wanted to deepen the foundation of the family, hoping to protect her children. For example, the future Empress Mainyang. Su Changqing directly took her to live in the mansion. He cared about her and taught her carefully, completely treating her as his own child. Although this care was partly due to Su Changqing's selfishness and utilitarianism, it still made the relationship between the little Loli and Wu Mainyang even stronger. As for Li Chengxian, Li Tai, and even the little brat Li Ji, Su Changqing simply took over the job of Li Wangyu's imperial tutor. After all, compared to Su Changqing, Li Wangyu, who graduated from a second-tier university, was not enough to be compared to Su Changqing, who was a top student from the University of Pennsylvania. What Li Wanyu could teach, Su Changqing could teach as well. After comparing with Empress Xianxia, Pai Lupi found that Su Changqing was indeed as good as she said. She knew everything about astronomy and geography. For a moment, she was also shocked. Regarding this, Su Changqing only said that when the Tao Father imparted knowledge to Li Wanyu, she was also listening at the side. Therefore, she could also be considered half a disciple of the Tao Father. Pai Lupi did not doubt Su Changqing's words. It was just that a woman imparting knowledge to a prince was not a pleasant thing to say. Therefore, Pai Lupi did not publicize this matter. She only tacitly allowed Li Chengxian and the others to often go to the Duke of Qin's mansion to listen to lectures. Whether it was teaching Li Chengxian, Li Ji, or Wu Mainyang, it was all a long-term investment that Su Changqing carried out for her and Li Wangyu's child. In the future, no matter who ascended the throne, they would at least have a relationship with the Duke of Qin's mansion. However, Su Changqing did not place all her hopes on others. Originally, Su Changqing did business and took care of the properties in the mansion. It was just to pass the time. The business methods that she had learned in the future were just a small part of her skills. However, after Li Wanyu was gone, although Su Changqing did not take a step out of the mansion, she relied on her female army and began to show off her skills. Not only did she expand the properties in her mansion, but Su Changqing also wanted the Duke of Qin's mansion to have a more stable foundation. She did not choose to use her power in the imperial court. Instead, she chose to use the merchants that even the landowning clans looked down on. The merchants of the Tang dynasty were all miscellaneous, low-class, and lowly. However, Su Changqing knew how much power merchants could have, and she did not look down on their value. Over the past year, Su Changqing had borrowed the power of various factions to fight against others. With her business mind and management strategies that surpassed the times, she had established a huge business network in the east and west of Chang. Her name, as the goddess of wealth, was known by everyone in Chang and in the surrounding provinces. In this regard, Pai Lupi and Empress Xianxia had no objections. They were even happy to see it happen. After all, the imperial family also had a large share of the Duke of Qin's business. Speaking of which, the imperial family had a big advantage. Over the past year, Su Changqing naturally had a hard time. She not only had to take care of her 2 children who were crying piteously for food, but she also had to teach Wu Mainyang and the others. She also had to remotely command a group of female army and plan her business empire. However, no matter how hard it was, Su Changqing felt that it was worth it as long as she could see her 2 children. This might be a common problem for parents. Naturally, she could not tell Changle and the others about these thoughts. Even though Changle and the others were Li Wangyu's wives and concubines in name, these things could not be announced. A few months ago, Duke Liu, Cheng Yaojin, ordered someone to send back a shocking piece of news. The Duke of Qin, Li Wangyu, actually did not die in the desert. Instead, he was captured by a group of desert bandits. However, just before Cheng Yaojin sent troops to eliminate the desert bandits, Li Wanyu actually escaped from the desert bandits' camp alone. Once again, His whereabouts were unknown. This news immediately made everyone in the Duke of Qin's mansion cry tears of joy. The haze that had been suppressing the Duke of Qin's mansion for more than a year finally dissipated by more than half. As long as Li Wanyu did not die in the desert, then there was hope. Chapter 1042. Ever since the news that Li Wanyu didn't die in the desert and escaped alive spread, Su Changqing couldn't help but hold her children and cry bitterly. Even though they hadn't found Li Wanyu's exact whereabouts, Su Changqing firmly believed that her husband, Li Wanyu, would definitely return home. As this news spread back to Chang, and it also brought some trouble to Pai Lupi. First of all, there was the issue of Changle's identity. Since ancient times, Wuxia had a system of one husband and one wife and many concubines. It was the same for the emperor and the commoners. So even Li Wanyu was no exception. Back then, Pai Lupi nodded and agreed that Li Wanyu could imitate a Huang Nuing and have two wives. However, Pai Lupi didn't have the final say on this matter. Even if he was the emperor, this kind of thing that violated Wuxia's ethics and morals would definitely be criticized to death by those old masters. Not to mention other things, Weijing alone would definitely be fiercely opposed to this kind of thing. In addition to the issue of one husband and one wife, Changle had to marry Li Wanyu. What was more troublesome was that Wuxia didn't allow people with the same surname to marry. Not only did Changle and Li Wanyu have the same surname, but they were also relatives. They were also master and disciple. If any of these rules were violated, those old masters would go crazy. Moreover, these were three red lines that couldn't be touched. Therefore, if nothing happened to Li Wanyu, it was actually impossible for Pai Lupi to marry Changle, even if he wanted to. If Pai Lupi insisted on doing things his own way and used his authority as the emperor to force an edict, there would be a lot of trouble in the imperial court. At least, it wouldn't be as easy as the plague of locusts in Jingguan's second year. The aristocratic families led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes would definitely not let go of this opportunity to criticize Pai Lupi from the height of morality. However, coincidentally, when Li Wanyu led the army to the west to conquer the western region, he was accidentally buried in the desert. It could be said that with Li Wanyu's death, his identity became very sensitive. To go to war for the country and die in an accident, that was a martyr, a hero of the country. Under these circumstances, Princess Changle's choice to marry of a lower status became a beautiful story. Even the stubborn Wei Zheng had to pinch his nose and accept it. After all, although Li Wanyu had sacrificed his life for the country, Princess Changle's insistence on marrying him, although it was unreasonable, it was the friendship of the imperial family, and no one could say a single word. In any case, Li Wanyu is no longer in this world. Although this marriage was unreliable, no one jumped out to seek trouble for themselves. But who could have thought les estes? When the news reached Chang, and everyone was surprised and looked at each other, they did not know how to deal with the fact that Li Wanyu had 2 concubines. To impeach Li Wanyu, there didn't seem to be any reason. After all, when Changle married into the Prince of Qin's household, Li Wanyu was still trapped in the desert. He didn't know about this matter, so how could he be blamed? Should Changle and Li Wanyu divorce? These words were not pleasant to hear. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in China, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin a marriage. Ruining a marriage was a grave sin. Regardless of whether it was the aristocratic families or the scholarly old masters, no one dared to write such a memorial to Pai Lupi. They would be spurned by the common people. For a moment, everyone was in a difficult position. Another problem for Pai Lupi was Li Wanyu's title. At that time, in his grief, Pai Lupi had given the order to posthumously confer Li Wanyu the title of imperial prince, giving his former title to Li Wanyu. But now that Li Wanyu was still alive, this matter was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Li Wanyu and his father, Li Zhou, had already been ordered by Pai Lupi to reinstate them into the imperial family by the Zongjing Temple. What was more troublesome was the title of Prince of Qin. Prince of Qin was Pai Lupi's title before he ascended the throne after the Xuanwu Gate incident. To a certain extent, Prince of Qin represented Pai Lupi. This was also the reason why in the Tang dynasty, No one had been conferred the title of Prince of Qin except for Pai Lupi. But now that Li Wangyu was still alive, this title was rather inappropriate. Pai Lupi had also figured it out at this time. He was somewhat regretful and felt that he had been too hasty at that time. He wanted to confer the title of Li Wangyu again, but this matter had already been issued and the imperial envoy had heard of it. Li Er also wanted to save face. He was a little embarrassed to do this kind of thing that changed orders all the time. In short, the news that Li Wangyu was still alive made Pai Lupi very happy, but also brought him a lot of trouble. However, although there was news of Li Wangyu at that time, the Tang army had not yet found Li Wangyu. Therefore, although this matter was rather troublesome, it was not urgent. The most important thing was to find Li Wangyu's exact whereabouts. That was the most important thing. In the 5th month of the 7th year of Zhengguan, several secret agents of the 100 Cavalry Department rushed back from the western regions and finally brought good news to Pai Lupi. Mi Tuo, Cheng Chumo, and the others led 10,000 Tang cavalry and rescued Prince of Qin Li Wangyu in the desert. What the secret agents of the 100 Cavalry Department brought back, other than Mi Tuo's memorial, there was also Li Wangyu's handwritten memorial for Pai Lupi and a letter for Su Changqi. This was what Li Wangyu hurriedly wrote down before he led the Tang army into the grassland to pursue Xieli and let Mi Tuo order people to bring it back to Chang'an. In the memorial presented to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu explained his whereabouts in the past year and the reason why he led the troops to pursue Shui Yintua's wolf cavalry. Pai Lupi carefully read this short memorial several times. He was both happy and angry. He was happy because he found Li Wangyu, but angry because he targeted Shui Yintua and the barbarian Khan. He sent Tang Songling to Shui Yintua, wanting to borrow Shui Yintua's power to search for Li Wangyu. Who would have thought that Shui Yintua's people actually ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts and actually dared to pursue Li Wangyu? If it were not for the coincidence that Mi Tuo and Cheng Chumo led the army and appeared